Hello everyone. I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, I will now continue the unfinished story Vol 3 Part 2 Chapter 248 There's a Mermaid at Home 10.9. Ch 248 There's a Mermaid at Home 10.9. There will be a day where she will willing stay in his arms without trying to escape. Not knowing that her husband had nearly blackened yet again, Jun Xie was busy observing Liker. So this was the Empire's recognized #1 beauty. She truly was eye-catching. She had dazzling red hair that complemented her striking features. She was deserving of the title. Anson, did you need something? August walked towards the three with one hand on Jun Xie's waist. He wasn't exactly happy to see him. He still needed to buy Jun Xie shoes. Couldn't they see that she was still barefoot right now? Why were they obstructing their path? Anson saw through his friend's mood, spoke quickly. August, are you here to shop? Let's walk and chat. He took a secret glance at the girl in August's arms. He was both stunned and confused. How has he never seen this beautiful purebred mermaid before? Had she been hidden away before? August led Jun Xie forward. Everywhere they passed was filled with sounds of cheers and screeches. At first they were for August. Then, when the crowd saw Jun Xie, the sounds grew louder. Who is that purebred mermaid? Major General Ludovic is protecting her. Such a beautiful purebred mermaid. When she walked past me, I felt blinded for a second. Me too, I really want to know her. As expected, looks matter my male idol, I will suffer and give you up to that little vixen in your arms. Even after watching the group enter a nearby department store, the people outside were still unable to disperse. They all found a place to pass the time, preparing to wait until the male idol reappeared. They went on watching the show. They wanted to admire more of their male idol's style. August first went to the shoe section. He sat Jun Xie down on the soft recliner and went off to select a pair of comfortable and fitting shoes. Only now did Anson realize that the purebred mermaid was barefoot. Her tiny feet were smooth and pale, restlessly kicking the floor below her. Jun Xie's eyes roamed around. She thought the surrounding decorations were very strange. They weren't too different than the setup at department stores from her world. But there were no humans here, just robots. Everything was smart shoppers. There was a self-checkout area and then the option for delivery for purchased items. Hello, I am Anson, a friend of August's. May I ask for your name? Anson politely took a seat across from Jun Xie and gestured for his two sisters to also sit down. He really wanted for those two to be aware of their current expressions. Was it really okay for them to use such an obvious and direct expression? Jun Xie tilted her head and sized up the man across from her. The man wore a white suit. He looked elegant and put together, but due to his long habit of smiling, his aura also had an added layer of gentleness. He was someone that gave everyone a favorable first impression. He had his charm. I am Jun Xie Thetis. She smiled softly. Even though her veil hid her smile, the upward curve of her lips still had Anson defeated. Angela and Liker both had hostility for this mermaid that popped out of nowhere, especially because she was so pretty. Most importantly, she stole away Major General Ludovic's attention. I've never seen you before. How do you? Major General Ludovic? Angela played her role as the Empire's princess elegantly, but her upturned chin could hide her arrogance. What's your relationship with Major General Ludovic? Leaker followed with another question. The two worked in harmony, without even giving Jun Xie a chance to respond. Fetis, I don't think that family exists within our empire. Is it from some other smaller planet? What is your motive for suddenly appearing in front of the Major General now? Jun Xie looked a bit helpless. Anson was confused too. John and the other deputy generals were also shocked. Wow, how could they say so much without even needing to take a breath in between? When August returned with the shoes, he saw a group of mixed faces. He took a sparing look around. Then he knelt down and held up Jun Xie's leg, helping glide her foot into the shoes. This time, even Angela and Leaker were left dumbstruck. How could the aloof Major General in their eyes be so warm and caring? They had very complicated emotions right now, all furrowing together as they looked up at Jun Xie. But their education told them that they couldn't act inappropriately now, leading them to sit in silence. Anson recovered from his shock. It seemed like August has entered the honeymoon period of a romance. Or else why would he do something that was so lowering of his status and fawn over someone else? Jun Xie didn't care about the other people's expressions. She moved her feet around in the light blue wedge sandals. It wasn't an overly elaborate design. It felt comfortable enough. She nodded her head. August received her message. He took off the pair on her feet and switched them out with another. After a few more pairs, the shoe shopping finally came to an end. August, I'm hungry. Jun Xie lazily leaned into the recliner, watching August zip across the clothing store to buy her gowns. She didn't eat much in the morning. So hungry. August's movements came to an immediate halt. He stiffly turned around, his face covered with regret. I'm sorry. I forgot. He thrusted the clothes in his hands off to a nearby robot worker. He pulled Jun Xie up from her seat and headed for the exit. John, the nearest restaurant. Mere, hold on for just a bit longer. Well, go eat right now. It's my fault, I was careless. I won't do it again. Don't be angry. As they walked, August continuously apologized. His usually ice-cold face was covered in regret as he coaxed Jun Xie. What do you want to eat? How could he make such a mistake again? No, he needed to correct this. Jun Xie lightly shook her head. She leaned forward and gave August a kiss on the cheek. No, I forgot too. I want to eat fish. A lot of fish. The delicious ones. And then fish dishes without fish bones. Her delicate request highlighted her unabashed manner to the Major General. Chapter 249 There's a Mermaid at Home 10.10. Chapter 249 There's a Mermaid at Home 10.10. August nodded repeatedly. Even if she had wanted a planet from the Milky Way, he would find a way to give it to her without the slightest hesitation. Anson, Angela, and Leaker once again felt a mix of shock, awkwardness, and confusion. As they sat down at the dining table, they still had hope that they weren't going to be blinded. However, August very earnestly pulled out all the bones from the fish and placed the cleaned white fish meat into a plate. When the plate was all filled, he pushed the plate towards Jun Xie. Afterwards, he picked up another plate and continued his new hobby. This was a suffocating and stomach-ache-inducing dinner for Angela and Leaker. Anson was slightly better. He just felt that his view of August was completely overturned. But if he had found such an elegant and graceful mermaid, he would also be willing to love her dearly. When Jun Xie was done eating, it was already an hour later. August, you haven't eaten yet. Don't leave. Seeing how her husband was about to reach for her hand and get up, Jun Xie angrily ordered him to sit. Her peach blossom eyes pierced into August. There was a silent threat in her eyes that if he didn't do as told, she would ignore him. August blinked before breaking into a wide smile. All right. I'll eat. Mere wait for me for a second. He made a grab for the already cold dishes on the table. Jun Xie quickly pulled his hand back. Soon, John came in with 2 waiters carrying fresh and hot food. Eat this, dummy. Don't you know cold food is bad for the body? She complained while dumping food into August's bowl. August's hand tightened around his chopsticks. An uncapturable emotion flashed in his eyes before he lowered his head to eat. Everything on the table was his favorite dishes. Even if Mir hadn't chosen out all of the dishes herself, he would still think this was the most delicious meal he ever ate in his lifetime. Anson felt a complex emotion. He knew that his 2 sisters didn't stand a chance. The 2 of them interacted with such intimacy that there was no room for anyone else to enter their world. Even though his sisters were purebred mermaids, they no longer had a chance. That's right, I almost forgot. I haven't answered the question the 2 pretty mermaid older sisters asked. Yes, I'm not from here. My home is far away. This is my first time coming to the Empire. But I've known August since we were small. We just never really had a chance to meet up. In the future, I will probably stay in the Empire and go to the Mermaid Academy. I hope that Princess Angela and Miss Leaker will take good care of me there. Jun Xie put down her handkerchief. She placed her attention to the 2 people staring blanking at their food in the corner. To find the true cause of the deep-sea merpeople's pain, she needed to enter the academy. Based on her information, the academy was a place for mermaids to gain education, but it was also the place of the Research Institute on Mermaids. The deep-sea mermaids from years before had been brought into the academy under the guise of education. In truth, they were sent into a laboratory. Although that place might not conduct the same experiments now, that didn't mean that everyone involved in those previous experiments were now gone. The academy definitely had a list of lab members from those years. What did you say? Leaker couldn't hold back. The fork in her hand streaked soundly across the plate. Angela was also shocked. She was entering the academy, then she was going to steal all the attention away. Angela and Leaker met eyes. They needed to ally together for a minute. First, they should get rid of this fox before fighting amongst themselves. Jun Xie only stayed silent. Her goodwill seemed to have been completely shut down. It's not necessarily a good thing for her husband to be so outstanding. There were rivals everywhere, but even if there were love rivals, there was no way she was going to let go. The meeting overall was calm. At least there wasn't any hair-pulling or shouting. Anson Iyer followed August and Jun Xie back to August's house. They were discussing how to stop the black market's sale. Jun Xie already decided that she was going along. She needed to see Betty herself so that she would be reassured. As for whether Betty wanted to return to the sea or stay on land afterwards, Jun Xie didn't care. August, are you sure you want to bring Ms. Fettes along? Anson Iyer mentioned carefully. He had seen the face behind the veil during dinner. She really was as bright as the summer sun, as dazzling as September's roses. But she was still a mermaid. They were about to go fight. Was it really fitting to bring along a weak mermaid? August patted Jun Xie's hair. She knows her own boundaries. Although he would like to keep her hidden away so that no one could covet her, he still had a bit of reason left. It was reasonable for Mir to see a bit of darkness, so that she could better understand life on land. That way, she might obediently stay in his protective embrace without a thought of leaving him. Anson wanted to say more, but seeing how August was not willing to speak more, he smartly kept quiet. When they arrived at a dark destination, August pulled out a blue feathered mask for Jun Xie to wear. After helping her put it on, August also placed on a black hawk mask for himself. He led Jun Xie out of the car. Behind them, Anson and John followed along. A group of military men stood in place, waiting for their order. Inside, another group was already waiting. It was going to be hard to escape from here tonight. After walking and turning for 10 minutes in the dark, there was finally some light. Jun Xie was actually acclimated to the darkness. After all, in the deep sea, the majority of the area was all nestled darkness. A few hundred years was far more than enough time to get used to unimpeded darkness. Mir, don't speak up. That mermaid will be fine. As soon as they find her, August was planning on throwing her off to Anson. Why else would he have asked him to come along today? Anything that could potentially steal his mermaid's attention away was not allowed. If he wasn't allowed to get rid of it, then he was going to stay far away from it. He definitely wouldn't let that deep-sea mermaid cling onto Mir. Jun Xie nodded and followed August into the main room. A waiter in a tuxedo and wearing a ghost mask immediately stepped forward to obstruct them. August pulled out a large red invitation card. Jun Xie thought that the design of the card was laughable. The waiter received the invitation and carefully examined it. Finally, he nodded. "Guests, this way, please." More waiters stepped forward to guide them in. The inside was a bit different than what Jun Xie had imagined. She had imagined a noisy and messy environment, but found an extremely peaceful surroundings. Chapter 250. Ch 250 There's a Mermaid at Home 10.11. Everyone walked around with masks on. There were some that even wore black coats to cover their silhouettes, creating a full-fledged camouflage. The space itself was not too large. Only a few hundred people would be able to fit. On all four sides there were hidden doors, each door numbered. One could imagine only distinguished guests could occupy those spaces. The waiter brought their group to the room labeled 3. Inside, fruits were already displayed. The pillows on the chairs were freshly plumped to provide the best viewing experience. August sat Jun Xie in the middle, facing the screen in the room. Anson and John naturally walked around the perimeters of the room. After making sure there were no cameras, they took their seats. To Jun Xie's left was a remote that had options, such as ordering food. Clicking on the menu button, however, revealed an itemized list of tonight's auctionings. Jun Xie found the deep-sea mermaid in there as expected. There were actually 2 deep-sea mermaids tonight, both placed towards the end of the auction. Jun Xie lightly raised an eyebrow. In the original plot, there was no mention of 2 deep-sea mermaids. Was it because of her butterfly effect again? Major General, everything has been arranged accordingly. John checked the communications line and reported. August peered up at the screen without a word. John then turned his attention back to his messaging board. Jun Xie curled up in August's arms and closed his eyes. While appearing to rest, she investigated the current situation in this auction house. Would such a long-lasting mysterious auction place really be so easily killed off? In the original book, it only said that the general arrived just in time to carry the female lead away. The general didn't make any other movements about the auction's livelihood. She rubbed her index finger and thumb together. She diligently stretched her soul energy and scanned through the crowds. There was mental strength in this world. Some had strong mental strength, like her husband. August was level 3s in both mental strength and physical strength. His mech was also the only 3s level mech in the Empire. When Jun Xie's soul energy reached underground, her entire body stiffened. After calming down, she amalgamated her energy to thoroughly search underground. When she was sure of what she was seeing, her eyes widened with surprise. How could there be such large bugs? That was so disgusting. They had gray bodies, reaching a height of over 10 meters, with 16 arms waving irregularly. She alarmingly contacted Bao Bao. Why was this world consciousness so weird? After searching again with her soul energy, she couldn't help but gasp. It was actually eating people. Its large gaping mouth was overflowing with blood as it slowly crunched down. Dark red blood splattered on body parts. Jun Xie couldn't hold back the urge to gag. What the hell was that? August already noticed her strange actions, but seeing her seemingly engulfed in her thoughts, he didn't disturb her. But what was happening now? Mir, what's wrong? What do you see? August patted Jun Xie's back. When her gagging stopped, August passed her a cup of water. Jun Xie gulped it down, trying to settle to nerves in her stomach. Anson and John also stood worriedly on one side. Are you all right? Her complexion had suddenly gone ghastly pale. Jun Xie shook her head and tightly shut her eyes, trying to erase the image in her mind. I'm fine. Don't worry. I just saw something unsettling. She blinked for a second. August, have you ever seen really large, many-eating bugs? Bao Bao had suddenly disappeared without a trace at a critical moment. She had to figure out what they were herself. The bug race. John's face darkened with disbelief. August also frowned. Mir, did you see a large bug eating someone? His mermaid had seen such a disgusting image. No wonder she wanted to throw up. How dare they make Mir feel bad? Jun Xie nodded her head. She really was dumb. Why didn't she just use her soul energy to strangle that disgusting thing? No way. Normer City wouldn't have those things. John was still in disbelief. He didn't want to believe this. Anson was also in disbelief. If there were really such bugs here, then something had definitely gone wrong with the Empire's defense. And since no one had reported such a grave problem, that could only mean that there was a traitor. They could be in the royal family or they could be in the military. Jun Xie pointed to the floor. I saw it. It's right below us. The first time I saw it, it was just moving its many legs around. Then, suddenly, it was eating someone. She turned and threw herself into August's arms. That bug was so large, so disgusting. It made her want to throw up. She thought that the zombie apocalypse was disgusting enough. After experiencing that, Jun Xie thought that her tolerance level had increased. But, she was still that easily affected. Wait. You saw it. Is your mental ability higher than 2's? Anson Iyer's focus was different than the others. He spoke up in surprise. He thought that today was a very educational day for him. First, the iron tree August finally blossomed in love. Then, there a purebred beautiful mermaid appeared. Finally, this purebred mermaid had high mental abilities. How OP could this girl be? If even a mermaid possessed 2's abilities, what were the men supposed to do? August gave a judging glance at Anson. You are too weak. The always gentle Anson finally couldn't hold it in anymore. He was a twos warrior too. Okay, his physical strength too. How was he weak? Where was he weak? Don't hold him back. He must hit someone. The auction is about to start. Jun Xie watched the screen. She wanted to know if that bug really had something to do with this auction. John notified Jeremy to bring his group of military men and a match group over. Anson Iyer, right as August called for him. Anson Iyer immediately answered. I know. Anson took a seat next to Jun Xie and turned to August. Don't worry, I'll protect your treasure. Jun Xie judgingly swiped a glance at Anson Iyer. Are you sure you can protect me? I'm just hoping when the time comes that I don't have to protect you. Chapter 251. Ch 251. There's a mermaid at home. 10.12. Anson Iyer could see the doubt in Jun Xie's eyes. He angrily retorted, don't underestimate me. Besides, August, I am the strongest in the entire empire. If anything happens later, just stay behind me. I can make sure you won't even lose a hair. He was actually underestimated by a mermaid. How unjust. John silently turned his head away. This was the first time that he'd seen the prince forget to maintain his gentle image. He had never seen such a lively side of the usually warm and polite prince. Jun Xie reluctantly agreed, but she really wasn't counting on Anson to protect her. When anything happened, he probably wouldn't even have that spare time. It was better for her to just stay alert. In the meantime, Jun Xie picked up Bao Bao, who was invisible to the rest of the world. Jun Xie laughed menacingly. Bao Bao, explain to me. What exactly is happening in this world? With his tail spiked up, Bao Bao peered up with pitiful eyes. Madam Host, this really has nothing to do with me. World consciousness did this. I wasn't here earlier because I was investigating this situation. Bao Bao felt wrongfully accused. After getting more power as a main system, he didn't know that many things would change. For example, in this world, the Bug Clan wasn't supposed to appear until 100 years later. Meanwhile, although he was supposed to have shot up the military ranks, August was still just a major general. The Bug Clan appearing in the Normer Empire was also due to the world consciousness. Bao Bao sent the related information to Jun Xie and patiently waited for her to digest it. Madam Host, my energy is almost all out. I need to sleep for a while. If you need me, just call for me. Bao Bao yawned and returned to the space void for a long slumber. Jun Xie tapped her fingers on her lap. It seemed like the empire would be overturned sooner or later. But for her, she was a human first and then a mermaid. In terms of her priorities, it was always her husband in first place, and then the missions. Coincidentally, these Bug Clans were obstructing her. So she needed to get rid of these things first. The next item up for auction is a rare purebred mermaid. Distinguished guests, don't worry. Her identity is clean. No family or backing. You can do as you please. The starting price will be set at 10 million. Every edition needs to be at least 1 million higher. The announcer in a clear white mask declared in a proud voice to the audience. As he spoke, a pedestal rose from the ground holding a large cage. The cage was hidden behind dark cloth. After speaking, the announcer pulled the cloth off. The purebred mermaid then appeared to the audience. She had red hair and a red tail. Perhaps due to ill treatment, her hair was currently a mess. Her complexion was sickly pale. Due to dehydration, her scales were missing their shine. But even in her current state, the female lead's beauty was still obvious. She easily matched the beauty of the acclaimed #1 beauty leader. The crowd began to murmur with excitement. rose-colored tail that has never been seen before. Moreover, that beautiful face made her precious to every man. Am I dreaming? Anson thought that the surprises today were coming one after another. He was sure that there had never been a red-tailed mermaid in this empire before. What did it mean for her to suddenly appear right now? Taking a look at the woman in August's arms, he wondered what it meant that they appeared suddenly on the same day. Zun Mai pouted. Prince, you can slap yourself, or I can humbly do the honors. If it hurts, then you're not dreaming. Anticipation sparked in her peach blossom eyes as her hands twitched in preparation. August grabbed Zun's little hands and wrapped them securely between his large hands. He glanced at Anson. He was always trying to grab his mirror's attention. No, he needed to throw that deep-sea mermaid to Anson as a distraction. Anson Iyer, that other mermaid is Zun's friend. That's right. I came to the Empire this time because Betty disappeared. I came to find her. My family clan is a bit secretive. If not because of such a big issue, we usually don't even come out. But I'm pretty sure the royal records should have all of this written down. If you are curious, Prince can check the history. Zun Mai finished for August. Is that right? Anson still felt like something was weird. But seeing the two's sincere expressions, he believed them. Let's act now. August watched as the auction reached its climax. Some of the people in the other private rooms all stepped into the main hall out of curiosity. This was the best opportunity. John quickly contacted his men using his screens. It was time for the men waiting in the shadows to emerge. In the large hall, amongst the group of people crazily bidding, some suddenly felt an urgent vibration from their wrist screens. They immediately threw down their auction numbers and pulled out their laser guns to fight. The small guns were compact and stealthy, a new invention coming from the military. On the way in, of course, there was a security check. If anyone brought in a dangerous weapon, the warning alarm would sound. However, no matter how advanced the detectors were, they couldn't beat August's army. He had many kinds of talents on his team, including those who could short-circuit the machine for a tenth of a second. Therefore, when tens of military men pointing laser guns appeared in the hall, the rest of the auction house was still confused. What was this? Grab all of them. No one at this auction house is getting away. John walked out of the private room and ordered. His words immediately made the rest of the people understand the situation. This development was too fast. The next second, screams and curses ripped through the room. Most of the people here didn't arrive alone. They had their bodyguards surround them, hoping to escape amidst the chaos. Chapter 252. There's a Mermaid at Home 10.13 Ch 252. There's a Mermaid at Home 10.13 The chaos at the scene benefited some. August led Zun Mai towards the cage at the center of the stage. With a flick of his hand, his mental strength cut off the chains. The door of the cage swayed open. Betty immediately transformed her tail into legs and ran out. Your Highness. Before Betty could throw herself at Zun Mai, she was held back. It was the man that had just saved her. So handsome. August frowned. This deep-sea mermaid's love-struck expression was really ugly. It was an eyesore. Mir, let's go. We've already found her. August led her through the chaotic crowd. As for that other mermaid, she has feet too. She can find her own way out. Betty pouted. What was up with that man and Her Highness? Anson stood to the side deep in thought. Although all natural mermaids were treated with respect in the Empire, but there was never a tradition of a mermaid calling another mermaid Your Highness, especially since Thetis had said she came out to find her friend. Then, this mermaid shouldn't be referring to Thetis as Her Highness then. Unless Thetis' identity was so honorable that even pure mermaids had to show respect. But how likely was that perhaps he really did need to go back and investigate the royal family annals? I heard Thetis calling you Betty. Then Betty, you can leave with me first. It's messy here. Anson Iyer warmly smiled. He protected her behind him and followed in Zun Mai and August's direction. Zun Mai and August hadn't gone far from the auction house. They had both felt the slight vibrations from the ground. Zun Mai guessed that it had something to do with that large bug. The reality was, because of the battle between auction-goers and military men, the smell of blood had splattered. With only one floor separating them, the bug had probably smelled it too. When Betty saw Zun Mai waiting for her outside, her good mood returned. She stepped forward and lightly called, Your Highness. She had complicated feelings about this Queen of the Sea. As a 21st century person believing in equality, she was shocked to wake up in this world with social hierarchies and where power defined social class. In the beginning she was panicked. After she realized her new identity, she was then thankful. At least her identity as a deep-sea mermaid was noble and received everyone's love. As a normal person, Betty definitely felt a bit of vanity after going from ugly duckling to white swan. But reality was also cruel. When this sea queen told her of the history between deep-water mermaids and humans, she didn't know what to think. She obediently learned how to control her powers from the sea queen. She also understood that this was no longer the world she was familiar with. Here, you could lose your life at any moment if not alert, even if you were a deep-sea mermaid. But the extended time living the underwater life bored her. She wanted to walk on land again. So she ran away. But as soon as she got to land, she was taken here. At first she panicked. When she discovered that her powers hadn't been obstructed and that those people only thought of her as a natural mermaid, and not a deep-sea mermaid, she relaxed. She thought that she could just use this as an opportunity to get familiar with life on land. After whoever buys her, she'll just run away. And then she'll find someone to back her up. Isn't that what happens in the movies? As long as she had a backer, there was nothing to be afraid of. But before she could find a backer, the Queen of the Sea found her. Betty didn't want to go back into the sea. Not only was it lonely there, but she was always envious there. She had thought that she was definitely the most beautiful. Yet she saw a female that even shocked her with her beauty. Zun Mai Thetis was the noble queen of the sea. She controlled all of the sea. Even though Betty was a precious and rare deep-sea mermaid, she wasn't the only. She was just the number 2. Betty really couldn't stand it there in the sea. Are you done playing around? Zun Mai lightly smiled. Her expression was soft. She patted Betty's head. It's time to decide whether to stay or to leave. Betty, you must know that this isn't a place we should be living. At least not now. Do you understand what I'm saying? Zun Mai still hoped that Betty could live well. After all, she had known her for over 100 years. That's why she had never restricted her. In the sea, besides Zun Mai, Betty was the one that was always treated with immense respect. But Betty still seemed restless, always looking for adventures. Zun Mai knew this but couldn't help her. Betty raised her head immediately. Excitedly she asked, "Can I not go back? Can I stay here?" She wanted to stay, so that she can finally be in the spotlight. Zun my sighed. Of course. There was no way around this. You can, but during this time, you can stay by my side. When you are done with Normer Empire, then you will leave. This will be her last time helping her. She'll have to decide for herself what future roads she wants to travel on. Betty wasn't completely happy with this, but she still agreed. August was even less happy about this. He immediately rejected. She can stay with Anson. There's no empty rooms at home for her to stay in. His meaning was obvious. He won't allow anything that would take up his mermaid's time and attention to appear. As a background character that was suddenly called on, Anson instinctively nodded his head in agreement. Only after nodding did he think something was wrong. August, what kind of joke? Your house has no more rooms. Who would believe it? Even if he didn't want to, he could just send her to the Mermaid Protection Bureau or find a better excuse. The rooms are going to be used to construct pools and resting areas for Mir. Also to store the things she likes. There's no more rooms. August very seriously. He had already planned everything out. The backyard had already been dug up to start constructing the pool. He was going to bring in seawater for her. Besides the master bedroom, he planned on remodeling all the rooms in the home. Anson, once again being fed dog food, now refused to speak with August anymore. Today was really his unlucky day. Anson kept reminding himself to stay calm, stay calm. If meteor agents were here today, the headlines for tomorrow would be, "What has caused the warm and elegant Big Prince to break?" The Big Prince and Major General Ludovic have broken their friendship because of a mysterious mermaid. The other witness, Betty, tightly tightened her hands into fists by her side. It was always like this. As long as Zun Mai was there, no one would notice her. She could understand it. After all, Zun Mai was beautiful, noble, graceful, and powerful. But Betty still couldn't resist. Her eyes flashed with pain and unease. Chapter 253 There's a Mermaid at Home 10.14 Ch 253 There's a Mermaid at Home 10.14 Your Highness, please bring Betty away from here. No matter what happens, don't come back here. During this time, you'll have to bother the prince to help take care of Betty. When I am done with my business, you'll come pick her up. Zun Mai felt the vibrations grow larger and larger. Her eyes narrowed. She hated these kinds of disgusting things, especially when they are in bug form. Before Anson could even respond, August gave him a look and pulled Zun Mai away. He knew with August's abilities, Anson had no reason to be worried. Moreover, there was the mysterious mermaid. Anson and Betty entered a suspended floating car. Anson only then had the time to speak with the mermaid. "Hello, I am Anson Iyer." He spoke warmly to the mermaid the Zun Mai was so worried about. Betty looked up. She reached out her hand and shook with his. She opened her mouth before closing it again. "If you want to ask something, then you can. I'll tell you what I know." Anson spoke up. This mermaid was very pretty, but she didn't have the arrogance of most natural pure mermaids. "Earlier, Her Highness called you Prince. Are you Normer Empire's eldest prince? Then could he be her backer? That way she wouldn't need to return back into the sea." Anson nodded. This wasn't a secret. Moreover, there were pictures and news about him everywhere in the Empire. "Then you have to protect me. I want to follow you. Can I stay with you? Can you help me tell Her Highness that you can protect me? Tell her not to take me back. I don't want to go back." Betty really didn't want to go back. She didn't actually care who the person was, she just wanted to express her wishes. Betty might not have thought that she said much. But to Anson, this was a lot of information. Thetti's identity was mysterious. He didn't know how many secrets her identity covered. And this Betty, from one look, it was obvious that she had a pampered upbringing, yet she seemed to be a bit scared and upset with Thetti's. Well, Betty, I haven't known Thetti's for that long. If I speak up, she might not be affected. After wrestling in his head, Anson decided to investigate. Why do you not want to go back? Natural mermaids are the treasures of the entire family. Your family will treasure you in the palms of their hands when you go back. What's wrong with that? Anson was speaking the truth. No matter in the royal family or with citizens, natural mermaids were all honored. Betty was a unique red-tailed natural mermaid, so she would be even more treasured. If I go back, no one will take care of me. All they see is Zun Mai. I'm always just a shadow in her presence. But I'm also a deep sea. Betty quickly stopped herself and shut her mouth. She coughed quickly before slowly continuing. Sorry, I was a bit emotional. Anson warmly shook his head. No worries. But I just don't understand. You are both natural mermaids. Why would there be such a large difference in treatment? Looking down, he thought to himself, deep sea. Deep sea. What? He reminded himself again to go look through the royal family annals. Miraculously, Anson still hadn't reached the deep sea mermaid conclusion. He only thought they might be coming from an ancient aristocratic clan. Zun Mai is more outstanding than I am. So they naturally can only see her. Anson, you know I am a red-tailed mermaid. If I stay here and become one of you, I definitely can become a glory to the Empire. Can you help me? Betty pulled on Anson's hand pleadingly. She definitely needed to stay. She didn't want to do what Zun Mai suggested and leave when Zun Mai was less busy. Betty, then can you tell me why you call Zun Mai Her Highness in the Empire? Only natural mermaids need to be treated with such respect. But natural mermaids don't need to call other natural mermaids this. Anson didn't promise Betty anything right away. Instead, he asked a question that had him curious. Betty's eyes darted away and flashed with a bit of resentment. See, even the title allows people to see the status difference. In the sea, if Betty referred to Zun Mai by her name, that turtle and all the sea generals will reprimand her. They all say that the Queen of the Sea couldn't be said. Everyone needed to refer to her as Her Highness. Even if Zun Mai said that she could call her whatever she wanted in private, Betty still had to abide by traditions in public. This is just one of the rules from where I'm from. The most outstanding person was to be respected. Suppressing the surge of unwilling, Betty tried to make her voice light. She shouldn't be like this. That was Zun Mai, the person that had always been by her side. Anson pensively nodded. You seem tired too. Rest first. When we get there, I'll wake you up. Don't worry. If you really want to stay in the Empire, I'll definitely help you speak to Thetis. I believe she wants you to be happy. She wouldn't try to make things hard for you. After Betty fell asleep, Anson's smile disappeared. His previously warm eyes also became cold. What was Zun Mai Thetis' true identity? What secrets did the surname Thetis hold? Glancing at the person laying down on the sofa, his lips curled into a sinister smile. He twirled the mask around in his hand. The peaceful empire was finally going to be lively. He was truly anticipating this day. Zun Mai and Ordist had no way of knowing the situation in the suspended vehicle. They were preoccupied with the thing in front of them. The Bug clan was like giant spiders. They had too many legs. They had green blood. When they opened their mouths, you could see large yellow teeth and droplets of drool. Jun Xie could smell that disgusting smell from a mile away. So ugly. She gagged again, stepping back. When the bugs appeared in the auction house, the people at the auction completely quieted down. Compared to human vs human, they hated bugs more. In a moment, those fighting all turned their anger towards the bugs. John had already captured the auction house workers and brought them away. Currently it was Jeremy's mech group fighting these bugs. After bombarding the bugs with fire, the bugs had only lost a few legs. Meanwhile, the mechs were almost out of energy. Chapter 254 There's a Mermaid at Home 10.15 Ch 254 There's a Mermaid at Home 10.15 If this was on the battlefield, it was obviously which side was going to die. Everyone, retreat. August handed Jun Xie over to John. He pulled up the screen on his wristwatch and chose his mecha. A 2-meter pitch-black mecha immediately appeared out of nowhere. An aura of oppressing pressure and killing intent filled the air. In the front of the mecha was a large emblem of a large eagle with its wings spread wide, as if prepared to soar at any moment. August climbed onto the mecha without hesitation, and connected his consciousness with the machine. The mecha then suddenly aimed at the bugs. Before Jun Xie could see how it happened, a rumbling sound echoed before the large bugs fell crashing to the ground. A layer of dust thundered up them, hurling into the throats of those nearby. Coughs sounded throughout the room. Jun Xie dropped her jaw in shock. Her husband was so OP, although it wasn't a kill-all move, but he was still easily killing each bug in one move that made the prior mech group fight seem like they were fighting with flowers as weapons. Jun Xie didn't know how to react to this. John was already used to this sight. The Major General's mecha was the first three's mecha in the Empire, but the Major General himself was the first person to be level 3s in both physical and mental strength. With a wave of his hand, he had his men burn the bugs. They dosed the corpse with gasoline and set it in flames. These things were fierce. As soon as one died, a new one burst from its body. The only way to stop the process was to immediately burn them. But since this was the main way they evolved, it was why the Bug Clan hadn't been able to invade the Empire. After all, they were still relatively small in numbers. Let's go home. August jumped out of the mecha, returned the machine back into his space storage and reached for Jun Xie's hand. As for cleaning up the mess he left behind, that was John's task. Jun Xie warmly leaned towards August and obediently followed his steps. August smiled with satisfaction. His mermaid should of course rely on him. To be honest, Jun Xie completely understand her husband's personality. As long as she coaxed him a little, he would be the calmest, most even-tempered person there is. By the time the two returned home, it was already very late at night. August helped Jun Xie bathe and massage before both headed to sleep. 3 women can make up one entire play was not a false adage. Anson Iyer arranged for Betty to stay in Angela's quarter of the palace. He thought that since they were all pure mermaids, they should easily have commonalities and become friends. Moreover, he didn't have time to actually watch over a mermaid. He more important things to do. Angela slept early, so didn't even know that her palace quarters had gained an additional mermaid. She didn't know that this mermaid was even prettier and more rare than her. Therefore, when Leaker woke her up to discuss how to obstruct Thetis from entering the academy, they both saw the unfamiliar mermaid swimming freely in Angela's pool. Betty also didn't expect to see two beautiful mermaid strangers. But she was confident that, with the exception of Jun Xie, no one could compare to herself. Therefore, she happily took the initiative to greet them. However, the two of them didn't even respond to her. Instead, they just stared at her as if they had seen a ghost. Only when a maid stepped forward to explain the situation did they recover. Betty also finally understood the two's identities. One was a royal princess. The other was the king's sister's daughter. Perhaps it really was because like-minded people repel each other. At least the three of them didn't get along well. What house are you from? Are you another one of those trying to latch onto the royal family tusk? So shameless. Angela and Leaker stood side by side facing their new enemy. There were no outsiders here. Now they could finish her privately. Do you think that you can enter the royal family just because you have a red tail? Do you honestly think we're the garbage collection group? Angela continued. She hated nothing else in the world more than those that were prettier than her, especially those that had no status or background. Betty could see that these two were jealous of her and felt a sense of satisfaction. She didn't respond to their insults. In her heart, she thought, you think I don't have any status? My status can scare you to death. If not because she still had a bit of reason, Betty would definitely act with disregard to keeping the peace between deep-sea mermaids and humans. After Jun Xie returns to the sea, she'll tell Anson the truth about her deep-sea mermaid identity. Then, she'll be the only one in the Empire. She'll never have to live in Jun Xie's shadows again. As if she could already imagine her future, Betty couldn't resist smiling. But in Angela and Leaker's eyes, they saw her smile as ridiculing them for being less outstanding than her, and for them underestimating her. The two immediately flared with anger. They jumped into the pool and swam towards Betty. Before Betty could react, face slapping and hair pulling ensued. Hands even scratched off scales on Betty's red tail. Resounding screeches could be heard through the palace. Even Anson, researching in a hidden room, could hear them. He quickly placed down his book and walked out. His eyes were filled with annoyance. Betty never expected these two to be so malicious. Fish scales on deep-sea mermaids were not just fish scales, but a symbol of strength. Without thinking, she used a gust of wind to knock the two aside. She swam to a distance and checked on the injury on her tail. Seeing blood escape her tail, Betty erupted. She was about to use her wind powers against Angela and Leaker again when she found herself unable to move. The pain on her face was also growing. What had happened? You bitch. Aren't you strong now? You've got no energy, right? Humph. Leaker delightedly uttered. She threw the needle in her hands onto the ground. She carried these around always to prevent accidents and protect herself. Without even thinking, she had stabbed the drug into that mermaid's arm. Now how are you going to defend yourself? Angela, go grab her hands. Today, we are going to teach her a lesson. Angela smiled mischievously and slowly approached. If you didn't have this face, who knows if anyone will even look at you? Betty panicked for the first time. Her eyes were filled with fear. She can't have her face damaged. Jun Xie, your highness, save me. Jun Xie sat up in her bed. Something was wrong with Betty. Chapter 255. There's a mermaid at home. 10.16 Ch 255. There's a mermaid at home. 10.16 The master bedroom door opened. Ordist walked in. He looked up to find Jun Xie getting dressed in a rush. He walked over and helped her pull her hair out from under her top. What's wrong? Jun Xie didn't hide anything. Something happened with Betty. Worried. As the god of the sea, she could sense the emotions of her people. Betty must have been injured. She could feel her pain. August's eyes flashed. His hand gripped Jun Xie. That Betty again. Why was that deep-sea mermaid so troublesome? Oh, Jun Xie gestured to her hand. How did she forget that her husband needed to be handled with care? August, do you know I'm a deep-sea mermaid? I have my own responsibilities. But in my heart, nothing is more important than you. If I need to choose between you or Betty, I would choose you without any hesitation, even if Betty was facing death, Jun Xie said seriously. Her right hand caressed August's arm, helping him relax. She was a very selfish person. Even if she was actually someone that belonged to this current world, she would still choose her husband first. August calmed down, loosening his grip and softly stroking her hand. Mirror, I didn't mean to. It's my fault. He lowered his head. She was the apple of his eyes. No one was allowed to her, not even himself. Jun Xie held August's hand, stopping his self-blame session. August, if you feel upset when I'm hurt, you should also know that I feel upset when you are upset. But right now I need to go to the royal palace and take a look. Okay, speaking with a soft voice, her light smile easily placated August's tumultuous heart. Okay. He leaned down and helped Jun Xie into her shoes. He reached out for her hand and they headed out together. Ever since Jun Xie ran barefoot on the hardwood floor yesterday, a layer of woolen carpeting now lined the floor. Jun Xie knew this was done under her husband's command. He was always able to notice all the little details and take good care of her. While the two of them made their way to the royal palace, Betty was being rescued by Anson Eyre. When he had arrived at his sister's quarters, he had noticed all the servants standing outside. As soon as he entered the pool area, he noticed the thick smell of blood in the air. Hurrying over, he finally saw firsthand the situation in the pool. The two younger sisters that he had always considered well-mannered were currently holding down Betty. They were pulling her hair, slapping her face, and even digging out the scales in her tail. The blood was slowly dyeing the water red. With widened eyes he shouted, "What are you guys doing?" Betty was already unconscious. Her clothes were torn, her complexion was sickly pale, and her tail was now uncomfortable to look at. Angela and Leaker were busy teaching this girl a lesson. They froze when they heard the demanding voice behind them. Slowly turning their heads, they saw their brother-cousin standing glowering down at them. Immediately, they lowered their heads. Guards, go call over an expert from the Mermaid Research Institute. Anson Eyre calmed himself down and instructed the nearest guard. He walked into the pool and carried the unconscious Betty out. He didn't expect things to turn out like this. How was he going to explain this to Thetis and August? His mind immediately conjured the image of the incomparable young lady. She had such a noble and aloof aura, yet still held a warm glow around her. Just as you thought she was a warm figure, she would reveal a cuter, more playful version of herself. Every side of her was alluring. Every second with her made people want to know more about her. She was always emitting this fatal charm. Jun Xie and August arrived just before the mermaid expert from the institute did. Therefore, they were able to avoid Betty's identity being exposed. The two arrogantly strided into Angela's palace without being stopped. Jun Xie followed the smell of blood. When she arrived outside of Angela's quarters, her expression grew cold. Betty had lost a lot of blood. That was the reason why the thick smell of blood still coated the air even now. The first thing she saw in the quarters was Angela and Leaker sitting in their seats with unbridled anger. Jun Xie didn't have the time to put up with them. "Where's Betty?" The smell of blood became even thicker here, especially since the two had Betty's blood on their hands. She had a brief urge to kill these two. Jun Xie could already guess what had happened. But why didn't Betty defend herself based on Betty's personality? She would never allow this to happen to herself. Angela and Leaker were already in a bad mood. They had just been lectured by Anson Iyer, who even said that he would punish them. Now this hated mermaid popped back up. In the moment, they had already forgotten about their image. "Who the hell are you? Why are you questioning us? I'm the princess, get out." Leaker also wanted to speak up, but when she saw August, she didn't know what to say. Just now they had only noticed the mermaid, they had completely overlooked Major General Ludovic. She couldn't help but shudder. Control and power in Normer Empire didn't actually rest in the hands of the royal family. Instead, the royal family and the military shared the power and control equally. The royal family was more than aware of this. Right now, Major General Ludovic wasn't someone they could mess with. "Do you want to repeat your words again?" August released his hand from Jun Xie's waist and pulled out a white glove from his inner breast pocket, slowly putting it on. Seeing his movements, Angela and Leaker both sat up straight, their hearts pounding. Major General Ludovic had a commonly known habit. When he was preparing to fight, he would wear a pair of white gloves. He thought directly touching those people would pollute his hands. The two girls could guess what he was planning to do now. Nervously, they gulped. Jun Xie laughed coldly. Stepping forward, she slapped them both across the face, dragging them down from their seats. She didn't care about status. "Since your mouth is dirty, I'll help you clean it up. You two better pray that Betty is okay. Or else I'll make sure you learn what the price of provoking me is." She squatted and leaned down to be at eye level with them. Her voice was low and unhurried. "You won't be able to handle what I have in mind for you. But if you can't handle it, I'll make sure the entire royal family helps carry that burden." Chapter 256 There's a Mermaid at Home 10.17 Chapter 256 There's a Mermaid at Home 10.17 Hi, this is my first translation. Let me know if you see errors, or have improvements to suggest. I've tried to keep the same naming schemes phrases as the previous translator. Enjoy! Leaker and Angela had long been scared by Jun Xie, and they were also angry because they had never been treated like this since childhood. Jun Xie didn't have time to keep them company. She got up, pulling August inside. If it wasn't for her feeling that Betty's condition wasn't life-threatening, but rather that Betty was only temporarily in a coma, she wouldn't have wasted time with them. Anson Iyer was still anxiously waiting for the mermaid expert to arrive, and frowned fiercely when he heard the noise outside. Before he could go out to see what was going on, the door was pushed open from the outside. At once, Jun Xie saw Betty lying in bed, looking battered and exhausted. She would hardly have recognized her if it weren't for that rosy red hair. Her face was swollen like a steamed bun, and her fish tail was missing a lot of scales. Her whole body had a low-spirited air, and there was a slight hint killing intent. Deep-sea mermaids were not like pure mermaids and transformed mermaids. Although they were very powerful, they also had weaknesses. This weakness was still fatal. Once they had lost too many scales, it could lead to withering up and eventually death. Your Majesty, I remember having requested you to help take care of Betty. It's only been one evening, and Betty has become like this. I have a hard time understanding it. Can you explain it to me? Jun Xie stepped forward without even glancing at Anson and helped Betty to sit up. Reaching out and caressing her cheek, she used her mermaid's talent to flatten her swollen face. She knew Betty cared about her face. If this face were ruined, she would probably become more irascible. After repeating this several times, the face, which originally resembled a steam bun, had become a beautiful peach, rosy and white. One could not see the slightest bit of ugliness that had been there before. When she turned to the fish tail, Jun Xie's brows creased. She couldn't make Betty grow scales all at once. She could only continuously recuperate on her own to recover as quickly as possible. To help her stop the bleeding, Jun Xie laid the person back down on the bed. Under the present circumstances, it would best for Betty to return to the deep sea to recuperate, as the sea water would nourish her. However, she wasn't sure if Betty was willing to go back, which was another annoying thing. Anson felt very guilty. It was indeed his negligence that caused such a situation. But seeing Jun Xie merely touching Betty's face and the injury immediately disappearing, he could not keep the surprise from his face. His pupils gradually became a little golden, a little crazy, and a little excited. You're a deep-sea mermaid. He took 2 steps forward, wanting to grab Jun Xie's arm, but Jun Xie avoided it, and then he was tightly caught and restrained in place by August. Jun Xie sat on the edge of the bed, her legs crossed, looking at Anson. Oh, Your Majesty also knows about the deep-sea mermaids. However, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Whether I am or not isn't important. What's important is the prince not saying anything about this, right? You don't want this matter to become a big deal. If outsiders are made aware that the royal family unexpectedly actually treats precious natural mermaids this way, I'm afraid it would be disillusioning. Jun Xie's fingers played with a long ocean blue hair on her chest as anger flashed in her eyes. However, the prince's condition wasn't quite right. How to say it, he seemed to be somewhat overly heated. Tian not sure if he's feeling passionate about Jun Xie, or about the possibility that she's a deep-sea mermaid. Anson coughed twice, returning to his usual gentleness. I am very sorry, this is my fault. The responsibility lies with me. I will wait for Betty to wake up and ask her for her opinion. Whether it is punishing the culprit or whatever, I will cooperate with everything. Angela had really gone too far this time, and Leaker too. Giving them a lesson would also be good. So as to avoid similar things happening in the future, taking care of the matter himself is not bad. If something happened when he wasn't around, their ending would definitely be miserable. Anson was a competent older brother, but he had 2 ungrateful little sisters. Jun Xie looked at Anson with a smile that wasn't a smile. He was really able to quickly adapt to the circumstances. August, who had with great difficulty restrained his moodiness, once again erupted. Mir actually smiled at someone else. The hand that was pressing down on Anson's shoulder became heavier. Anson's face wrinkled in pain. It was no good to beg for mercy, so he tried to endure it silently. But it was really too painful. August, hey, I haven't done anything terrible. Give me a break. Being suppressed by a threes person, it was difficult to resist. The high-powered pressure controlled him firmly, and with the completely different life experiences of the 2 men, there was no competition. Jun Xie touched her nose. She seemed to have accidentally poked her husband's sensitive nerve again. Fortunately it wasn't her who was suffering this time, so it was okay. Turning around to see Betty's breath speed up, Betty was clearly about to wake up. Weak. August cast Anson aside and walked to Zunmai to stand beside her. As for that Anson who had just been recklessly injured by him, who cares? Using the act of rubbing his shoulders, Anson lowered his head, making it difficult to see the expression on his face. Because of Betty waking up, Zunmai also temporarily put Anson's situation aside, so naturally she didn't notice it. "Betty, how are you feeling?" Zunmai supported her up to lean against the headboard of the bed. Betty felt that she had had a long dream of herself returning to her world. There, she was still an ordinary girl who could not be found in a crowd. But she was very happy. Although she was jealous of those who were good-looking and popular, she never lost herself. But people will change after all, and she also changed. With her beautiful appearance and valuable identity, her heart immediately brightened. Why can't she become the most unrivaled existence? She is not a person of this dynasty and should not have to assimilate. So she began to make herself into her ideal, and finally had a chance to live her ideal life. But in just one night, she was instantly back where she started. The reality is so cruel. She originally thought she could give up, but she just couldn't be reconciled. With her own ability and status, she only couldn't compare to Zunmai. But why could those two low-quality imitations also ride roughshod over her? No, she wanted revenge. Revenge. She would sit in the most honorable position and trample on all those who had looked down on and bullied her. Let them see she is the biggest winner in life, the most dazzling existence. She opened her eyes, and that face that still made her jealous appeared. In those clear pupils she could see her own sorry figure. She somewhat hurriedly avoided those eyes, and slightly lowering her head, spoke very quietly. "I'm fine, thank you." She still couldn't be calm, but she was really grateful for Zunmai. Whether before or now, she had always been giving her endless hope. She believed that one day she would get away from this demon one, but for now, please let her be a little selfish. "Originally I wanted to take you away, but I think it's not necessary." She says she wants to leave Mzhng, which my dictionaries translate to the Buddhist demon of temptation, Mara, but I'm not sure if Betty is comparing Zunmai to a demon, or speaking about her situation more metaphorically. Chapter 257 There's a Mermaid at Home 10.18 Ch 257 There's a Mermaid at Home 10.18 Zunmai turned her head to August. "Take Anson out. I'm going to talk with Betty." "Don't worry, trust me." She pulled August's hand, lowering his head. "Betty's scales should be here. Help me find them. Others must not discover them." As she whispered close to August's ear, her warm breath surrounded his ear, and a numbing feeling rose from the soles of his feet up to a certain place. August took a deep breath and strongly suppressed the restlessness in his body. Even so, he was unable to resist leaning his head down to nip at Zunmai's lips. He then reluctantly parted from her to go work. Nevertheless, in his heart he was thinking, "Wait until we return tonight. I must double the interest." Still, he was aware of the severity of the matter. Deep-sea mermaid scales could not be allowed to fall into the hands of those harboring malicious intentions. Anson saw August moving towards him, and quickly raised his hand in surrender. No, I'll go by myself. By myself. He didn't give August a chance to refuse, immediately escaping as if something were chasing after him. As soon as he came out, he saw his two sisters with their messy hair and red finger marks on their faces, and he shook his head helplessly. When they were bullying others, Why did they never think that one day they may be the ones bullied by others? Good will be rewarded with good, and evil will be rewarded with evil. If the reward has not yet come, it is because the time has not yet arrived. He has always believed this phrase. Those people too, in the end they will die by their own hands. Tien way to throw your sisters under the bus after never disciplining them. A spark of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, and Leaker, who happened to see it, was immediately stupefied. When she closed her eyes and then opened them again, she saw her usual gentle cousin. Indeed, she was relieved that she had been mistaken just now. Nevertheless, while Leaker wasn't paying attention, Anson looked over at her sorrowfully. Tien seen change. Back in the hospital room. No one is here now. I have a few things to say to you. Jun Mai took out a nutrient solution and handed it to Betty. This could help her recover her strength first. As for the scales, there was nothing she could do about it. I know you don't like the deep sea, and you don't want to stay there. You have your own opinions. I understand. I won't interfere with what you want to do. But I hope you understand that I am not just a deep-sea mermaid, I am still the emperor of the sea, and you are one of my people. I wish for my people to live in peace and happiness, and not to be in any danger. You also know of the enmity between humans and the deep sea. Now, who knows if the Mermaid Research Institute has secretly moved against the mermaids of the deep sea. Out of the entire deep sea, there are only the two of us mermaids left. I really don't want to be notified one day to come collect your corpse. After a pause, she continued, maybe my tone is a little heavy. She had no idea what Betty was striving towards, or what the sense in this insistence was. Betty shook her head, clutching the potion in her hand, her fingers white. Your Highness, she was finally able to address her so willingly, I know you are good to me. Please forgive my selfishness. I don't want to go back to the deep sea. I don't love the deep sea. Yes, she really didn't love it. Even after staying there for over 100 years, she still didn't love it. I know saying this will definitely make you sad, but this is how I truly feel. I like liveliness, I like crowds, and I like it when everyone is looking at me. In the deep sea, everyone only has eyes for you. I cannot be reconciled with this kind of existence. Maybe you can't understand this ridiculous way of thinking, but it doesn't matter. I just wanted to tell you. Taking a deep breath, Betty felt that after speaking the words in her heart, her whole body felt lighter. It turned out that she could also talk to Jun Mai with such a peaceful mindset. She had really been mistaken before. Jun Mai also didn't expect Betty to be so calm with her, but she was still very happy about it. After all, she had been guiding and accompanying her for more than 100 years. Rubbing Betty's hair, she smiled slightly. I am very happy you are willing to tell me this. This means that you have finally let go of your inner unease and turmoil, and you are ready to move forward. Yes, after experiencing this incident, I've found that it's not because other people are more outstanding than me that they are welcomed by others. It's just that they have more status and power than I do. Why can't I also become more powerful, get more status, and knock these people down? I know my thoughts are a little bit extreme, but I just want to live for myself for once. I don't want to turn back without waiting for the results. Betty lifted her head to look straight into Jun Mai's eyes, letting her see the resolution and determination in her own eyes. Everyone has their own goal they're striving for. It's just that she only just now has understood her own goal. Jun Mai opened her mouth, but did not know what to say. It seemed that other than a compromise, there was nothing else to be said. Well, okay, Now that you have decided, then pay attention to your own safety. Don't let others scheme against you, and don't trust others easily. It will take a long time for your lost scales to grow back. I'd still like for you to return to the deep sea. Let the sea water nourish your scales, help them to grow back quickly, and restore you to full strength. In this way, I can rest assured that you can casually do as you please. At least apart from Tu's spirit powers that can hurt you, you would be able to defend yourself against others. Betty thought for a moment and nodded. She really needed to recover first. I will arrange for you to go back and wait for you to recover before returning, and then I will enroll in the Mermaid Academy. If you are interested and don't feel pressured and uncomfortable with me, I will let August also help you go through the enrollment procedures together with me. Jun Xie gave Betty 2 more nutrient solutions. In the deep sea, she could also drink more to strengthen her constitution. I will work hard and strive to surpass you one day. Good. The 2 looked at each other and smiled. The barrier between the 2 from before had vanished like smoke into the air. When she stepped out the door and saw August posted at the door like a door god, she raised her eyebrows and put on a tyrannical show. When did our Major General Ludovic become a little bard for the door? Isn't this truly strange? August didn't mind at all and took her into his embrace. From the moment I knew you, I had already become your home-use door guard. Will the next sentence be to say that I'm your home-raised mermaid? As she spoke, she began to laugh at herself. Because now it seemed to really be as she had said. All of the food, clothing, housing, transportation, and entertainment were all taken care of by August. That's right, you are the mermaid raised by my family, therefore you are mine and you can't escape. Don't even think of escaping. August nodded earnestly. He was going to support her for a lifetime. Jun Xie lifted her chin slightly and looked at him proudly. You want to support me for a lifetime? Let's see if you have the ability. This is the phrase. I tried to make the meaning clearer in English, though it does lose its pithiness and rhymes. Chapter 258 There's a Mermaid at Home 10.19 Ch 258 There's a Mermaid at Home 10.19 She is the goddess of the sea, and the monarch of the mermaid clan. She's worth a lot. I am afraid that the entire empire could not afford her. August loved this little appearance of Jun Xie. He lowered his head and nipped her cheek, leaving small teeth marks. Satisfied, he extended his tongue and licked, covering half her face in saliva. Sexy. Jun Xie pushed his head away and glared at him angrily. Didn't he look at where this was really? Couldn't he see that Anson had already turned his face away and couldn't bear to look directly at them? August, however, was unconcerned with her rejection, and once again turned back. He was determined to mark Jun Xie's whole face with his own saliva to his satisfaction. Jun Xie didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The current August resembled a wild beast circling his own territory, wanting to leave behind his own scent and seizing her firmly. Do what you want, AI. Jun Xie was too lazy to push August away, and her whole person was nestled in his arms. August stopped his actions. It's done, and the water has been switched out. I believe he may be talking about the pool where Angela and Leader beat up Betty. Remember, he was tasked with finding the missing scales. Indeed, he had supervised it personally and let John do the work. Absolutely clean. Jun Xie popped her head out from August's embrace and found Anson. She smiled and opened her mouth to speak. Your Majesty, we'll have to trouble you to take care of your 2 sisters first. We can talk about the follow-up to this matter after Betty has recovered. They had John, who had been acting as an invisible man outside, carry Betty out, and the four got into the flying car, leaving behind only the back view of their natural and unrestrained figures. After those people left, Anson's complexion became very bad, especially after Jun Xie's last sentence. Angela and Leaker were afraid of receiving a severe punishment. Tien scene change. In the flying car. The atmosphere in the car was pretty good. Betty consciously didn't bother Jun Xie and August. She chatted with John. The two talking and laughing were very harmonious. The gloomy look in Jun Xie's eyes faded. No matter what happened later, they would just move forward like this. They brought Betty back to August's house and prepared to quietly send Betty back to the deep sea that night. Actually, Jun Xie also wanted to go back to take a look, but because August's vacation had ended, he couldn't leave Norman City. He had to be ready to go to the border at any time. Jun Xie obediently dispelled her thoughts and asked August to send her to the Mermaid Academy. For this reason, August had an attack of bad temper for a long time, and Jun Xie had no alternative but to go console him herself until at last he settled down. Holding the golden carved and engraved notification document, Jun Xie felt very moved, because this thing was exactly the same as a modern-day invitation letter. I don't know what kind of invitations Jun Xie is used to getting. It's just that the place where the word invitation should have been, it had turned into a notification letter. August reluctantly delivered her to the school. Looking out at the towering and fantasy-like school gates, Jun Xie was a bit surprised. She thought there would only be mermaids at the Mermaid Academy. She didn't expect there also to be men. She found that the people going in and out of the gates all came to a stop due to the arrival of their flying car. Jun Xie's expression. How did he forget this had happened once before when he had appeared at the shopping mall? Her husband is too famous, and so she was also drawing attention. Was this good or bad? Some of these students had seen with their own eyes in the past 2 days how Major General Ludovic treated the mermaid at his side. Seeing them again at this moment, they cried out in surprise. At first glance, Jun Xie's magnificent temperament always attracted interest. But on closer inspection, one found that her outstanding looks were unparalleled. Her 5 features were like a golden eagle carved in jade, exquisite and picturesque, a beauty higher than common mortals. The appearance of the two people came together, water blue mixed with black, bright colors and bright complexions, the two seeming as though they were gods standing high in the clouds. They arrived descending step by step. This sentence was hard to decipher, but basically our leads are really ridiculously good-looking. August directly led Jun Xie to the academy president's office, and looked at the old man with a wretched face, utterly contemptuous. I'm handing Mir over to you. You're not allowed to let people hurt her. You're not allowed to arrange too many classes for her. And you're not allowed to make her too tired. Not allowed to make her work. Not allowed to arrange a deskmate for her. And definitely not allowed to let flies buzz around her. You understand? It takes a day for me to arrive to see Mir. What's to be done if she's bullied by someone in that time? Andrew Ludovic simply wanted to roll his eyes at this rotten boy who hadn't come to see this grandfather in decades. As soon as he arrives, he gives people stress. He wants to beat him. Glaring at this stinky boy who didn't know to respect the elderly, he found that kid never even spared him a glance. He followed August's gaze. This mermaid was very delicate and lovely. She matched his family's smelly kid. No, that's not right. This is definitely a case of a good cabbage being dug up by a pig. That this stinky guy, with his nature, was able to find a mermaid, it's truly a rarity. Cuff cuff. Zun Mai Thetti's right, I am Mermaid Academy's president, Andrew Ludovic. You can call me Dean Andrew or Grandpa Andrew. He really wanted this little girl to call him Grandpa, that way he could go show off to those old farts, and show them that he is also a happy grandpa who has his own granddaughter-in-law who could soon be carrying his great-grandson. Hello Dean Andrew, you and August are. The last names are the same. Surely they weren't relatives. Then she. In this mannerless rotten boy's grandpa. Little Zun Mai, be good, let me hear you call me grandpa. Grandpa will buy you many, many delicious little dried fish, yo. Was this child abduction with those proficient skills? It seemed like Dean Andrew had done this sort of thing many times. It shouldn't be done so easily. Zun Mai couldn't help but twitch her mouth. She thought she finally knew why August had repeatedly warned her on the way not to see the Academy president. As it turns out, it was because the president was old but disrespectful. Was it really okay for him to treat her like a child? Grandpa Mir doesn't need your little dried fish. August continued on with his demands while protecting Zun Mai behind him. Quickly arrange for her teacher. The best one. With a good temperament. Not one with a threatening nature. Andrew was so angry his beard curled up. This unfilial grandson, he gets a wife and forgets his grandfather. Okay, now get out of here. Don't know how many years it's been since you graduated. Have you no shame coming in here to mess around? August instantly turned his back on his grandpa, who then rushed to catch up with August. Looking after this rotten boy really made his heart tired. August ignored his grandfather's actions and pulled Zun Mai's hand, continuously issuing instructions. He had completely transformed into an old mother. If she felt unwell, she must immediately inform him. If she was tired, she must return home at once. He was completely exhorting her to be a bad student and skip class. Then she could accompany him every day. This quick-witted boy. 1. As he finished speaking, the president's expression slowly grew worse until finally he was about to explode. Grandpa Andrew, where should I go first? Zun Mai hurriedly spoke to divert the president's attention. She was really afraid that on her first day she'd have to leave due to a notice that the president had been angered until the point of hospitalization. Andrew's heart settled right away as he sized up Zun Mai. The more he looked, the more he felt satisfied. Little Zun Mai, come here. Grandpa will take you to Class S, where there are some very special students. 1. For those interested in Chinese internet slang, the phrase used was boy. A nice explanation can be found here. Chapter 259 There's a Mermaid at Home 10.20. Chapter 259 There's a Mermaid at Home 10.20. Just a heads up, the end of this chapter is in SFW. Some of them have spiritual strength. Some are physically strong. Some are very intelligent. All of them will be the Empire's talents in the future. Zun Mai was silent. Why did she have the sense that Grandpa Andrew was deliberately taking the opposite view of her family's husband? Actually, Andrew also had this layer of meaning to his words. If you, this stinky boy, tortures me like this, I'll go against your wishes. However, the most important thing was still that he wanted to let Zun Mai learn under the best of circumstances. The current policy in the Empire was already very open to mermaids. As long as you had the ability, you could do any job. Of course, it was different for those who had no other means. For example, they could join the army and be sent to the battlefield. Nevertheless, there were many opportunities in the army, such as becoming a clerk, drill instructor, or assistant, all as long as you had the ability. When they entered the classroom, a class was already underway. At the podium, a natural mermaid, who looked a little old, was lecturing. "Dean Andrew, is this a new student? Please come in." The teacher wasn't too fawning, nor did she seem to be sucking up to him. She just pointed out a seat for Jun Xie to go sit at. Andrew said a few words to the teacher and then left. He still had a lot of things to do. Jun Xie was surrounded by curious gazes, but class remained peaceful until the end. Afterwards, she stopped the teacher to ask about the school library. Classes were over for the day, so students could choose to either study by themselves or go home. Of course, she wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity to use the special access card that Grandpa Andrew gave her. With it, she was able to go up to the 17th floor of the library unhindered. There were a total of 18 floors. It wasn't that Jun Xie didn't think of going directly to the 18th floor to search for answers, but she didn't want to be too hasty. So she restrained herself. She slid her finger across the rows of books, and found that, unexpectedly, most of them contained information about deep-sea mermaids. She pulled out a book at random to take a look. This planet, in the beginning, before it even had a name, belonged to the sea people. The people in this sense is a race or nationality, not necessarily humanoids. After the human race arrived, the humans began to occupy the dry land by force. Afterwards, they advanced on the sea people. They did not expect to find the existence of the sea people. Their existence unexpectedly solved the humans' dire emergency, and gave them hope for continued survival. For more than 1,000 years, the two races coexisted in joyful harmony. That is, until more than 1,300 years later, when deep-sea mermaids began to frequently disappear, which caught the attention of the Emperor of the Sea. The first emperor personally went ashore to investigate, but was forced to flee back to the deep sea, leaving only a sentence that the deep-sea mermaids were forbidden to go ashore, and never again have contact with humans. After these words, the emperor left forever. There was no information on what happened afterwards, but from Jun Xie's memories, she knew that there had then been peace and stability for centuries. But then the cycle repeated, this going ashore, being respected and valued, then disappearing, and then the Emperor of the Sea going up to investigate, but then shortly thereafter dying. It was as if the deep sea was cursed, and each generation of emperor did not have a good end. The last Emperor of the Sea, who was expected to become the sea god, died the most strangely. As soon as the emperor climbed ashore, all the emperor's power dried up, and they withered and died. 3. Jun Xie had never believed these were coincidences. She always felt that the deep-sea mermaids and the Emperor of the Sea were possessed by bad luck. The method of dying was always the same, and the cause was also always the same. At this point, having doubts of it being a coincidence wouldn't do. Thinking of herself, the circumstances were almost entirely the same. Because of Betty, she had left the deep sea and come ashore to look for her. For the hell, this was just a cycle of death. If she couldn't find the point of this cycle, then even if she ended the human race, she felt that this phenomenon still might not necessarily be resolved. She lowered her hands and moved her neck. Everything felt stiff. She raised her head to look out the window, only to discover that the sun was already about to slip out of the sky. The time really flew by quickly. She lazily stretched her waist. Her husband should already be waiting for her, or had left first and would come again tomorrow. As she descended the stairs, Zun Mai rested her hand on top of the handrail, only at once to suddenly be scalded. She snatched her hand back, but saw nothing. When she looked over the place where she had just been burned, there was nothing different. Tentatively, she reached out a hand to try touching the rail again. Unexpectedly it was normal. Was it just her imagination strange? Full of doubts, Zun Mai went out, looking back one more time before entering the elevator. What Zun Mai didn't know was that after she turned her head, the place that had burned her emitted a red light before returning to its previous undisturbed state. At the door, a cold-faced man in military uniform was standing ramrod straight, waiting there and giving off an inexplicable feeling of security. Zun Mai smiled and walked over, pulling the man's hand over and rubbing it. "Have you been waiting here for a long time? Sorry, I was caught up in reading a book and lost track of time. It won't happen again." As soon as Zun Mai arrived, the dangerous air around August completely disappeared. "Let's go home. Go home to settle accounts." If he hadn't promised Grandpa not to go crazy at school, he would've already taken in a team of people to search for her. Zun Mai nodded, and the two got into the car and left. As soon as they entered the door, Zun Mai was pushed down onto the sofa by August, a beast-like light in his eyes. It was enough that until now he had been able to keep his rationality together and not fall apart. Zun Mai took the initiative to raise her head and kiss his sexy thin lips. She remembered once hearing that men with thin lips were fickle in love. However, it seemed her husband had never had thick lips in any lifetime. She chuckled slightly to herself. That's all just an excuse. If you really love a person, whether he has thin lips or thin affection, all will become passionate burning larvae, scorching the two people. August bit Zun Mai's tongue. If her mind could still be wandering at this time, she should be punished. He unceasingly sucked on the little tongue in her mouth. It was like the sweetest popsicle, and made him unable to stop. A restless hand began to explore under the hem of her skirt. The silky smooth feeling under his touch instantly conquered August's senses. Zun Mai's eyes widened and filled with waves of haziness. Due to the excitement and lack of oxygen, her face flushed with an attractive red tint. Comparing her to a sexy fox spirit would not be too much. August held down Zun Mai's hand, shifting the battlefield to her neck, leaving roseate marks all along her pretty, fair skin. August felt that the V-neck design was truly convenient. His lips and tongue moved down easily, pausing their travel on the most alluring red cherry. Due to his rolling and licking tongue, the original light color gradually deepened as it was moistened, and finally stood erect, trembling in the air. At this moment, however, the wicked August paid no mind, and shifted to the deserted cherry on the other side. He immediately began teasing around the outside, from time to time sliding the tip of his tongue across the peak, but never allowing the cherry to fully enter his mouth. He watched with satisfaction as the person underneath him turned pink from head to toe, and the redness in his eyes became heavier. Zun Mai was only aware that there was a fire in her body, and had no idea when that misbehaving big hand finally reached between her thighs. The constant rubbing and caressing caused her already sensitive body to tremble and shudder. Her chest was attacked with a constant, tingling desire, causing her again and again to try to gasp for air. "No, August," the shameful voice spilled out of her lips, and Zun Mai's face flushed even more red. Translator's notes. 1. In case you've forgotten, the humans were running out of ladies who could give birth. 2. Implication is the first emperor died. 3. I have not once been given a pronoun indicating which gender these emperors are, but I think we were told they were androgynous anyway. For this is the sarcastic laughter he he, not the fun laughter har har. 5. The first character for thin lips and the first character for fickle are the same. Chapter 260 There's a Mermaid at Home 10.21. Chapter 260 There's a Mermaid at Home 10.21. August raised his head and kissed her dainty lips, nourishing until they were plump and rosy, licking endlessly. We're going back so I can eat you. August got up and tidied up Jun Xie's clothes, picked her up in his arms, opened the door, and exited. If they hadn't arrived at home, he wouldn't have let go of this little seductress. 1. He hurried back to the room, locked the door, threw Jun Xie onto the big soft bed, and immediately pressed her down under him. He impatiently tore at Jun Xie's clothing, not caring whether they were ruined in the process. When the two faced each other frankly, even though it was not the first time, Jun Xie still felt a little shy. August didn't give her time to be shy. He lowered his body and directly entered that place of ecstasy. Jun Xie hugged August's shoulders and automatically wrapped her legs around his waist to make it easier for him to enter more deeply. This just made August's movements more frantic and more deeply possessive. The lamps in the bedroom remained lit all night long. The two people intertwined with each other on the bed and didn't stop for rest until the eastern sky revealed the marble white color of dawn. In the morning, August went out with a refreshed face and bright air. That man with the icy face that was year-round afflicted with facial paralysis was, unexpectedly, also able to tick his lips up into a slight smile. Everyone in the military department who saw this scene felt their eyes almost pop out. Also, can you concentrate on the meeting, Major General, was a question that had been asked 3 times, and yet you still have a look of what did you say just now I didn't hear. Is this really okay? Truly, August wasn't doing it on purpose. It's just that he was chatting with his family's mirror. August, you bastard, you ate your fill and ran off. Don't even think about getting in my bed tonight. This was the message sent by Jun Xie after she woke up and found no one there. She had an urge to act tsundere and bother August. Wife, it's obviously you who climbed into my bed, aggrieved face. JPG 2. Fuck, you get your ass back here, I'm gonna thrash you. Okay, I'll be right back. How do you want to thrash me? Do you want me to bring you back a whip? Will it hurt your hand otherwise? Why don't we try something else in bed? Even if eating her changed him to seem like a different person, this was too extreme. Jun Xie laid on her stomach on the bed, looking at the latest message, her face a tragic sight. The hell, this kind of husband, she really needed help. 3. Scoundrel, you bastard. August, I want to eat a ton of small dried fish without bones. HMPH, you want to bully me? Think I can't bully you back, really? Y'all only eat the dried fish and not eat me. I'm hurt. Jun Xie really wanted to die. Her husband's shamelessness had once again broken through to new heights. She cast away the light brain for and buried her face in the pillow, her face flushed red enough to drip blood. This guy only knew how to sexually harass her. Just wait till he comes back. Shall let him know that this little pot is made of iron. 5. After spending half a day ensuring his family's mirror was too embarrassed to send back any more messages, he finally returned his attention to the meeting. What was just said quickly. If it's not important, then let's adjourn. He still needed to go back and cultivate feelings with his mermaid. Ideally, this cultivation would occur on the bed. Then life would be perfect. Also, for this old man who had never eaten meat for more than 100 years, pray tell, after he's tasted it, how could he now resist the smell? Jun Xie felt August had just been talking nonsense for a long time. Major General, the investigation into the royal family for the traitor has ended, and the investigation into our military department is still in progress, but there is a problem. So far no suspicious points have been found, but one of our military's top secret files on the deep-sea mermaids has disappeared. I do not know when it was lost, as the matter was only discovered today. There was nothing unusual found from surveillance. We've come to the conclusion that, to execute such a meticulous plan, the person who did this must have been very familiar with our internal workings. Finally, His Majesty Anson sent a letter saying he's found a suspicious person, and would like to meet with the Major General tonight to discuss the matter. John had repeated this one more time, his face expressionless, his tone rigid. Your mother had said the same thing 4 or 5 times. He was very tired. You know he hadn't had even a drop of water and his mouth was very dry. August gently tapped his fingers on the table. Only files about deep-sea mermaids was missing. No other confidential information had been stolen, just a few insignificant things. What was the purpose? Or was there something in those files that contained some secret they weren't aware of, or maybe they needed that stuff as some kind of evidence? Wait, deep-sea mermaids, someone must have discovered something, sis. He quickly got up and left. At this time, Jun Xie was communicating with Betty. After that day they'd had the heart-to-heart, the relationship between them had changed. Betty would now look for her when something was up, or to chat, or to ask her opinion on certain things. Got it. I'll come get you in a week. Betty's fish scales should have finished growing back by the end of another week. August came back to find her nestled in the sofa, chatting, her fish tail swaying back and forth. Seeing her lazy and leisurely appearance, August felt a heat rising inside him, and directly pounced upon her. Quick of eye and deft of hand, Jun Xie threw the light brain to the side, completely speechless at the man pressing down on her, and rolled her eyes. Don't touch it. She was almost immediately flooded by the tingling and throbbing sensations from her fish tail. Damn it, she forgot that the fish tail is the most sensitive place. She moved slightly and transformed her tail into legs. She was still aching and weak from last night's exercise. It seemed that today again she wouldn't be going out. August stared blankly as the beautiful, cold, sea-blue smooth scales under his hand turned into long tender white thighs. Regret flashed through his eyes. He had thought he could try the fish tail on the sofa. That taste would also definitely be one of ecstasy. If Jun Xie knew August's thoughts, she would definitely deride him as a beast. Unexpectedly he had such heavy tastes, wanting to. 7. Pay 8 I am not a beast, overflowing with love. Give me a massage. Not feeling well so you can't eat. Jun Xie kicked August, flipped her body over, and arrogantly indicated with her chin to first massage her legs, then her waist. How many deep-sea mermaids are there? August asked as he obediently massaged according to Jun Xie's request. Just me and Betty. What's the matter? Jun Xie blinked as she tilted her head to look at August. August nodded. Not quite sure yet. Someone stole a file about the deep-sea mermaids from the military. I haven't read that file, so I don't know what's in it. But information held by the military must not be simple, right? Jun Xie cut in. So I'm worried that something will happen. I will arrange 2 people to be at your side for the next 2 days. Don't resent them because they're ugly and not handsome like me. Be good and don't let me worry, okay? August was deadly earnest 1 second, and completely shameless the next. Chapter 261 There's a Mermaid at Home 10.22 Chapter 261 There's a Mermaid at Home 10.22 Jun Mai calmly closed her eyes. At any rate, this guy's mouth was unlikely to spit out good words about other men. If anything comes up, remember to tell me. We are in this together. Don't let me worry. She didn't like that kind of self-righteousness, as the results were often tragic. August leaned down and dropped a kiss on Jun's neck. She said in a low voice, "We are one." In his eyes flashed the eyes of a beast. Jun Mai was unable to make heads or tails of August's messing around. She always felt that her husband's words had a different meaning to him than to her. "Hurry and get up. I still have to go out. There are classes in the afternoon at school." She pushed the person massaging her body. The Mermaid Academy treated the mermaids with a lot of freedom. She also found that the courses were just like the ones she'd had in university previously, so she felt pretty relaxed about them. August obediently loosened his grip, helped her up, and brought her upstairs. Jun Mai once again felt that something wasn't quite right. It wasn't until August was pressing her up against the dressing room door and demanding kisses that she dazedly thought, that's right. This is just like something August would do. Her mind had been clear before, but in a flash she found herself bewitched by him. She was increasingly unable to resist his attraction. By the time August was content to let Jun Mai go, it was afternoon. Compelled to perform a play unsuitable for children in the dressing room, Jun Mai clearly realized there would be no rescue. Held in his embrace, he changed her clothes. She let him lift her arms and bow her head. The entire thing made her seem like a life-sized doll. August's appetite was rekindled, scaring Jun Mai into resisting by letting her legs collapse underneath her. Your mother, if he continued on like this, she really wouldn't want to go out. Her heart was tired. Clearly her husband had already become soft and gentle. Why was he beginning to fall ill again? However, the fact of the matter was, Jun's one sentence, "We are one," once again stirred August up and caused his mind to snap. After being sent to the classroom door by August, he unloaded a heap of instructions and warnings until he finally let her go. Jun Mai was relieved when she was finally able to sit in her seat. Fuck. She really must try to figure out her husband's illness cycle. Feeling drowsy after the afternoon class, Jun's whole person was wilting. Because of yesterday's puzzles, she decided to go to the library again to take a look. This time, when she entered the 17th floor, she found that the display here appeared almost the same as it had when came the day before. Her memory had always been very good. Looking at a row of bookcases which originally ought to have contained materials on deep-sea mermaids, but at this moment displayed a row of decorative bamboo plants too in their place, doubts arose in her heart. Looking around, she found that in addition to herself, there were several students studying. She walked up to the nearest student, a tall boy studying advanced mecha anatomy, and tapped him on the shoulder. She smiled and spoke, "Sorry to bother you, but may I ask, do you know what happened to that bookcase that was originally where that bamboo is now sitting?" The student, who was originally irritated about being disturbed when he was concentrating on studying, was suddenly stunned into embarrassment and blushed. To see that one day, Her Royal Highness Mermaid, who was regarded as the most beautiful goddess in the school, actually smiled slightly at him. He felt that spring had arrived. Her unsoiled face suddenly became more spirited and soft, with the sun shining through the window like stars on her head full of long blue hair, making her even more charming. Her whole body was covered with a layer of mist, golden, bright and warm. Classmate, classmate. Jun Mai reached out and shook his shoulder. This classmate isn't possessed, right? Why was he looking at her in a daze? Sorry, Your Royal Highness. What did you just say? The boy snapped out of it and awkwardly turned his head, looking very shy. Jun Mai shook her head and repeated her question. Yeah, wasn't there a bookshelf over there? I've looked several times and only seen bamboo. The boy was also puzzled. Although he was not allowed to come into this floor of the library at any time, he had still come here several times. From the first time he'd been on the 17th floor, there was always bamboo there. It had never changed. Is that so? I may have remembered wrong. I'm a bit tired today and my mind is confused. Thank you. I won't disturb you further, so you can go back to studying. With an expression of annoyance and regret on her face, Jun Mai took her leave of the boy and left the library. Once she exited the library entrance, the corner of her lips rose in a cold smile. This library was hiding secrets. Maybe she should choose a time to come back when she would be alone. She suspected that those things yesterday had been shown to her deliberately. If so, what were the intentions of the person doing this? Jun Mai hadn't yet reached the school gate before hearing the surrounding students chattering loudly about the Major General. She knew that bastard must have already arrived at the school entrance to stand like a door god. Sure enough, when she walked up, she saw that man in military uniform, with no regard to how handsome he looked. Audist. She saw he heard her and turned to walk toward her. She stood still and fell directly into his arms when he approached. She wasn't a bit afraid that he would fail to catch her and let her fall to the ground. Audist stared at Jun Mai's wholly trusting movements and felt his heart swell. With an iron arm hooked around her middle, he rubbed Jun Mai's forehead with his hand. Tired, he spoke quietly and gently. Not bad, just no strength. You hold me. Jun Mai replied, rubbing against Audist's chest. That she had been able to keep going until now was already pretty damn good. So now when she finally relaxed a little, she immediately felt weak from head to toe. Audist happily received her in his arms and picked Jun Mai up to board the flying car. He liked this kind of behavior that constantly declared his sovereignty. Mir was his. No one else was allowed to covet her. She couldn't betray him and leave him, else he didn't know what he would do. A red light flickered in his eyes, then they soon darkened. Audist held Jun Mai in his arms and kissed her, pressing her back against the seat. After a long time, Audist stopped himself in order to whisper, "You are mine, marry me, say you agree." He didn't give Jun Mai a choice with his tyrannical manner. Deep in the deep cold pool of his eyes flickered an intense possessiveness, and a frantic and deep love for. Jun Mai's eyes flickered a little evasively, and she unconsciously looked to the side, but Audist tugged her chin to force her to look at him. Don't reject me. Audist lowered his head. His breath tangled with Jun Mai as he looked in her eyes, their lips close together. Say yes. Jun Mai, as if bewitched, unconsciously said yes, and then like a sudden storm he rained down deep and fervent kisses. As they sank into the abysses of passion, Jun Mai felt aggrieved. Just now, when she turned her head away, it wasn't to refuse, but because the sunlight coming in through the window had been blinding her eyes. She wanted to avoid discomfort in her eyes, but she was overwhelmed by her husband before she could finish speaking. Oh! A sweet moan emerged from Jun Mai's mouth. The two people's limbs entangled with each other in burning passion. Chapter 262. There's a Mermaid at Home. 10.23. Chapter 262. There's a Mermaid at Home 10.23. Inside an elegant cafe on Fashion Street, Jun Xie was sitting and enjoying the warm sunlight. Compared to her world where the heat of July and August caused people to be drenched in sweat, this world's hot weather was less intense. "Sorry, I'm late." A gentle male voice sounded just as Jun Xie's eyes were closing in drowsiness. Jun Xie tilted her head and opened her watery peach blossom eyes. She did not seem surprised at the appearance of the person in front of her. "Your Majesty, you are finally here." It was just a simple conversation, but the two people were well aware. "First, let me formally introduce myself. My name is Anson narrates." Anson sat down opposite Jun Xie in the booth. This was their first formal meeting. He also finally knew why he was confused when he heard the name Thetis. It was because they shared the same origins. Some fluctuations appeared in Jun Xie's eyes. She had considered many different possibilities, but not this one. "You are the Emperor of the Sea's son. Who is your father?" She really didn't mean to be so surprised, but she couldn't help it. There was no such thing in her inherited memory. It was impossible for the Emperor of the Sea to have offspring unless they used all their power to self-conceive. Once the offspring was born, it also meant that the Emperor would soon wither up and die. Could it be that all the previous emperors had met their ends due to such circumstances? "No, I don't have a father. I only have a mother. My mother was a beautiful and gentle mermaid, a deep-sea mermaid." Anson seemed to have sunk into his memories, and his countenance overflowed with tenderness that could not be ignored. "Ever since I could remember, she had been by my side. Then she disappeared, and I was sent to the palace. I became the next heir. Then there were many younger sisters that they said were all born of my mother. They also said that my mother was occupied with other matters, and that was why she couldn't be with me. I was still young at the time, so I believed their words. As I gradually grew up, I still never saw my mother. My doubts continued to grow, so I stealthily followed the doctor from the Mermaid Research Institute who had taken care of me as I grew up. I had found that he would sometimes avoid me to go somewhere in secret. That place happened to be the former Mermaid Research Institute, which is now the Mermaid Academy. I thought that my mother had fallen ill and needed rehabilitation. Since then, I have studied hard and made efforts to mature quickly. Eventually, I felt I had the ability to take care of my mother and sisters. However, at that time the people at the Mermaid Research Institute told me that my mother had already left for eternity. Well, that was it then. To be born, to grow old, to get sick and die, this is a concept I can understand. After all, my education taught me to learn to let go. Yet I never expected to accidentally see that kind of scene. My mother, who had already stopped breathing, was chained to the experimental platform, and all of the scales on her tail were gone. There wasn't one place on her body that was completely intact. Her hair, which had been the most beautiful violet color, had become dry, yellow, and withered. As Anson spoke, his eyes were already bright red, not even trying to suppress his bitter hatred. Jun Xie could understand this feeling. She thought perhaps the enmity between deep-sea mermaids and humanity is even greater than I thought. But it was not the entire human race, but rather just the people causing this. I rushed up to question them, but they told me that my mother had volunteered. I didn't believe them. Although my mother was gentle and kind-hearted, I know how much she cherished her fishtail. She would never have permitted anyone to do such cruel things to her fishtail. So I used my power to go on a rampage. Rising directly from S-level mental strength and physique to 2s, I destroyed the laboratory. Jun Xie observed as Anson's face displayed delight and happiness, then abruptly returned to the previous look of resentment. While those people were temporarily unconscious, I took my mother away. At that time, I inadvertently saw the name hanging on the bed. It was then that I learned that my mother's last name was Nerrites, but I didn't know what it meant. I just silently put it away in my mind. It wasn't until I met you that your name and other things stimulated my memory, and I went to consult the restricted books. That included the military department's files on deep-sea mermaids. That's where I learned that Nerrites originally means the sea god, and Thetis means sea goddess. You, Jun Xie Thetis, are this generation's emperor of the sea, and also the sea goddess. Anson's eyes blazed, and the cup clenched tightly in his hand began to crack. What do you want to say? Jun Xie picked up her coffee and elegantly took a small sip. Machine-made coffee didn't have the same taste as that made by hand. It was somewhat astringent, and adding toffee didn't make it much better. 2. I want revenge. Let's cooperate. Anson didn't hide it. He wanted vengeance. Jun Xie lowered her cup and raised an eyebrow. Your Majesty, allow me to remind you. You are, at present, the crown prince of this empire. You represent the entire empire. You say you want revenge. Give me a reason that will convince me. Also, no empress exists in my memory. Your mother may have been a deep-sea mermaid, but it's impossible that she was emperor of the sea. 3. Of course, there was one possible situation that Jun Xie did not say, that is, that mermaids who betrayed the deep sea would have their names eliminated. If so, then the identity of Anson's mother would be even more worthy of investigation. There was also the matter of Anson's objective. She could believe about 50%, but he hadn't spoken the entire truth. However, he dared to invite her out, and to expose his knowledge of the deep-sea mermaids and the Emperor of the Sea. This all showed he had done his homework. Originally, Jun Xie had no plans to be identified so early. After being pressed down and eaten by orders for one night last night, she slept until the afternoon. Then she received a strange invitation, which referred to Thetis as the sea goddess. Jun Xie immediately informed August. After receiving the reply, she came out to see who this person hiding in the dark really was. Anson immediately exploded. It's impossible. My mother's name can't be wrong. What if I tell you that the royal family is not as strong as they seem, and they have no right to independence at all? He took a deep breath. Now was still not the best time. He has to wait. Jun Xie raised her lips into a shallow curve and narrowed her eyes, concealing the sharp light inside. Anson, do you think I'm stupid or that I really don't understand anything? Are you trying to tell me the royal family only looks impressive on the outside, but is in fact controlled by the research institute? She tapped her fingers lightly on the table, seemingly careless, as if right now they were merely discussing what to eat. The research institute, she needed to go see this place herself. It may reveal unexpected rewards. As expected, you are worthy to become the sea goddess of the mermaids. But right now we're in the same boat. I didn't lie to you. You can check it out yourself. The result will definitely be the same as what I've said. Anson admired Jun Xie's clear-headedness, but he was also resentful. Translator's notes. One quick Greek mythology lesson: the Nereids were sea nymphs that liked to hang out with Poseidon, god of the sea. There were 50 Nereids, all female, one of whom was named Thetis. She was also the mother of Achilles. The Nereids had one brother named Nereids. 2. Author, are you just trying to fulfill your word count? 3. I don't think Anson ever said she was. That was all just Jun Xie's conclusion. Jumping. Chapter 263. There's a mermaid at home. 10.24. Chapter 263. There's a mermaid at home. 10.24. Surprise. One last chapter for the week. Thanks for all your support. I will surely investigate the truth of the matter myself, but Your Majesty, you must guard your tongue. I think I don't need to tell you what is appropriate to say and what isn't. Don't try to challenge my patience, and don't try to test my bottom line. You can't afford the price. Her tone was gentle and relaxed. She did not sound like she was threatening someone. She stood up and arranged her clothes. Smiling, she continued, then, I will leave first. I wish Your Majesty a good night. Some things she didn't need to ask, as she already knew the answers. At the door, August was still stood outside like a door god, with his back straight, as if nothing could knock him down. You are not allowed to meet him alone in the future. August spoke unhappily as he held her in his arms. If he hadn't been unable to get away from work before, how could he have let Jun Xie go see that guy by herself? Jun Xie promptly nodded. I have no relationship with him. It's highly unlikely I'll meet with him again. Besides, even if there was a relationship, he's not as important as my family's dear August, right? After all this time, Jun Xie's abilities in sweet talking were now 1010. Coaxing August was naturally a matter of course. Sure enough, August was happy after hearing Jun Xie's words, and the smile on his face grew wider. Jun Xie seized the opportunity to repeat to him what Anson had said to her. She was now a little uncertain as to what role August's grandfather had played here. After all, the first-generation president of the Mermaid Academy had also participated in the deep-sea mermaid affair. She did not know how long Grandpa Andrew had been the president of the academy, or whether his hands were clean. If she had to make a choice, she would seek her husband's advice. I'll ask Grandpa for you, August said after thinking about it. He could guess that Mir must be struggling now, and as a good husband, how could he let his wife face difficulties? Jun Xie breathed a sigh of relief. Okay. She smiled and nodded. Holding August's hand and walking down the quiet fashion street, she possessed the illusion that she had returned to her own world because the constructions here were somewhat the same. Aside from the robots coming and going, there really seemed to be no difference. By the time the two returned home, it was no longer early. August had already informed his grandfather while they were on the road. Although there was no answer from the old man, when they got home, they discovered someone sitting in the living room. Astonishingly, it was the man they had been looking for before, Andrew Ludovic. Jun Xie and August glanced at each other and walked in. You've returned really, letting your old man wait so long. Andrew put his teacup down heavily, his heart stifled. He had been drinking the tea here alone for half a day till his stomach was full, cutting down his happiness. You didn't tell us you were coming, and once you had arrived, you also didn't inform us. How could we know you were coming? August said calmly, immediately resisting his grandfather's dissatisfaction. Andrew touched his nose resentfully. He glared at August fiercely, unable to help muttering, sure enough, he gets a wife and forgets his grandpa. This grandpa is so unloved. I've never loved you. All right. August pushed Jun Xie to sit down on the sofa opposite, and after dropping this blow on his grandfather, he went into the kitchen. Soon, he returned carrying a platter of fruits and Jun Xie's favorite chocolates, and adeptly began feeding her. It didn't matter if there was an old single man in need of care, he was just treated as heir. Andrew was about to start hopping in anger. This stinky boy was not cute at all, not cute. Grandpa Andrew, is there anything you're here for? Jun Xie halted August's actions and asked with a smile. She guessed that the man had come due to their question from before, but she didn't know what his purpose now was. All at once, Andrew was reminded of his business here and sat up straight with a serious face. What was the meaning of your message? You want to investigate the matters of the deep-sea mermaids. August rarely saw his grandfather look so serious. When he became serious, that meant the matter was very important. August put down the fork in his hand. Yes, Grandpa, you are the president of the Mermaid Academy, which had something to do with the previous mermaid research. His grandfather had also been a top power back in those days, and now he was already more than 1,000 years old. But in recent years, his grandfather had been aging very rapidly. He probably had, at most, 50 or 60 more years to live. Andrew's eyes flashed. You don't need to investigate things about the deep-sea mermaids. That's all already in the history books. Do well the things you should do, and don't touch the things you shouldn't. That was a curse on both the deep-sea mermaids and on him. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. It was so for humankind, and likewise so for the deep-sea mermaids. Jun Xie suddenly heard the tinge of hatred in Andrew's tone. Grandpa Andrew, I think you should know a little bit. Can you tell me whether you participated in the research on deep-sea mermaids in those days? I can disregard other things, and I won't let August get involved. I just want to verify. This way I can do what I need to do without any misgivings. The perseverance in Jun Xie's eyes was not weak. She would not retreat. Understanding dawned on Andrew. He shuddered as he looked at Jun Xie with a complicated gaze. You are a deep-sea mermaid. He never expected that at a time when he had already resigned himself to his fate, that he would actually see a deep-sea mermaid again. It seemed the heavens were on his side. Jun Xie neither nodded nor shook her head, but her indifferent expression already told Andrew that the answer was yes. Deep-sea mermaids, the darlings of the ocean, promising the continuation of life, but nevertheless a calamity for humankind, Andrew said in a disappointed voice, his shrewd eyes suddenly cloudy. Calamity for humankind, Jun Xie repeated doubtfully. Why did she feel that these developments were increasingly jumping off the rails, giving her no way to reverse, and saying everything was the fault of the deep-sea mermaids? Then she really should laugh one directly bomb the humans, and get the heck out of here. Andrew sighed and began to speak about the affairs from long ago. I was indeed aware of the former Mermaid Research Institute, and I did participate in it, but only in the white research. The laboratory was divided into white research and red research. The white research was focused on human health, longevity, genes, and so on. The red research was focused on mermaids, transforming girls into adult mermaids, increasing their antibodies, and giving them more strength to survive. At first, everything was going well, until the first child born from a human combined with deep-sea mermaid genes was unable to live to the age of 30. In the beginning, we thought it was just an unfortunate mishap. But then, when there was a second, and then a third, everybody knew something was wrong. Then gradually, those who'd been transformed into mermaids by the extracted deep-sea mermaid genes also began to have accidents. It took us hundreds of years to finally know where the problem lay. Translator's notes. 1. This is the cold, sarcastic, WTF kind of laugh. I don't have a more succinct way to phrase it in English. Chapter 264 There's a Mermaid at Home 10.25 Ch 264 There's a Mermaid at Home 10.25 This chapter had a lot of confusing sentences, so I apologize in advance. I did my best also, fair warning, this chapter ends in a cliff. This was a sacrificial offering, a sacrifice for the mother one of the deep-sea mermaids. The human race was panicking. The continuation of our survival was dependent on deep-sea mermaids, but the cause of our imminent destruction would also be the deep-sea mermaids. To doctor a dead horse as if it were still alive too, they chose to kill the deep-sea mermaids that provided the mermaid cells. Then they took them to experiment on, and began to study more comprehensively natural mermaids born of humans themselves. It was also at that time that we discovered that deep-sea mermaids originally possessed powers beyond the human imagination. If their powers were taken for our own, or were held in an embryo, the resulting child's strength would certainly be more powerful. And thus began the unceasing hunting of deep-sea mermaids, forcefully seizing their powers. It was also at that time that the humans and the deep sea became irreconcilable enemies. A war started that lasted for thousands of years. The war with the deep sea finally ended when the Emperor of the Sea encountered a plot and humanity 1.3 Andrew's body was suddenly seized with terror. How could he tell these things to a deep-sea mermaid? Miss eyes dimmed. This was truly a ridiculous joke. She had inherited all the memories of the emperors of the sea, and never saw anything about the deep-sea mermaids demanding sacrifices. There was only humanity's insatiable greed, nothing more. They, the humans, the mermaids, did not first go to clearly investigate why those mermaids would make a false countercharge, and they also didn't go out to find a viable solution. Unexpectedly, they were just this arbitrary. Evidently, it was this kind of thing that brought about the deep-sea mermaid's extinction. If the female lead didn't come, if Jun Xie didn't come, would this plane still have these kinds of intelligent life forms for? First, I'd like to apologize. I used suggestion on U.5, but I should first explain that if it's something you don't want to say, my compelled suggestion is useless. I think you also feel some regrets inside, regardless of whether you are angry with my actions or whatever. I am very grateful for what you said, but what humans owe to the deep-sea mermaids can never be erased. Jun Xie stood up and bowed to Andrew, and sincerely apologized. Originally, Jun Xie was not planning to use suggestion, but just now Bao Bao was shouting at her from the space, saying she didn't have enough time. This old man was crucial, and so let her use suggestion. Clearly, this already couldn't be considered as knowing a little, this was knowing a lot. However, just now when she used her suggestion, she faintly detected that the old man's heart was not as calm as he appeared to be on the outside, and was a little dark. Was it just her illusion? Andrew was shocked. Your gift is control. He was at the 2's level. Even if he was old and his ability had declined, he was still somewhere in the S level. Otherwise how could he sit as the head of the Mermaid Academy? Jun Xie lowered her eyes and spoke in an unclear tone. No, my gift is more than that. She extended her hand to reveal a crystal ball in the center of her delicate white palm. Inside the sphere, 7 colors of energy were cheerfully swirling about, extraordinarily beautiful. 6. Dean Andrew, you need not be so amazed. You've had doubts since the first time we met, haven't you? Otherwise, the bookcase on the 17th floor about deep-sea mermaids would not have appeared, wouldn't you say? Before she thought it was Anson who had done it. After all, he had admitted to taking the information from the military. In that case, After knowing her identity, it was also possible he could have gone to the Mermaid Academy to feel her out. But thinking about it later, if he was capable of controlling the library, there was no need for him to go to great pains to steal the deep-sea mermaid information from the military. It was just now that she finally understood. Ha! Andrew laughed. His voice was cheerful, not at all giving the impression that he had just experienced great emotional ups and downs. Little Jun Xie said it well. The name Thetis may not be known to others, and sound rather strange. But as the president of the Mermaid Academy, and former member of the Mermaid Research Institute, naturally I know a little something about deep-sea mermaid surnames. This old man didn't hold any malice. I merely wanted to see why you'd come ashore. Jun Xie leaned back against the sofa, lightly stroking her fingers along the armrest, apparently thinking over Andrew's words. I was destined to come ashore. It's just that Grandpa Andrew probably doesn't want to know my purpose. Let's just let nature run its course and call him Grandpa Andrew again, indirectly indicating that she's harmless. It should be said, this old man would also like to tell the two of you be careful. Jun Xie was still lost in her thoughts for a long while after Andrew left. Audist, I'm not convinced by what your grandfather said, she said with certainty, raising her head and meeting his eyes. Audist brushed the long hair on Jun Xie's forehead aside, his movement gentle, as though she were a fragile treasure. Just do what you want. I will always be at your back. Even if you overthrow the entire human race and become the enemy of humankind, I will give you my gun and lend you a helping hand. They are one. Since they first met 100 years ago, they were fated to belong to each other, to be each other's most intimate person. Jun Xie leaned on Audist's arms. The smile on her face was bright, but the emotion in her eyes was intense. She felt as if she had fallen into a vicious circle, and neither Andrew nor Anson had told the truth. No, it should be said that neither of them was completely honest, but Andrew had brought up a key point. The deep-sea mermaid's power was used to support embryos, so the resulting child, when grown, would be very formidable. Not surprisingly, Anson was definitely born from one of the embryos that had been treated, or perhaps it should be said, he was the first test subject of this experiment. 7, and his mother was the one sacrificed. The still and quiet night was destined to be disturbed. Howling winds and torrential rain soon poured down. In the depths of the ocean, a rosard mermaid was anxiously trying to contact Jun Xie. After attempting to connect for a long time, but still unable to reach her, her heart was full of panic and anxiety. A large amount of black matter had appeared in the ocean in the early evening. Every infected ocean creature began to foam at the mouth, hanging by a thread on their beds. Grandpa Tortoise and the Ocean General dispatched all the troops, trying to isolate the pollutants that kept coming in. They tried their best to keep it out of the palace. Now the people in the palace felt very restless. Your Highness, please pick up quickly. If you don't come back, the sea people will suffer. Perhaps Betty's prayers worked, as the previously blocked message all of a sudden showed Jun Xie's figure date. Betty, what's going on over there? As soon as the communication link connected, Jun Xie discovered Betty's anxious face, and the surroundings appeared permeated by black stuff. Your Highness, I've finally gotten a hold of you. Come back quickly, something is wrong in the ocean. Betty was almost sobbing. Many people have been corroded by the black stuff. After speaking of the matter, Betty calmed down, as if she'd found a backbone. When did this happen? How could there be such a coincidence? Just tonight, without any warning, it happened suddenly. It started with the discovery of black water in the ocean. We thought it could be pollution from human emissions, nothing major. Translator's notes. 1. Who is this mother? Why is this the first time she's being mentioned? 2. A phrase meaning, to make every possible effort, or to not give it up for lost. Perhaps pointlessly. 3. TBH, I have no idea what this sentence was trying to say. Help. 4. Okay. So Jun Xie just thinks everyone is stupid. Since I don't understand what's going on, I'll take her word for it. 5. I think she is talking about hypnosis, though that was not the word used. 6. Okay, but does it do anything other than look pretty? 7. How old is Anson? I'm confused about this timeline. 8. I guess it's a video call. Chapter 265. There's a mermaid at home. 10.26. Chapter 265. There's a mermaid at home. 10.26. Just tonight, without any warning, it happened suddenly. It started with the discovery of black water in the ocean. We thought it could be pollution from human emissions, nothing major. As a result, everyone who came into contact with the stuff met with mishap, without exception. Betty had been healing her fish tail and hadn't gone out, so wasn't aware when it had first started. Jun Xie looked grave. I'll return at once. Ordest, I must go back, the deep sea needs me. She had not been awakened by the female lead's call. Rather, she had been roused by the crying of the sea. In the dream, a wailing sound tugged at her heart, and when she opened her eyes she saw the flashing light brain. I'll give you a ride. Ordest got up as Jun Xie got dressed, directly got out his mecha, and quickly carried Jun Xie through the night. Within half an hour, the two arrived on the beach where they first met. I'm waiting here for you to come back. Don't let yourself get hurt. Holding her in his embrace, Ordest was as overbearing as ever. Jun Xie nodded, she cherished herself very much and wouldn't let herself get hurt. Just as she turned around and was prepared to jump into the sea, the surroundings were suddenly flooded with bright lights, making the dark night bright as day. Angus immediately protected Jun Xie in his arms, exuding a murderous air. Ha ha, I guess it's true. Y'all give everything for your people. The sudden voice was very familiar, a voice August and Jun Xie had heard just the night before. What, aren't you surprised? Andrew Ludovic stepped out of the darkness, and immediately the troops surrounding Jun Xie and August made a path for him. Actually, I'm not surprised. Jun Xie came out from August's arms and stared at Andrew, the villain big boss. In fact, the biggest villain in this plane was the man in front of them. He's not just over 1,000, he's lived for at least 2,000 years. In order to live forever, he continuously studied ways to increase lifespans, and finally put his sights on the bodies of deep-sea mermaids. First, he manufactured a series of events similar to a curse, then secretly replaced the deep-sea mermaids as the ultimate experiment. This was the string of hidden information Bao passed onto her when the lights came on, which really made Jun Xie sigh for a while. But she immediately pulled herself together. When she had been using her suggestion power on Andrew, she had felt then that something was a little off. Then she deliberately showed her strength, and with just a little inducement, sure enough, she hooked a big fish. August's cold face was colder now. The grandfather in his eyes was completely unfamiliar. Was mother's death because of you? Although his mother was not a deep-sea mermaid, she was also the only natural mermaid with abilities. He received the news of his mother's death shortly after he went to the border, that his previously healthy mother had unexpectedly been depressed and killed herself. He hadn't been convinced by this result, but he didn't think too much. Now though, it looked like. Andrew stroked his beard proudly. It wasn't because of me. She died because of you. Why do you think your mother could have the power of the deep sea mermaids? That's to my credit. It's just a pity she was never able to completely achieve the full strength of the deep sea mermaids. When she gave birth to you, the power transferred to you. As you became stronger and stronger, your mother became weaker and weaker. In the end, when you reached your strongest, she died. As Andrew's last words fell, a roar echoed out. Bastard, did my mother also die like this? Anson rushed out from behind, punching Andrew. It was a pity that Andrew dodged and gave Anson a kick instead, causing him to fly far away. Jun Xie quietly assessed the strength of the opponent. He was definitely not R2's. Either he had been hiding his strength all this time, or he had forcibly upgraded his strength through some secret method. Really weak. It's obviously a graft of a deep-sea mermaid's power. Why can't you catch up with August? Andrew looked at Anson in disgust. This was his most successful, but also most failed product. Anson gritted his teeth and got up from the ground. He had never hated so much. At this time, Jun Xie's light brain sounded again. Looking at the caller ID, her eyes darkened. Your Highness, we are almost overwhelmed. The deep sea is infected by this unknown substance, and none of the races in the sea are being spared. Grandpa Tortoise's body slumped, and his old face was full of sadness. Behind him, Betty and the Ocean General were busy giving first aid to those unconscious. The whole palace was pervaded with an atmosphere of hopeless sadness. Grandpa Tortoise, don't worry. I will make the ocean into a clear and warm place again. Jun Xie pacified Grandpa Tortoise, her delicate face shining in the night. Calm and at ease, she soothed his uneasy heart. World Tree, please hear my prayer. The azure ocean continues in my hands, and the inheritance of life is here. World Tree, please let me sing a song for you. When the first glimmer of dawn draws near, the golden sun rises, we embrace each other together. Jun Xie sang with a unique charm of the mermaid's voice. It bore a raspy seductiveness as well as an elegant grace. She was surrounded by the golden light, and that person standing in the golden light looked like a deity who could not be profaned. Her face was solemn, with an expression of bemoaning the state of the universe and pitying the state of mankind. She put her palms together in prayer, and her closed eyelids trembled continuously. The voice spilling out from her vermilion lips repeatedly struck their hearts and souls, heavily and painfully. The pitch-black night sky, under the spreading of the golden rays of light, bloomed completely. The originally clear water of the ocean had already turned jet-black. On top floated a thick layer of oil that was exuding a disgusting stench. Jun Xie slowly approached the ocean, which was weeping more and more. She felt as though she were looking at a wronged child that was complaining to her. Her hand brushed across the surface of the water. Wherever it passed, the golden light sprinkled down, and the dark, filthy stuff disappeared in an instant. With Jun Xie's actions, the amount of scattered golden light increased, and the sea was quickly restored to its original cleanness and clarity at a speed visible to the naked eye. August looked at the person in the center of the light, only deep infatuation and fanatical possession in his eyes. This was his wife R. No one could match her beauty. Anson and Andrew were both stunned. Jun Xie's capabilities were unexpectedly already so formidable. Both men were excited. The former felt she could defeat Andrew and make him receive punishment. The latter felt that if he obtained this power, he would definitely awaken into a demigod. Not to mention immortality, living over 10,000 years should be possible. As his greedy gaze stared at the mermaid wrapped in golden light, he gathered power in his hands, waited for his opportunity, and shot in an instant. Bang! The force of the collision made a loud sound. The rays of light scattered and Andrew fell in a dazed manner. He pressed his hands to his chest where blood was gushing out. It was really hard to take. Stormy waves surged on his face. How can it be the power of 3 generations of emperors of the sea? How could you resist it? Translator's notes. 1 Me too. She could have killed him and been done with this arc many chapters ago. 2 For those curious, the idiom is Chapter 266 There's a Mermaid at Home 10.27 Chapter 266 There's a Mermaid at Home 10.27 To be prepared against all eventualities, he had kept back his final skill. Originally, it should have been able to easily subdue Zun Mai, but he never expected the result would make him crack. Someone come, bring me a bomb. No one is allowed to get away. Keep the corpses. Knowing that he really couldn't deal with Zun Mai, Andrew tactfully retreated and let the troops advance. The strength in his body was rapidly declining. How could this be? He definitely should have been able to maintain it for a day. Damn it, it was certainly that mermaid's doing. Andrew's hatred for Zun Mai rose once again. Wait until he had taken her body's power, not even her bones would be left. August boarded his mecha and launched a counterattack against the army. Even though the team that had been trained through Andrew's research was strong, it was not enough to go against August. In this small open space, the fiery colors continued until the next morning, and then gradually receded. Injured limbs and broken arms, scattered iron sheets from the mecha, presumably fallen men, and the redness dyeing the sandy beach only increased. Andrew watched as the people he brought were so vulnerable that they couldn't even beat one August, and the hatred in his heart grew stronger. The expression on his face was very grave and alarmed. How could August's abilities rise so quickly? As long as he hadn't had the latest data, he had previously had full confidence in bringing a whole regiment. Even if they couldn't bring August down, they should have been able to stall him. But now the facts told him that he could only rely on himself. Zun Mai spilled all the golden light into the sea, and the ocean was restored to as it was before. When the sun appeared on the horizon, the shining surface of the sea gleamed a beautiful gold. The azure blue water was silently telling of its light and joy. Zun Mai closed her eyes and felt the gentle warmth of the sea breeze brushing across her cheeks. Her heart immediately felt brighter. This was the ocean where Shed stayed for hundreds of years. How much laughing and frolicking had she done here? How could she be willing to let it be lost from her own hands, the ocean, the vast ocean, eternally beautiful? Andrew once again mounted a sneak attack against Zun Mai. He noticed that August wasn't paying attention to her side for the time being, and decided to go all out. He quietly approached Zun Mai, the red light in his hand flourishing, and again shot at Zun Mai. She watched as it approached, and slowly wrapped around her. Andrew drew back the corners of his mouth, but before he could let out a laugh, his face froze. The red light dispersed, revealing the person still standing intact. At this moment there was a look of satisfaction on her face, as if she liked the power just now. Andrew was panic-stricken. How could this be? He had just fought with the power of 3 generations of emperors of the sea, yet hadn't caused any harm to her. How could it be? Zun Mai licked her lips, and the dry lips instantly became moist and beautiful. She played with a mini sapling in her hand, the emerald green color wrapped in a layer of light red light. It was easy to deduce what had cut off the power just now. Andrew looked up in anger and his blood pressure sharply rose. What? President Andrew is panicking when doing all this. Have you never thought that one day you would have to pay a price for it? Jun Mai put away the sapling in her hand and walked across the water's surface as though she were on dry land. Andrew finally realized this time that he was defeated and had no room to turn it around. No, it can't be like this. He had been on the cusp of success but had failed at the last step. He was not willing. That's right. He still had those things. They would surely get him out of this predicament. He prepared to start the secret summoning, but was once again interrupted by Jun Mai's voice. Are you thinking about those disgusting giant bugs? I'm really sorry, but those things have already been exterminated by my family's August. Her indifferent words hit Andrew's heart like a clap of thunder. For a moment, the surroundings were as silent as a cicada in cold weather. Only the sound of the wind blowing could be heard. At first I also didn't expect it. I only just now finally connected all the things I had doubts about before. It can be assumed that you smuggled those bugs over as your final helpers. Maybe those bugs are of a high rank within the bug clan. The bug clan are long-lived. As long as they're not killed, it's basically unlikely they'll die. Do you want to become a bug, or do you want to transplant the bug genes? August had already finished up with the troops. When Jun Mai came over, he shielded her in his arms. He inspected her up and down several times until he felt reassured. Andrew was deathly pale. His escape routes had all been cut off. The abilities in his body were rapidly decreasing. Just standing firmly right now brought him to his limit. Who'd have thought, after thousands of years of planning, I would actually be defeated by a little baby like you, or the deep-sea mermaids I most despise. Ridiculous. Andrew looked up and laughed heartily. He wanted to complain. Why did mermaids, this species that was neither human nor beast, have such formidable abilities? And gods, beloved humans, they must be weak chickens. Therefore, since as long as he could remember, he was determined to make himself stronger and stronger, become superpowered. Had succeeded, can't he? If he hadn't make an assessment error halfway through and had seen the mermaid's strength clearly, he definitely would not have failed. I can't live anyway. In that case, you all will be buried with me. His face revealed madness, and as his body began to swell more and more, his expression became more and more distorted. Not good, he's going to self-detonate. You guys quickly leave. Anson, who had been acting like he was invisible, naturally had been paying special attention to Andrew. When he discovered his plan, he was scared out of his wits. This old fool was truly hateful. He rushed forward, firmly grabbed Andrew, and dragged him back towards the woods behind them. Even if he was going to die, he would never allow him to hurt another innocent person, especially her. He didn't know when she had entered his heart. August hugged Jun Mai to him as he quickly retreated, climbing into his mecha. He knew what it meant for an S-level person to explode. Even himself as a 3s-level person might not be able to protect himself. Moreover, within a radius of 100 Li Wan, including a city, would be reduced to ashes. He didn't dare to gamble, especially where Mir was concerned. He was grateful for Anson's actions. He would only be thankful because he knew why he was doing this, but he would never tell Mir that another person had once liked her. He was selfish. He would never let anyone compete for her gaze. Bang bang, brmm. The explosion continued to echo. Dust and soil splashed onto the mecha's viewing window. The grass and trees turned to dust, and a huge deep pit in the middle was still burning with a raging inferno. There was no longer even a trace of the grove that had been there. All that remained was a bald spot. Even though August had quickly controlled the mecha to jump into the air, one arm was still blown off. Chapter 267 There's a mermaid at home end. Chapter 267 There's a mermaid at home end. At this moment, Jun Xie had a very complex feeling. She didn't know how to vent the melancholy that had built up inside her. Anson had been a tragic figure from start to end in this incident. Perhaps for him, such an outcome would be a relief. Don't think too much. He acted voluntarily. Naturally he wouldn't regret it. His voice warm and consoling. August hugged Jun Xie and rested his head on her shoulder. Jun Xie glanced at the burning flames again. August, I'm going back to the deep sea. I might not return for a while. Wait for me, okay? August didn't say anything. He just pressed Jun Xie against the window and kissed her ferociously. Not until the two people both tasted rust in their mouths did August release Jun Xie. He licked her lips clean of the red liquid, his eyes dark. 10 days. If you haven't come back by then, I'll go look for you. This was the maximum limit he could bear. After 10 days, he didn't know whether or not he would still have any reason left. Yes, I will be sure to be back within 10 days. How could I be willing to leave you for too long? Jun Xie jumped down directly from the air, and in the instant she touched the seawater, her ocean blue fishtail flew in the air in a beautiful arc. The warm sunlight sparkled, decorating the azure water. She resembled the most bewitching sea nymph, at all times enticing one to commit crimes. Once August was certain Jun Xie had left, he steered his mecha to return to the Empire. The royal family likely would not exist in the future, and there were many things that would remain for him to do. Mother rest in peace. He, August, would give his family's mermaid a warm and peaceful empire, one without any restrictions, a paradise without any threats. In the year 5200 of the Norman state, the imperial prince fought with all his might, but unfortunately perished in taking down the enemy. The end of the imperial line ended with him. In 5201, the youngest Major General in the Empire, Major General August Ludovic, took up the position of Imperial Admiral. He declared that there would no longer be a royal family or military marshals, everyone would be equal. Also in 5201, the Mermaid Protection Law was established. It emphasized that deep-sea mermaids were humanity's most precious treasure, and they must be respected and protected. Angela and Leaker lost the shelter of the royal family, and all those who had been humiliated by them previously erupted. In less than a week, the two were tortured to madness, and they were admitted to the mermaid sanctuary. Upon returning to the deep sea, Jun Xie saw the long-waiting Grand Protagonist and Ocean General. The state of affairs in the sea were simple to understand. Jun Xie concluded that after the previous corrosive agents faded away, they also disappeared from the sea people's bodies. This was good. They would be fine once they woke up. Your Highness, you've returned. Betty was happy to see Jun Xie. Through life and death experiences, she had matured a lot. The deep sea was her home and would always open its doors for her. Why hadn't she not loved this home that would never abandon her? How stupid she'd been before. Fortunately, she still had time to love this deep and beautiful ocean. Are you okay? She looked Betty up and down and found that her complexion wasn't bad. She should be fine. Betty turned around and smiled. I'm already fine. Let's go and see the people first. Jun Xie walked and spoke. Grand Protagonist, the sea people can walk freely on dry land in the future. If you want, you can also go ashore and take a look. Human culture is very mysterious and interesting. You will definitely like it. She believed that her husband would definitely enable the empire to show its most dazzling side after he made his revisions. Zun Mai was looking forward to it, looking forward to the formation of a new country. The sea people were in good condition. The following day they all woke up. Zun Mai took Betty and the ocean general around the entire deep sea for 5 days. Having not found anything dangerous, their hearts were at ease. After arranging things in the deep sea, Zun Mai took Betty ashore. This time they did not have to worry about being identified as deep-sea mermaids. Walking around in a place where there had clearly been no change, yet the atmosphere felt different, Zun Mai sighed. Her husband's abilities in taking on tasks was really too strong, and with his powers to unify, the empire would surely be better. When Zun Mai appeared, she drew everyone's attention because she was the wife of Lord Admiral August Ludovic. On the day that the Lord Admiral returned, the new law was promulgated, and it was announced that his wedding with Zun Mai Thetis would be held 10 days later. Today happened to be the 10th day. For those that had never seen the people involved, how could they not be excited? Zun Mai was still in the clouds, and pulled by the hand by Betty, who was pointing at the mechas that were slowly descending from the sky. She called out, "WTF, what a big weapon. I know this is a wedding proposal, but those who don't know would think it's a bride kidnapping." It was only the fact that hanging from each mecha was a huge sign with a character, which put all together read, "Let's get married." From this hard approach, she really had to think that her family's His Majesty was robbing a wife. Zunni's mouth twitched as she looked at the handsome man who dropped to the ground and exited the mecha with a constant smile in his eyes. "How come I didn't know I was getting married?" She raised her eyebrows at the man clasping the long white dress in his hand and played the tyrant. "What if I don't agree?" "No matter, I'll just snatch one. The troops are at the ready." "Well, there is only one bride left. My beloved, Her Highness Zun Mai Thetis, are you willing to become the bride of your most devoted knight, August Ludovic?" August knelt in front of Zun Mai, offering the white dress in his hand with a serious expression on his face, though his eyes were fiery and expectant. Zun Mai raised her head to prevent the teardrops that were about to fall from her eyes, then reached out to stroke the gown in August's hand. "In this world, I will only marry one person. August, thank you." She threw herself into his arms and said loudly, "I'm willing to." From the beginning she was willing. She was always willing. "Even if time turned back, I would do everything I could to meet you, to encounter one another in a sea of millions of people. We are both connected at a deep level with each other. Husband, I am so lucky to meet you at the most beautiful age. How lucky I am to fall in love with you at the most beautiful age, and to be able to accompany you to the end together. Did you know falling in love with you is my greatest fortune in this life?" August hugged Zun Mai tightly as if he possessed the entire world. "Zun Mai, I am so lucky to have met you at the most beautiful age. You are the only one for me. I choose you to be my wife in this life, and hope you will wear this wedding dress." He knew that there would be bumps in the road in the future, but as long as they proceeded hand in hand, this life was destined to be everlasting. "Zun Mai, it's not just you who feels lucky. I do as well. We were both very lucky to meet each other," Zun Mai said as she laughed brightly. Her elegant face was as brilliant as peach blossoms in March. 3 It's unknown how many people would be fascinated by her eyes. Translator's notes. 1. Well, that's presumptuous. 2. It is my understanding that the Chinese "I'm willing" is equivalent to saying "I do" in the English. just in case anyone felt the wording was strange. 3 peach trees typically bloom in March or April in Asia. Chapter 268 There's a Mermaid at Home Epilogue Anson. Chapter 268 There's a Mermaid at Home Epilogue Anson. Only because of you, I wish to use my life to continue your brilliance. Anson. Opening my eyes again, and the deep blue sea has already become a mulberry field, but they are still, as ever, a loving couple. I stand in the clouds, looking down on the whole world, and my sad eyes fall on that man's body, in such pain, unable to breathe. I am jealous. I am jealous of that man. He is stronger than me in every respect, more outstanding than me, and more able to obtain your heart. My love is no less than his, but in the end, I can't even get you to glance back at me. Even in death I'm unable to let you know that someone else also once liked you. I have hate at my loss, hate at my cowardice, but I don't complain. Watching you stand together for more than 500 years, watching him shed bloody tears after you left, and then taking the Mekker to accompany you to sleep in the deep sea. My heart is empty. You, the one I've always loved, has left. You haven't reincarnated, you haven't re-entered the cycle. You just disappeared like that from my world. If I had been a bit braver, could I have competed with him for you? Or I know it is impossible, but I have always been harboring an extravagant hope, until my hope turned into despair. Jun Xie. This is the one name I have remembered up until now. On one hand sorrowful, on the other glad. You left full of glory. He left and took you with him. But I was left behind. I don't understand, I've never understood. Why do I still have consciousness? Why can I not start over? To erase my memories and be a happy and simple person. At this point, I understand. It's selfishness to be haunted. I am unwilling to forget you, though you only exist as a figure in my memory. I think there will come a day when I will probably forget you. I will really forget you and go live my own life. The world is big. To be born, grow old, to get sick and die. Living creatures grow and multiply without end. But I have become eternal. Year 5201 of the Norman Empire. It is recorded that Imperial Admiral August Ludovic and deep-sea mermaid Jun Xie entered the assembly hall hand in hand, lighting up the empire with the most beautiful rays of hope. Year 5203 of the Norman Empire. It is recorded that Imperial Admiral August along with his wife wiped out the Bug clan, thoroughly driving the Bug clan out of the galaxy, never again daring to invade. Year 5206 of the Norman Empire. It is recorded that Lady Jun Xie led the mermaids to walk on the road to self-improvement, established the Mermaid Association, and took up the post of chairman. Year 5210 of the Norman Empire. It is recorded that the Federation wanted to assassinate the Admiral's wife, in order to take advantage of the chaos to attack the Empire, but they were destroyed by the Admiral's wife's regiment. Year 5213 of the Norman Empire. It is recorded that the Federation was completely reunified with the Empire, and Admiral August served as Supreme Director General. Year 5216 of the Norman Empire. It is recorded that humankind and the Sea People once again began formal trade, and they interacted harmoniously. Year 5357 of the Norman Empire. It is recorded that mermaid genes were completely refined, and transformed mermaids could walk on their legs for a short time. This was all due to the contributions of the Director General's wife. Year 5400 of the Norman Empire. It is recorded that the Director General and his wife handed everything over and completely disappeared. Year 5735 of the Norman Empire. It is recorded that the empire's formerly most important and most powerful person passed away along with his wife. The whole nation was in mourning and brought down the national emblem for 1 week in order to show respect. Looking at the constantly refreshing news, my tears fall, accompanied by a torrent of heavy rain, pouring down on the entire world, carrying my pain, my sadness, my grief. Yes, I thought I would die with Andrew, but I didn't expect that I would awake one day. After awaking, I found I'd become a new god. A god of order, in this space, guarding the surviving people. But how sad I am, they need me to protect them. But what about me? Who can protect me? Watching her has already become my habit. Now that she is also gone, how should I endure these lonely years? Zun Mai, do you know you seem to have disappeared without any cares, but for me who was left behind, what kind of suffering I've endured? I don't know when I saw that. In short, the opportunity I missed has already been lost, and what I have lost cannot be returned. Of course we didn't miss it. It was just my own cowardice, but the outcome is still the same, and I can't go back. I hope that I can still have the right to be willful enough to follow you, but the high mountain pressing down on my body cannot be budged. When I was young, I thought fondly of my mother's tenderness and kindness. When I grew up, I made myself into that kind of person. They all said that I was the ideal Prince Charming, and the most gentle dream lover. I also thought this way until I met you. You broke my shackles. It made me crazy. I wanted to explode. I dared to do anything. The only thing I dared not do was tell you that I like you, and even love you. Could you also look at me? See Goddess R, the symbol of purity and forgiveness. How could you, so spotlessly white, possibly like me who is so filthy? So I timidly retreated. I was scared. The one time I wanted to take the opportunity to work with you was so I could be by your side for a little while. But I was still rejected. My heart felt cold. I hid quietly in the shadows, looking at your smile, and imagining that one day you could smile at me like that too. That was enough. Still awaiting my perfect dream, I saw you leave in a hurry. I couldn't help worrying and followed. This has become the final conclusion between us. At the moment of facing death, I felt free, light, and even happy. However, God does not care for me after all. Amongst the pure white clouds, the figure of a man flickered in and out of sight, so I was unable to see him distinctly. The only thing that could be seen clearly were those eyes, and in the long and narrow eyes there was a tenderness that would cause a person to feel absorbed in them. Gazing at the blue ocean under my feet, I hear it muttering and weeping. It was saying, "My God, why did you leave in such a hurry, leaving me all alone?" I thought to myself, we are both pitiful. We were both left behind. Gradually, I made it a habit to stare at the ocean. I don't know if I was trying to see her through looking at the ocean, or if I was just watching the ocean nurture its spirits. It's very cute. When it's happy, the surface lifts in beautiful ocean spray. When it's sad, it causes unceasing waves. It is also very naughty. When a ship passes by, it deliberately blows the waves to rise up and slap the bow, making the people on the ship lose their heads out of fear, while it hides to the side to clap its hands and laugh happily. It is also very kind. It never hurts a life, and its pranks never go too far. Sometimes when it encounters a cruise ship that is about to run into peril, it immediately stabilizes the surface of the sea, allowing the cruise ship to return to the shore, more scared than hurt. Watching like this for I don't know how many centuries, Today I find that the sea surface is tranquil, with nary a ripple. That's odd. Don't tell me Xiao Ling hasn't woken up today. Yes, I gave it a name. Xiao Ling, Little Ocean Spirit. Soon I receive the answer. A golden light appears in the midst of a sudden whirlpool. The light fades, and a slim and elegant young lady appears. She has a head of long, ocean blue hair, and an ocean blue tail. Standing on the ocean's surface, she is beautiful beyond compare. Just like her before, she arrives on this earth bright and dazzling. But I know she is not her. She has passed away with my memory, and she has become my eternity at this moment. I say softly, Xiao Ling, hello. We are meeting for the first time. Kindly give me your advice. 1. Translator's notes. 1. This is just a polite phrase upon meeting someone he's not really looking for advice. Chapter 269 Daughter of the Republic vs. Chinese Opera Singer 11.1. Chapter 269 Daughter of the Republic vs. Chinese Opera Singer 11.1. New arc, new world, new web design. I didn't like the theme I randomly chose when setting a pro tip. If you prefer reading in dark mode, activate AMP. This one takes place during a presumably fictional version of the Republic of China 19,121,949. Some of my footnotes in this chapter expand on the historical context given by the author. In the late 19th century, due to the corruption of the Qing dynasty and the depth of the invasion of the capitalist powers, and especially due to the defeat in the First Sino-Japanese War, China fell into a serious national crisis. The advanced people of China sought ways to save their nation. With the development of the capitalist economy in China, and the spread of Western political ideology, the political forces representing the emerging bourgeoisie had begun to enter China's the political arena. Continual conflicts and struggles broke out, and the Qing government was gradually overthrown. Local warlords occupied land to expand territory and to resist foreign enemies. Continuing to this day, the situation on all sides was dominated by self-proclaimed hegemons. The Northeast was united to form a strong alliance, establishing the Resistance Alliance Fellowship Army, while the Southwest did things its own way and established a strong independent government to seize power and expand its strength. 3. In the process of constant foreign invasion, many heroes emerged. The first one was the warlord marshal of the South, Zhibai Lin. This man, who looked refined and cultured, as it happens had a domineering temper. If he saw something he fancied, he'd just snatch it directly. It is said that he took his position as marshal in just such a way once he had set his eyes on it. Before then, he had merely been a political strategist, though no one knew the details. It cannot be denied that he had seized military power in the southern region, and for more than 3 years until now, had always been victorious. Not only were the invaders beaten till they pissed their pants in terror, he also snatched many lands in appropriation. Among them, Liehua province was one of them. Today was the day when Marshal Ziju entered the province. On the outer main road in Liehua province, Marshal Ziju's deputy general had long been waiting with the army. The 2 rows of troops looked mighty and domineering. The soldiers who had experienced fighting on the battlefield inevitably carried the smell of blood on their bodies. The common people who had been attracted to watch this legendary man could only quietly stand behind, far away from this group of soldiers. Clump, 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 clip, 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 clip. The sounds of horse hooves and footsteps rung out slowly on the bright afternoon. The gate of the city was wide open, and the soldiers standing watch on the city wall roared quickly at the sight of the troops not far away. The marshal has arrived, the marshal has arrived. The soldiers downstairs lined up in formation again, all facing the city gate. Their faces were solemn and respectful, as if they were waiting for the return of God. Bai Lin was clothed in a dark green military uniform that delineated his strong, lean, and powerful body. He wore a gun holster at his waist, and from inside a black metal object revealed its tail, indicating its existence. He was riding on a large white horse, and with his refined and elegant face he did not look like a soldier at all. But that pair of sharp, murderous eyes didn't allow anyone to dare underestimate this man. He was completely a beast. It was just that at this moment he had retracted his claws. "Marshal!" The soldier at the gate stood at attention, saluting, his voice high and respectful. Ziju Bai Lin rode his white horse through the city gates into Lihua province. From today, this place was owned by him, Ziju Bai Lin. He nodded and urged his horse forward. The welcoming army immediately turned around and marched behind. The deputy general, riding on a brown horse, caught up to the marshal, walking a half-step behind. He recounted the information on Lihua province. Lihua province has 3 long-standing families. One of the family's ancestors was an important general, and even now is considered a war hero of the Mar family. The Luo family is in control of Lihua province's financial sector. They have some relations with the western region. Lastly, the Nian family's grandfather was once the tutor of the Qing dynasty's Empress Dowager. The family were always loyal military officials. Since the previous generation, the Nian family has already withdrawn from the political arena and are now teachers. Currently, the main house has 7 people. There's a pair of brothers. The elder, Nian Bing Rong, runs the school, while the younger, Nian Yan Hui, runs the family properties. Nian Bing Rong has a wife and a daughter. The daughter is a university student studying overseas, and she has not yet returned. Nian Yan Hui has a wife, a son, and a daughter. The son, Nian Wen Hao, is currently serving as an assault instructor for the Lihua province garrison troops. The daughter, Nian Shu Rong, followed her uncle to teach at school. The influence of this family is the largest in Lihua province. The deputy general did not leave out any information he had investigated when reporting to his superior, especially regarding the Nian family. Since ancient times, the most respected and loved one has been the wise teacher who teaches and educates people. That this Nian family was capable of developing to such an extent must be due to their unswerving perseverance. If the Nian family could be pulled to their side, carrying out their work in Lihua province would be much more convenient in the future. The deputy general was still thinking about the happy days ahead, but he did not expect that upon entering the city, not to speak of going to rope in the Nian family, the marshal directly had a large gift delivered to the Nian family. That kind of surprising turn of events was nevertheless compulsory. Ziju Bai Lin nodded in understanding. To tell the truth, his teacher was a person from the Nian family. But that old fellow had been dead for a long time. Calculating seniority, Nian Bing Rong would be at the level of his father. Would he like to take the time to burn a stick of incense for the old man, although he had been dead for so long? In any case, he had taught him for several years. Ziju Bai Lin, who was thinking in this way, suddenly felt a blue figure flashing before his eyes. He stared intently, leaving only that person fixed in his pupils. Without a second thought, he urged his horse forward and fished up the running person. "Mama, our head finally met someone who moved his heart. Head strike first to gain the upper hand. Grab her, take her home, and get married." The deputy general following him, "What happened, Marshal?" Please don't fall ill at this time. Didn't we agree you need to leave a good impression on the people of Lihua province? Crowd of onlookers, a face of horror. They said that the marshal of the southern region was rampant and domineering. It was true that he just snatches anything that catches his fancy. How dreadful. The snatched Zun Mai. She had just suddenly appeared here, and before she had time to look at the information, right away she felt her feet leaving the ground. The speed of galloping called her back to her state of mind. Fuck, don't play like this. This time she didn't even return to the Sea of Stars system space, instead directly arriving in the new world. Could she be defrauded a bit more? Zun Mai scolded the Bao Bao countless times in her heart, and then picked up her spirits to confront this sudden situation. Paralyzed, she felt once again that her and her husband's soul imprint were disturbed by something. Fuck. Zun Mai was in a very unpleasant mood. Due to the evil tyrannical actions of this man, her complexion was not good. Regardless of whether or not he was her husband, she first needed to vent her anger. After running for a while, they soon stopped and he dismounted. He hugged Zun Mai around the waist and gently placed her on the ground. Zun Mai's complexion was very poor. What dynasty was this? Looking at the line of troops standing in front of her, she felt sick at heart. Marshal, gasping for breath as he shouted. The deputy general who had been chasing after them had finally caught up. Zun Mai felt a little sympathy for him. What are you hollering and squawking about? Can't you see this commander isn't available? Ziju Bai Lin glared at the deputy general. He needed to cultivate feelings with his wife, you know. His wife was so beautiful. The white wool cap against her skin made her delicate and beautiful little face even more snowy white and cute. On her upper body she wore a light blue knitted sweater in the British student style, and on her lower body was a black and white short plaid skirt. Translator's notes. 1. The First Sino-Japanese War, from 18,941,895, was a war between Qing dynasty China and Japan over the control of Korea. Korea had long been a tributary state of China, though Japanese forces frequently invaded. Japan won the war and commenced occupation of Korea, formally annexing Korea in 1910. Which lasted until the end of WW2. Due to the lack of central unification, the warlord era 19,161,928 was a time marked by regional commanders leading their private militias to fight over territory all over the mainland. Many of their common soldiers were bandits who enlisted during battles against other warlords, then went back to banditry afterwards. 3. I believe this is where we deviate into fiction, as there was no such army that I could find, or neat division between the Northeast and Southwest. Chapter 270 Daughter of the Republic vs. Chinese Opera Singer 11.2. Chapter 270 Daughter of the Republic vs. Chinese Opera Singer 11.2. With a small white handbag in her hand and a pair of knee-high white boots on her feet, the whole person was youthful and pretty. The more one looked at her, the brighter and more stunning she was. Especially those peach blossom eyes that looked like they were holding misty water. Very big, light brown, and when she looked at you, appeared both innocent and pure. Zun Mai, pure your sister, are. Right now she just wanted to find a place to learn about this world's information. Marshal, we have just entered the province. Isn't being this way not too good? The deputy general met his family's marshal's oppressive gaze as he spit out his words in one breath. Then he saw the marshal's face thoroughly darken. He howled in grief in his heart, my life is over. However, the bellow he was awaking from the marshal didn't come. He blinked in doubt. Don't tell me the marshal has changed his character. As a result, he secretly looked at him. Heavens, he must be going blind, or the man who was wagging his tail at the young lady must not be his marshal. Hey wait, where did this tail come from, evil thing? Quick, begone, begone. The deputy general with his distressed face looked on helplessly as the marshal incessantly fawned over the young lady. Wife, what's your name? I am Zijubai Lin, your husband. Zijubai Lin shamelessly stuck to her. The more he looked at his wife, the more adorable he found her. So pretty. Jun Xie's forehead jumped up to look like the character. She tried to endure, but nevertheless she couldn't restrain herself, and directly kicked out. Zijubai Lin quickly dodged to the side, and with a wronged look said, Wife, how could you bully your husband? Be good, come, tell husband what your name is. Which family's daughter I'll drop in tomorrow to propose marriage. I'll bring a group of men, and, if unwilling, I'll just snatch her back again. Exactly so. On the one hand, the deputy general felt it would not be easy for his commanding officer to return to normal. Could this bandit behavior be changed? If he knew of his marshal's true thoughts, he would surely bring to an end his own stupidity, as he would then be convinced the marshal actually understood etiquette. Jun Xie sighed. Zijubai Lin, is it you want to marry me? Jun Xie reached out a hand and beckoned to a soldier at the side. The soldier's face was dumbfounded, but his heart was very bitter. Could he pretend he didn't see anything? He looked to the marshal for an answer. Seeing that his marshal, although very unhappy, still acquiesced in the action of the lady he had kidnapped, the soldier stepped forward with a face looking as if he were a warrior meeting his death. Jun Xie overall was not well. Extend your hands. The soldier obediently reached his hands out. Jun Xie set her bag in his hands, opened it, and took out a pair of white gloves which she then put on. She interlaced her fingers and cracked her knuckles. Come, let's see if you have the qualifications to dare say you'll marry me. Without waiting for the other person to answer, Jun Xie put weight on her left foot, swept her right foot past in a kick, her hands motion not slow. Her 5 fingers in the shape of a claw, she went straight for Zijubai Lin's throat. In response to this aggressive move, every cell in Zijubai Lin's body was screaming out to him to dominate her. He quickly reached out to receive her maneuver, and the two people had hardly separated when she immediately made another move. Dozens of moves later, and neither side showed signs of defeat. From the beginning, the soldiers present watched with full concentration this woman who had unexpectedly won their commander's favor. For her to dare provoke their commander, she must be tired of living. They were in awe. In troubled times, the strongest are respected. If you have strength, a strong fist is sufficient to give you the capital to speak. The spectating soldiers all felt the hot blood in their bodies rising. In a short time, the exchange of blows ended. Ultimately, Jun Xie's stamina was not able to keep up with Zijubai Lin's moves. Clamped tightly in his arms, Jun Xie struggled resentfully for a while. She ruthlessly stomped down on Zijubai Lin's foot. Although it was not the thin pointed heel of her world, but the force used to step on his toes still had an impressive result. SSS Zijubai Lin sucked the air in through his teeth. He resisted the pain in his foot. He would not release the person in his arms for the life of him. This wife of was really to his own tastes. Ayer, it's accounted for, she's his .1. Jun Xie ground her heel. The expression on her face was utterly furious. This guy still wouldn't let go of her. Oh wife, don't crush it anymore, my toes will break off. Zijubai Lin howled in grief, begging for mercy with a shameless face. Damn it, let me go. Zun Mai ferociously stomped her heel hard before she removed her foot. This loathsome guy had no sense of shame. The deputy general and soldiers were flabbergasted. This was a good show, very exciting. However, they now felt very hurt, and somehow felt that they had been abused. Ziju Bailin released Zun Mai, but he stuck close beside her. Wherever she walked, he followed. Speak, who are you? Zun Mai took off her gloves and placed them back in the bag the soldier was holding. Although in the beginning the soldier who was forced to hold the bag had felt apprehensive, at this moment he felt quite honored. This young lady who looked too weak to stand up to the wind was actually a thorny rose who might be poisonous. One must be careful to treat her conscientiously with respect. Wife, I just told you I am your husband, Ziju Bailin. Oh, that's right. I've just taken over Lihua province. Wife, quickly tell me, which family's daughter are you? I'll have people prepare your betrothal gifts. Well, immediately propose marriage. My wife is so outstanding, I have to quickly make the first move. If when the time comes she should fly away, then what's to be done? Zun Mi's heart prickled at this vile person Ziju Bailin. How was it that this guy's character was becoming more and more unusual? Yes, during the fight with Ziju Bailin, she could sense a faintly discernible trace of her husband's soul imprint coming from the man in front of her. Speaking of which, her husband's nature this time was deceptive. This man had a face like a cleansing spring breeze, handsome and gentle. He had black hair cut close to the ear and intellectual gold-rimmed glasses sheltering that pair of deep peach blossom eyes. Although he had a smile overflowing with tenderness that wouldn't let people underestimate his heart. He was dressed in a dark green military uniform, with a pair of brightly polished combat boots on his feet. No matter how you looked at him, he didn't look like he fought in battles or served in the army, yet this one was a marshal. How does that saying go? Oh, you can't judge a book by its cover. Did I agree to marry you? Zun Mai lifted her chin, her arrogant appearance just like a kitten with its hair raised, angry because its pet owner had provoked it. Ziju Bailin trembled from his darling's cuteness. He ran up to Zun Mai with jolting buttocks to his eyes bright. Wife, I am a good man, especially to my wife. Whatever you want me to do, I'll do. Really? That face said, I'm very well behaved, very useful. Just take me in and keep me three okay. Zun Mai felt that she needed to keep calm. Otherwise she would not be able to endure those evil clutches. Cough. We'll talk about this later. Let me go home first. She knew that if this guy didn't agree, let alone return to her home, it would be difficult to go out. Translator's notes. 1. The asterisks were in the RAR. I didn't really get it. 2. This phrase cracks me up. Jolting buttocks is the literal translation, but it just implies eagerness. 3. Keep me like a mistress or gigolo is the implication, though I doubt he'd make her pay. Chapter 271 Daughter of the Republic vs. Chinese Opera Singer 11.3 Chapter 271 Daughter of the Republic vs. Chinese Opera Singer 11.3 This world's dog blood plot is finally revealed. We'll talk about this later. Let me go home first. She knew that if this guy didn't agree, let alone return to her home, it would be difficult to go out. But in the end, whose body is she in? Sure enough, after hearing her words, Ziju Bailin immediately said, Wife, you're my family. You should also live in my house. Returning also means returning to my home. Then what? You won't let your wife live anywhere else? Zun Mai. This won't do, really. Arrange a room for me. I just came back today, so let me sleep before we continue this discussion. After she figured out what was going on, she would come back to her husband to settle accounts. Zijubailin happily held his wife's hand and diligently entered the marshal's residence. Although this house had just been prepared, the space was big enough. The outside looked like it was European style, but the interior contained a layout in the Chinese style, with a small pavilion and courtyard. The arrangements were very good, elegant with an expensive air that was characteristic of nobility, but also the artistic flair of the intellectual literati. The innermost room on the second floor had 4 large windows facing the back garden. At this time, the pear trees in the garden had just opened. The blossoms were very white, with the occasional 1 or 2 clusters of pink poking out. It was very lovely. I'll be taking this room. You go take care of yourself how you see fit. Zun Mai waved her hand dismissively, then pushed the other person out and closed the door with a bang. The room here was big, and the scenery was nice. It was very much to her liking. Outside the closed door, Zijubailin was stunned. This wasn't right, or it couldn't be that after they were sharing the same bed and naturally had the feelings to do this and that, he would also be sent out. Fuck, which son of a bitch wrote that book? His theory was totally unreliable too. The depressed Zijubailin decided to go out and find the deputy general to vent his feelings and exchange pointers. Inside the room, Zun Mai was lazily reclining on top of the bed, kneading the fluffy white ball in her hand with an attractive smile on her face. Bow bow, come, let's calculate how many times you've defrauded me. And when speaking of this, Zun Mi's face was just as gloomy as Zijubailin's. Bao Bao impressively didn't dare to breathe heavily and sought forgiveness. Host, I just received an urgent notification. Moreover, host, if you didn't arrive at this time, the plot would change for the worse. Zun Mai picked up Bao Bao with 2 fingers and swung back and forth, causing Bao Bao to scream in fear. Zun Mai only showed mercy and stopped once Bao Bao was too dizzy to see straight, and the whole fuzzy white ball didn't look too good. Tell me about this world. She adjusted herself into a good position, prepared to receive the relevant information. She had actually arrived in the Republic of China, or at least that was the historical background, but the characters were all fictional. This plane's female lead was an opera singer who played the main female role in the most famous acting troupe in Lihu Province, the Flowering Crabapple Troupe. 5. From a young age, she had grown up in this acting troupe. Because of her cleverness, everyone was fond of her. After continuous efforts, she debuted on the stage in the opera Yang Difai. 6. Her role as Imperial Consort Yang was an instant hit. Henceforth her status shot up. She was also very hardworking. The audience for every performance was filled to capacity, and her popularity rose higher and higher. It was at this time that the peaceful Lihuor province was seized by the reportedly extremely despotic bandit warlord Marshal. 7. He also made a high-profile move into Lihuor province, thus breaking the peace of Lihuor province. Originally, this actress and this marshal should never have met. But a leading businessman who wanted to curry favor with the marshal drugged the female lead and delivered her to the marshal's bed. The marshal had a wild temperament and was naturally unhappy to fall into someone's scheme. He threw the female lead out on the spot, not caring at all what would happen to the drugged-up female lead. After all, he didn't know whether the woman had been a part of the conspiracy or was innocent. The law of female leads: when you encounter a crisis, that just means you'll encounter a stroke of luck. She was rescued by the male lead. The male lead was also very awesome. Not only could he contend against this bandit marshal, he was also the Western Region Major General, not inferior in any respect. In their interactions, the male lead was moved by the tenacity of the female lead. He felt that it was very rare to find such an optimistic and energetic woman in these troubled times. They immediately promised themselves to each other for life. Naturally, the issue of the female lead's recent close shave was brought up again. Regarding the bandit marshal's conduct and deeds, the male lead hated it to the bone. In addition, he wanted to take away the power held in the marshal's hands. He joined forces with the Northeast to encircle and annihilate the bandit marshal, and in the end the male lead finally won. But because of this, the southern region lacked a hero to fight against the invaders. The invaders saw their opportunity and attacked without restraint. The western region was too busy taking care of themselves. The Northeast was worried about treading in muddy waters. All were unwilling to lend a hand. As a result, the southern region fell into enemy hands, causing irreparable damage to other regions. Afterwards, the war fell into a state of stalemate, and the blood of fellow countrymen flowed again and again. At this point, the war part of the story was finished. Zun Mai was stupefied. The following part of the story continued with the romantic entanglements between the two leads. The male lead's mother didn't like the female lead because she was an actress and not worthy of her son. The female lead left broken-hearted. She accidentally met her father, was formally recognized, and returned home. In the span of one day, she transformed from an opera singer into the precious daughter of an influential family. The male lead's mother had nothing to say, and finally agreed. The two people had a happy ending. At this point, the text ended. Zun Mai already didn't know what expression she should wear. What about the war? Who won? Who lost? Was there really no problem with this ending, or was she impatiently summoned here in order to repair this bug-9 and initiate the ending? She felt she wasn't fit for such a friggin' difficult task. Oh, that's right. Bao Bao, my identity is the Nyan family's daughter. In other words, the female lead is my younger sister, yet another younger sister. She couldn't help but recall the first world's Kin Hui C.10. Please don't be another fake white lotus covering a black heart. Yep, host, the mission is out, la. Please take a look. Bao Bao jumped out of Zun Miss Parm and flopped onto the big bed carved out of pear wood. This silk was so smooth and cool, and this bed had a faint, sweet fragrance. It smelled so comfortable, Bao Bao came to the conclusion that the marshal was really wealthy. In fact, Zun Mai and Bao Bao weren't aware, but this room was originally intended for Ziju Bai Lin. As a result, Zun Mai had occupied it by force. Zun Mai turned on the control panel, and in an instant had an expression of main mission: pursue the male lead, the supporting male lead, and reach good feeling favorability ratings of 100. Side mission: change the fate of an important character Ziju Bai Lin and put the world back on the right track. Triggered mission: discovered the secret of the original body. Hidden mission: hard. Did this seduction strategy also come with an upgrade? There was only one in the last world, and in this world it had become 2. There won't be 3 in the next world, right? However, it must be said that the biggest pitfall in the last world was the seduction strategy. After marrying her husband, she had recalled there was also another general she never used the seduction strategy on. Then she took a month looking for the name of this general who had never appeared, and as a result was pressed down by her jealous husband such that she couldn't get out of bed for a week. In the end, the pathetic response came. The hell her husband was precisely that general. She was so stupid that she dug her own hole to fall in. Translator's notes. 1. The name of this province, Lai Hua, means pear blossom. 2. El Mao, this boy and his books. 3. Classical Chinese opera, not Western opera. 4. It actually says she plays the role of Hudden, which is one of 6 possible female lead roles. The Hudden actress requires the gay, flirtatious personality of a young girl, usually not of such a high social standing as the King. A different female role, the Hua Dan actress with her coy, coquettish and generally quicker movements arrests the attention of the audience. For more on Beijing opera roles, click here. Other regions have their own opera styles, but Beijing opera is probably the most famous, at least abroad. 5. It sounds much prettier in Chinese. Hai Tang Hu. 6. Yang Yu Huan, aka Yang Daifai imperial consort. Yang was a famous Tang dynasty beauty and consort to Emperor Xuanyang. She was blamed for Thing's potential rebellion, hungry soldiers, general crappy situation, etc., and the emperor was persuaded to put her to death. Many stories about her have been made in books, film, and television. 7. Lol, guess who? 8. Alt translation, to get involved in an unsavory enterprise. 9. This was in English. 10. Please refer to Chapter 1. Ken Huic was the illegitimate daughter who crashed Zun Miss' 18th birthday party with their trashy dad. Chapter 272, Daughter of the Republic vs. Chinese Opera Singer 11.4. Chapter 272, Daughter of the Republic vs. Chinese Opera Singer 11.4. As for her husband, this title of Bandit Marshal was really hella appropriate. Before falling asleep, Zun Mai had the faint feeling that she seemed to have forgotten something. At this time, the news that the marshal had forcefully snatched a woman also quietly spread in Lai Hua province. On the other side, the Nian family, who was anxiously waiting for their baby to return, waited from noon until the sun disappeared behind the horizon. As the moon rose high into the sky, the candles in the house were extinguished one after another, but they were still waiting for the daughter who had said she was coming back that day. Nian family's elder husband and wife felt somewhat panicked. These were troubled times, and their daughter was an outstanding jade-like beauty, if by chance. Older brother, sister-in-law, don't worry. Zun Mai is so smart, there's no way she could meet with mishap. She was probably delayed by something on the road. The second master of the Nian family, Nian Yan Hui, uttered these words of comfort, though he himself also felt uncertain. Beforehand, they had heard the rumors spreading outside about the bandit marshal snatching a young lady and bringing her back to his residence. But none of them took the matter seriously. They all felt it couldn't have anything to do with their children. Only now, Nian Yan Hui didn't know what to say. He could only pray that his inauspicious thoughts would not be proven correct. Nian Shu Rong was also constantly looking at the door with a worried face. She thought in her heart, how come her younger sister Wang still hadn't returned? She was really worried to death. The Nian family didn't have all of those internal fights and schemes or power struggles, not to mention jealousy. The two houses of the Nian family got along very well, each performing their own duties without conflict. The difference in age of the 3 children was not big, and they had played together since childhood, so their affection for one another was also very deep. Uncle, aunt, mom, and dad, Mei too. Why are you all here? Nian Wen Hao, who was hurrying back to see his little sister, still hadn't entered the door when he saw the whole family at the doorway. Don't tell me you're all waiting for me. It's unimaginable there had actually come a day when he unexpectedly got to enjoy such treatment. The first rule of the Nyan family was that women should be spoiled, and boys should be raised. As a result of Nyan Wenhao's upbringing, his dad hoped that he would become a cultured intellectual in the future. His name also held those high expectations. 3. In the end, he entered the garrison troops without a word, and recklessly took the position of assault instructor. When the Nyan family members came to know of it, without exception they all thought, "You're frickin' kidding me." The Nyan family members all came to an agreement not to participate in these matters. How could they get involved again in the blink of an eye? The helpless Nyan family still didn't tell Nyan Wenhao what to do. They insisted on allowing the younger generation to have the freedom to develop and grow. G4, you really would stick gold to your face. Who's waiting for you? We're waiting for Maymay. I also don't know what's going on. She still hasn't returned yet, and it's gotten dark out. Nyan Shuirong stomped her foot and stretched her neck out to look outside. She tried to look angry and restrain her laughter at her brother. Her delicate oval face was like a lotus flower breaking the surface 5 and made one feel at ease. Coupled with her scholarly appearance, it set off her graceful nature. What, Zyro May still hasn't arrived? How can that be? Nyan Wenhao didn't quarrel with his sister at the moment, and his eyes widened in surprise. Zunmai had been pampered by the whole Nyan family since she was a child. She was clever and sensible, and never gave them troubles. She did not resemble those daughters of aristocratic families that were unruly and willful. So when he heard that their little sister had yet to return, Nyan Wenhao felt certain she had met with an accident. "You all wait here, I'll go take a look." After speaking, he turned and ran out without ever having entered the house. Nyan Shuirong pulled her mother's and aunt's hands to head inside. "Auntie, mother, don't worry. Zyro May is definitely all right. Darji already went to find her. We should go inside to wait. Don't make yourselves ill waiting for Zyro May, or when the time comes she will certainly blame herself." As a daughter who stayed at home all year round, she also enjoyed the love of 2 mothers and 2 fathers. Du Shu Tian, her aunt Zun, Miss Mom, patted Nyan Shuirong's hand, her face full of affection. "Shuirong is really considerate. If it went for Shuirong, your aunt would be worried sick, missing little Mai every day." "Not at all, Auntie. I'm also your daughter, Zyro May isn't here, so I ought to look after both of you. Although all of you are taking care of me." Her Nyan Shuirong leaned on the shoulders of her 2 loved ones. She resembled a pleased child, with none of the maturity and composure she showed at school. The 2 men who followed them in were also smiling. However, this harmonious scene did not last long. Nyan Wenhao returned directly to the garrison and asked someone to lend a hand in finding his little sister. The results were quick, but this was really not what he wanted to see. His face turned grave and dark. Today's rumors were actually about his little sister. How could this be? He hurried home to convey the situation to the 2 masters. "Dad, I will go at once to visit Zijubai Lin. That damned bandit. It's true that bad habits die hard." The only time they'd worked together, the commander's flag had been taken by him. Now he dared to play with his little sister. He must beat him up until he was looking for his teeth all over the floor. Du Shu and Jai Jin, when Tianyan Hui's wife, probably both had pale faces. They sat on carved wooden chairs made of cedar, their fingers gripping the armrests until their veins bulged. "Auntie, mother, don't worry. We will go early tomorrow. It's already late now. I'll go with my brother to visit the marshal's residence to confirm the situation. Nian Shu Rong hurried forward and coaxed the two elders. Nian Wenhao also asked all of the elders to go along and rest and not to worry. When the people left, Nian Wenhao and Nian Shu Rong rushed nonstop to the marshal's residence. The distance between the two streets was not very far, but in the dark of the night, the walk still seemed to take some time. When they finally arrived at the marshal's residence, the inside was already dark. 6 guards stood at the gate. When they saw people approaching, they immediately raised their guns and shouted, "Stop, don't step forward. This isn't a place you can enter. Hurry and leave." This was the first time Nian Wenhao had experienced the pleasure of having soldiers point guns at him, and he felt enraged. However, he still remembered his business here. He took a step forward and exposed the badge on his wrist. "I am the assault instructor for the Liehua Province Garrison Troops, Major Nian Wenhao." The soldiers who spoke before immediately came forward to check and confirmed his authenticity, then straightened up to salute sir. The soldiers standing behind put away their guns and followed suit sir. Nian Wenhao nodded and put away the badge. "Today, your marshal took away a woman. What's that woman's name?" He just hoped a million times in his heart that it would not be his little sister. He would rather his little sister had just been delayed on the road. The few soldiers looked at each other, then shook their heads. Reporting, "Sir, we do not know the name of the young lady. May I ask if sir requires anything else?" The soldier who had inspected his badge inquired in a respectful manner. Translator's notes. 1. They're actually cousins, but Shu Rong calls Zunmai her sister because they all live in the same household, same paternal grandparents. 2. Mei, or Zyro Mei younger sister, does not require blood relation, though in this case they are brother-sister. When used as a term of address, I'll use the Pinyin, but when it appears descriptively in the text, I'll use young little sister. I felt the other family member positions translated fine into English, but I feel like there's something really awkward about addressing someone as sister or brother in English. On the whole, I want to avoid overwhelming readers with Pinyin, so I guess let me know if this grates on anyone's nerves. 3. Wenhao means eminent writer. Clearly they want him to be a scholar. 4. Gij, or Darji older brother. 5. I.e. surpassingly beautiful. Chapter 273 Daughter of the Republic vs. Chinese Opera Singer 11.5. Ch. 273 Daughter of the Republic vs. Chinese Opera Singer 11.5. Nian Wenhao frowned. Is there anything special about that young lady? If he didn't ask, his heart couldn't settle down. Reporting, sir. The lady seems to have just returned from studying overseas. The soldier shut his mouth after speaking. As for the matter of her fighting on even grounds with their marshal, and especially what their marshal liked, he wouldn't say. That he answered this commanding officer's words was only because these things had already become well known by everyone during the day. In order to be capable of serving at the bandit marshal's side, even the small soldiers had to be quick-witted. Especially the guards at his front gate, after all, must understand how to weigh others' words and observe facial expressions to know who to confront and how to respond. Nian Wenhao wanted to rush in directly. Someone who had just returned from studying overseas, who else could it be besides his little sister? A raging flame ignited in the pit of his stomach, but there was nowhere to vent. I want to see your marshal. Just say Nian family's Nian Wenhao is visiting. Damn it, this damned bandit. First thing he snatched up their Nyan family's darling, really asking for a slap in the face. The soldier returned to the gate to stand motionlessly. He spoke again, his tone remaining respectful. "I'm sorry, sir. The marshal is already resting, and he has ordered that he will not be seeing any guests. Ask sir to please come again tomorrow morning." He bowed to Nyan Wenhao and responsibly and diligently resumed standing guard. Nyan Wenhao was about to burst with rage, but there was no other way. He couldn't just force his way in. Not to mention, he was afraid of hurting Xu Rong. The gun in his hand only had 4 rounds, which was not enough. Had he known when he left the garrison today, he would have brought the latest Browning equipment. 1. He angrily pulled Nyan Xu Rong away and left. He would come back again tomorrow. Zun Mai was unaware of the matters concerning the Nyan family. When she awoke, she felt full of vitality. When she opened the door, she saw a small leather suitcase in the doorway. And she knew that this had been brought back by her body's original owner. It seemed that after the bandit had kidnapped her yesterday, someone had retrieved the things she had dropped. Not bad. As soon as she brought the suitcase inside, someone knocked on the door. Zun Mai turned and opened the door. There stood 2 serving girls, one holding water and the other holding toiletries. She let them in. "Miss, this slave is called Yulan. Whatever you need in the future, do not hesitate to tell me." The serving girl, wearing a pink linen dress and her hair in 2 sheep horn braids, bowed to Zun Mai and introduced herself. 2. "Miss, this slave is called Shui Zion. 3. I will take care of you together with Yulan Jie. 4. Another girl in the same pink linen dress and 2 sheep horn braids, who looked more lively than the previous Yulan, also spoke. Zun Mai nodded. "I am Nyan Zun Mai." "What, you are Miss Nyan?" the 2 girls exclaimed simultaneously. Their eyes were opened wide in astonishment. There's no way their reaction wouldn't be noticed by Zun Mai. And is there a problem? She could see from this body's memory that the original was a very clever and lovable child. Yulan and Shui Zion knew that they had overreacted and quickly explained, "No. Yulan continued, "Both I and Shui Zion are locals from Lai Hua province, so we are familiar with the people and matters of Lai Hua province. The Nyan family is very well known, and we also know of the Nyan family's young miss. In particular, about Miss Nyan, Nyan Zun Mai, known as Lai Hua province's #1 treasured daughter. We have all been fortunate to hear of your past achievements. So we were surprised just now. We hope the young miss can forgive us." Yulan and Shui Zion prepared to kneel, but Zun Mai swiftly stopped them and pulled them up. "I'm not such a petty person. I don't have many rules here. You just have to do your work well. You need not be afraid of me. I don't eat people." She couldn't help but tease them. Zun Mi's mood had improved. She let the 2 serving girls prepare water for her, then she took a bath, changed clothes, and went downstairs. She was going to find her husband, who had become a bandit marshal. She also remembered what was forgotten yesterday, that her parents were still waiting for her. She had suddenly disappeared yesterday without warning. It could be assumed that they were very anxious. In addition, there was also the relationship between the original body and the female lead. From the original story, it could be seen that the female lead was a daughter of the Nyan family. What about her original body then? What was her identity? "Zijubai Lin, don't bully people too much. You dared to kidnap my little sister." As she reached the top of the stairs, Zun Mai heard the somewhat familiar angry voice below. Searching through her memory, she immediately placed it. It was the voice of the original body's older brother. She was very satisfied with her original body's relatives this time. The two households had peaceful and amicable relations. This kind of family affection was really nice. Leaning on the railing, she listened quietly to the developments below and in passing took a look at her inventory. She opened the control panel and found that the content had been updated. Main Mission 1: Make the male lead reach a good feelings favorability rating of 100 completed. Awarded 100,000 points. Memory storage card. Main Mission: To punish the humans who are harming the deep-sea mermaids completed. Awarded 100,000 points and weapon manufacturing skill. Side Mission: Protect the deep sea from human invasion completed. Awarded 20,000 points. System rewards: 2 accomplishment points have been added. 2 bottles of high-quality nutrition fluid have been used. Wealthy in knowledge boundless dictionary is already equipped. 5. Host Zun Mai. Level 45 out of 100. Age 20. Character numerous. Charm 100 has reached the upper limit. Physical strength 78 100. Luck 28 50. Medical skill advanced. Weapon manufacturing beginner. Accomplishment 1750. World tree normal watered. Points 922,086. Inventory Zisui pills X5, Darhuan pills X10, memory storage card. She looked in heartbroken silence as her inventory held fewer and fewer things. But what the heck was that weapon manufacturing? Don't tell her she had to research artillery. Goddamn it, Zijubai Lin, do you have the guts to fight with me? Nian Wenhao was completely out of control. Had tried to reason with him in every way possible, but this bandit wouldn't let his sister come out, let alone let him see his sister and take her home. Thinking about it, he felt sad. He unexpectedly did not have the qualifications to be his own little sister's big brother. Nian Wenhao, you are not my opponent. Get lost. My wife is mine, don't think about it. Zijubai Lin didn't give Nian Wenhao any face. He was the one who came to steal his wife. What place did politeness have? Look, this is the thinking of a bandit. Clearly he's just Zun, Miss Brother. The two masters of the Nian family were also red in the face with anger. Fortunately, they did not bring the 3 women today, otherwise who knows what would come of that anger. Marshal Ziju, we respect you as a war hero. You like our daughter. Yes, you can get married if you want to. But you can't just kidnap someone like that and take my daughter by force regardless of her wishes. If my daughter were willing, then even if you were a beggar, I, Nian Bing Rong, would not oppose it. But if my daughter is not willing, then even if you are the warlord marshal who controls the entire western region, my Nian family would definitely never compromise. Translator's notes. Sheephorn braids. Juan Browning is an American firearms manufacturer, including shotguns, rifles, and pistols. So as far as I can make out, this hairstyle is like Dutch braid pigtails. Here's a picture of singer GM sporting the hairstyle. 3. It's common for serving girls to be given themed names. These girls are both named after flowers. Yu Lan's name means magnolia and Shui Zion means daffodil. 4. Jai, Jie, or Dar Jai mean older sister. Blood relationship unnecessary, and here unlikely. 5. I'm really not sure about this last one. The first part is a phrase from the Book of Rites, a classic Confucian text, and the second part refers to a well-known encyclopedic dictionary. If I later find out what this is supposed to be, I'll let y'all know. Chapter 274 Daughter of the Republic vs Chinese Opera Singer 11.6 Ch 274 Daughter of the Republic vs Chinese Opera Singer 11.6. The do-do-do sound of Nian Bing Rong's walking stick hitting the ground showed how stirred up he was at the moment. Zun Mi's eyes teared up a little. Raising her head up, she thought the original body's investment in her family was worth it. In the original story, in order to save Lai Hua province and the Nian family, her body's owner married the head of the Northeastern Region's Resistance Alliance Fellowship Army, a man in his 50s. It was merely to assist Lai Hua province in strength, but in the end she was too naive. Not only did the Western region fall into enemy hands, she herself also died in the war. Farther in lore, my wife definitely agreed to marry me. You can rest assured that you will all be invited on that day we kneel to the heavens and earth. Wan Zijubai Lin spoke like a gangster. Anyway, he would not let his wife go back. Clearly she had already entered his home. How is it possible he would now spit her back out? Nian Bing Rong and the others did not know how to respond. Zun Mi wanted to laugh at her husband's anger. That he dared to speak these words showed he was prepared to play stupid to the end. Zijubai Lin, you're bullying my family behind my back. The clear bright voice sounded neither pleased nor angry as high-heeled boots tapped down the wooden stairs. Presently, a red figure appeared before everyone's eyes. Today, Zun Mi wore a white wool dress, the surface of which was light and soft. On top, she wore a red cloak, her chestnut curls scattered casually over her shoulders, and on her head was the same white knit cap as the day before. Unlike yesterday's cute and charming appearance, today's Zun Mi looked elegant and refined. Ziro Mei daughter little my wife. Amidst the normal voices mixing together, one voice sounded out especially unharmoniously. In a flash, 4 pairs of eyes were drawn to the speaker. Zijubai Lin would like to express, look, it can't hurt. In any case wife is mine. He quickly stepped forward and fawningly helped Zun Mi down the stairs. Slow down, don't fall. AI. Are your shoes okay to walk in? Otherwise you can wear mine. The obsequious manner of this bootlicker almost made the Nian family members' eyes fall out. What the fuck? Was this still the same infuriating and unyielding person from a moment ago? Zun Mi cast a sidelong glance at Zijubai Lin, and Zijubai Lin immediately shut his mouth, looking back at her pitifully. Why is my wife being so fierce again? Clearly I'm being very well behaved. Dad, Uncle, Darji, have a seat, Zun Mi called out with a smile after seeing them all standing around helplessly. Zijubai Lin scuttled to Zun Mi's side, wanting to sit down. Zun Mi tilted her head and beamed, you stand next to me. We will wait to settle accounts slowly. Ying to wife. You don't love me anymore, Zijubai Lin complained tearfully while standing obediently at her side. The Nian family had already lost their train of thought. This contrast was too much, they couldn't bear it. One moment he was a despotic local tyrant. The next moment he was quailing before their child's instructions. Wasn't he that bandit marshal? Zun Mi ignored Zijubai Lin. Dad, why did you come over here so early? I was originally about to return. What, wife, you don't want me? How can this be? Before she could finish, she was interrupted by the obedient wallflower Zijubai Lin, who pounced upon Zun Mi and held her tight. Sure enough, these people had come to snatch his wife from him. Bad people. Next time he wouldn't let the guards let them in. Zun Mi smacked him and said unhappily, if you're not going back with me, then get lost. It was really not the day to straighten him out. Did he just want to rip the tiles off the roof? 3. Zijubai Lin's eyes brightened, and he planted a slobbery kiss on Zun Mi's face. I just knew wife was the best. I'll immediately have Mu Chang go prepare the betrothal gifts to bring to your parental home. Regardless of the few people who came to grab his wife, he now had more important matters, that is, to marry his wife and bring her home. Watching Ziju Bai Lin walk away, the Nyan family finally snapped out of it. Daughter, have you really decided? Nyan Bing Rong didn't know whether to console the child or. Zun Mai nodded and showed a genuine smile. Dad, Ziju Bai Lin is a person who, once he makes a decision, he won't give it up. He is worth my waiting for him, and I also believe he will not fail to live up to my expectations. She paused, then continued, in these troubled times, I do not ask for anything else, just that when I have the ability, I want to enable the Nyan family to walk an easier and smoother road. These past few years, I have learned a lot of things abroad, and I want to apply them to our people. This country belongs to everyone, and it does no one any good for it to be destroyed. Only if all people are united can they overcome all difficulties. Zyro Mei, did that bandit threaten you? Don't be afraid to speak out. Darji will protect you with my life. Nyan Wen Hao was very angry. His cute little sister must have been bullied by that Ziju Bai Lin guy. Zun Mai got up, took Nyan Wen Hao's hand and met his eyes, her own filled with earnestness and seriousness. Darji, I like him very much. He didn't force me or threaten me. Just now I think you should all have been able to see that he treats me sincerely, otherwise he wouldn't condescend to lower himself in front of me. When speaking about Ziju Bai Lin, there was a tenderness in her eyes that even she was not aware of. Looking at such a Zun Mai, both Nyan Bing Rong and Nyan Wen Hao clearly realized Zun Mai was firmly resolved. People who have never been headstrong will also have times of willfulness. They couldn't refuse and couldn't bear to let her down. She held her father's arm. Dad, don't worry, your daughter won't let herself suffer. There was an irresistible self-confidence about her, a radiance no one could ignore. Just tell your dad if there's anything. Dad will definitely give you justice. Nyan Bing Rong sighed and patted his daughter's hand. She was his only daughter. How could he not wish for her happiness? Nyan Wen Hao also tacitly agreed. If worst came to worst, he would be watching Ziju Bai Lin. If he dared to let his little sister down, he would grab that guy and beat him up. Wife, everything is prepared. Let's go. Ziju Bai Lin came in with a whirl of energy and squatted in front of Zun Mai, his face looking at her expectantly. That guy Mu Cheng did a great job this time. Last night, he had prepared the betrothal gifts for him. Zun Mai nodded and said, Dad, Uncle, Darji, let's go home. Mom and Aunt must have been waiting for a long time. The group walked to the door and saw that there were 6 black armored cars parked outside, followed by a military vehicle. The military vehicle was full of things, all tied up with red silk, and the silk floated every time the wind blew. Mu Cheng stood in line with 2 teams of soldiers standing in formation, waiting for the people to come out. Seeing Nyan Bing Rong coming, he immediately approached and opened the door for him with a respectful attitude. Nyan Bing Rong took Nyan Yan Hui and Nyan Wen Hao to sit inside, thinking that Zun Mai would also join them. In the end, he saw Ziju Bai Lin carry her onto a white horse that was being led by someone. Translator's notes. 1 day of marriage. For those who haven't read enough historical romance novels, a traditional marriage ceremony has the bride and groom bow to the heavens, to the parents, and to each other. Her family should of course be present. Too apparently this is the sound of birds trilling, but I assume he's whining like a dog. 3 Ripping the tiles off the roof means to be naughty. The whole idiom is 3 days without a beating, and a child will scale the roof to rip the tiles. Similar to spare the rod, spoil the child. It comes from a story about a couple of naughty children. The father broke his leg, so the mother had to do all of the field work, so she was too tired to discipline the children. One night, the mother woke up to find rain falling into the house, and after turning on the light, discovered that some of the tiles on the roof had been removed by her naughty children. A beating naturally followed. Chapter 275 Daughter of the Republic vs. Chinese Opera Singer 11.7 Ch. 275 Daughter of the Republic vs. Chinese Opera Singer 11.7 At that time of morning there were a lot of people on the street, especially when there were so many cars appearing, so more people circled around to take a look. Most people recognized the man in military uniform riding on the white horse as the bandit marshal who had entered the province yesterday. As for the pretty young lady in his arms, they could also make the mental connection to the scene from yesterday. Some people looked on from the sidelines as though watching a play. Some felt sorry for her, and others felt jealous. As far as many women were concerned, hooking a big warlord in this chaotic situation was a piece of luck. So after seeing someone get such an opportunity, of course their minds would be more lively. Jun Xie calmly received the gazes from all directions. She was already accustomed to it, to tell the truth. Wife, your elder brother told me your name. I'm happy you told me through the mouth of your relatives. Thinking about it, she felt she had been defeated by this husband. He actually wanted to learn the name of his wife from someone else's mouth. There was absolutely nothing more tragic than him, but who made her his wife? Jun Xie rolled her eyes. Oh, you really have the nerve to say that. When you grabbed me on the street yesterday, why didn't you first ask my name, Zijubai Lin? You should be glad. Glad that you're my husband. If I were someone else, the area 3 inches below your navel would no longer exist. 1. She was not some weak and feeble woman. In this plane, she could unlock the spiritual energy of the Xuanhuan plane, probably because the era of this plane. 2. In the past, it was rumored that there were many ghosts in the Qing dynasty, and the suppression on them had likely been loosened. Zijubai Lin promptly laughed. This was his wife's subtle way of acknowledging his identity. So happy. Jun Xie gently gave the person behind her a push. Hurry up, don't dawdle. This guy really didn't look at the situation. So stupid, she had to worry about whether he would be fooled. After being ordered, Zijubai Lin brandished his whip, and the horse lifted its hooves and started to run. The cars behind also sped up, and they soon appeared at the entrance of the Nian residence. The 3 female relatives were waiting at the door with a group of people. Someone had informed them earlier that the marshal was here. Mom, Aunt Jai. Jun Xie dismounted and rushed into the arms of a middle-aged woman in a red brocade dress. She rubbed against her mother, then hugged her aunt who was wearing an ochre-colored brocade dress 3 and then pulled on her cousin towards her. You still know to come back. We were worried to death about you. Quickly go inside. Nian Shu Rong spoke incessantly, but her eyes were full of smiles. Du Shu took Jun Xie's other hand and walked inside. As for the marshal who followed behind, they ignored him, snatching their family's baby and still wanting them to look approvingly. Being glared at by several pairs of eyes, Zijubai Lin just rubbed his nose and kept smiling. Forget it, it was too silly. Jun Xie couldn't stand by idly and watch any longer. She released the 2 people's hands and beckoned to Zijubai Lin. Let me introduce you to someone. This is Zijubai Lin, that bandit marshal. After introducing her mother and others to Zijubai Lin obediently greeted each one in turn. At last, everyone felt a little less hostile towards him. It seemed this Zijubai Lin was not quite like the rumors outside said. After lunch with the Nian family, Zijubai Lin left all his gifts behind and was ready to take Zun Mai back with him. But he was opposed by all the Nian family members. His bandit behavior immediately came out, and he picked up Zun Mai and ran. As he nimbly ran away, he did not forget to call out, "I've left behind the betrothal gifts, I'm taking my wife, see you later." Nian Wenhao, who had just gone to the rear garden to take care of a life event, took one step back in and heard these words. He immediately chased out after them in a fury. It's a pity that Zijubai Lin escaped too quickly, and he was only able to see the flash of a horse's tail. The Nian family sat in the front hall looking miserable, and once again added the bandit Marshal Zijubai Lin to the blacklist. Zun Mai, who was snatched up again. She had already anticipated this result. Tian scene change to the marshal's residence. Let's think about the next thing. As long as she called to mind weapon manufacturing, some detailed steps would appear in her brain. As long as she practiced, then with the help of the memory storage card, she could pull up these materials at any time. Putting the thought into practice, she took out a pen and paper and first drew a blueprint of a tank, and then an armored car. She then took the design plans and knocked on the door of the study. Zijubai Lin and his deputy general, Mu Cheng, the secretary Jun Xie, and a few other commanding officers were at that time discussing security issues in Liehua province. They were deliberating on how to lay out a defense in the southern region and how to set up the most comprehensive arrangement with the least number of troops. While speaking of these key points, a knock on the door sounded. The few people in the room stopped, a little suspicious. Who would come to the study, this important place, at this time? Mu Cheng stepped forward and opened the door. After seeing it was Zun Mai, he immediately adopted a respectful manner. "Miss Nian, is something wrong? I want to see Zijubai Lin." Zun Mai was also a little surprised. She didn't expect them to be in the middle of a meeting. But it was just as well. She could get results faster if everyone was here. Zun Mai had already scoured through the original story, and naturally had reviewed all the people around her husband. She found that all of her husband's men were loyal. Even when they were attacked jointly by the Western region and the Northeastern region, these people did not flee by themselves. They protected her husband to the death. Mu Cheng was a little bit embarrassed. "Miss Nian, wait a moment." He turned to speak to his commanding officer. Sure enough, as soon as he heard the name of the young miss, his marshal scuttled out. "Sigh, wife, you came to look for me. I'm so happy." Zijubai Lin embraced her and cheerfully rubbed against her, exactly like a large dog. Zun Mai patted Zijubai Lin's back, indicating for him to release her. "Let's go into chat. I have something." Zijubai Lin, who still wanted to play, saw his wife's serious face and immediately his mood vanished. He brought his wife into the study. "Jun Xie is my secretary. He Yuan, El Gang, Jiang Man, Jiang Fei, these are the heads of my 4 regiments. They are my people. Later if you ever have anything you need, you can find them." Zijubai Lin introduced these several people to Zun Mai, telling Zun Mai he really put her in his heart. Everyone present could understand Zijubai Lin's meaning, and nodded at Zun Mai. It is said that serious men are the most handsome. Her husband was calm, serious, with a cold face and the air of a sharpened knife ready to strike. His gold-rimmed glasses couldn't hide his dangerous eyes. If one were to describe it, he was a moving weapon in human form. Nian Zun Mai. You can just call me by my name. Zun Mai smiled slightly as she spoke, then gave the things in her hand to Zijubai Lin and sat down on the other side of the sofa. I need a laboratory, a place that is absolutely secret, and 2 people who know a little about these things. I also need an assistant. Oh, right, if you have someone who knows Western medicine, transfer them over to me. Translator's notes. 1. The Danshan. The center where one collects Kai, especially in Huaxiachuan settings, is supposedly located 3 inches below the navel. Actually, a Chinese inch kun is a little longer than an inch, so 4 in or 10 cm. 2. The Xuanyuan world was in Arc 6. 3. Ochre is a dusty pink color. Chapter 276 Daughter of the Republic vs. Chinese Opera Singer 11.8. Chapter 276 Daughter of the Republic vs. Chinese Opera Singer 11.8. Zijubai Lin took the papers while watching and listening to his wife. He was originally curious as to why his wife requested these things. He was simply astonished, period. Wife, are you able to do it? His tone was a little excited. This big guy, he was thinking of how formidable these things could be on the battlefield. I studied abroad for so many years. Don't tell me you think I studied the same things as all those aristocratic daughters, like advocating for equality, but didn't also learn anything practical. You still want to flaunt how great you are, what a learned person you are. The original body had studied medicine. She had a dream of contributing to the country. In fact, Zun Mai felt that the original was very foolish. Wanting to save a country was just wishful thinking. But she would still help her fulfill this wish. As for how to accomplish it by conquering her man, then her man would conquer the world. Zijubai Lin was already so excited, he wanted to go outside and run 2 laps and yell. Thinking about the fact that his subordinates were still there, he carefully put the things on the table. All of you take a look and think about it. Where would be suitable? He had just arrived in Lihua province, so he was not really clear on which places would fit his wife's requirements. Actually, the several people in the study were already curious, just what had Miss Nian given the marshal. Now, with just a look, oh my God, but this is a generous big gift. Its value can't be estimated. Marshal, there is a barren mountain 100 li outside Lihua province. We can use that space to build an arsenal. Wan Mu Chang quickly spoke. He was the first to enter the city, and he had made a detailed inspection of the entire Lihua province. Therefore he was capable of immediately coming up with a suitable location. Zun Mai also remembered the mountain Mu Chang had mentioned, and nodded. It's a large area and it's far away from the population, so it will be convenient for my experiments. Then the party plunged into deeper discussion, and Zun Mai officially entered the group, not as a subsidiary of Zijubai Lin, but as Nian Zun Mai. Using her own way, she won the esteem and respect of Zijubai Lin's subordinates, and thus took her first step into this troubled world. Watching the mission progress appearing on the control panel, it at last moved at a turtle's pace to 8, and she sighed. It was really not easy. Zun Mi's ability would be concealed from everyone for her safety. After all, when the world is in chaos, who wouldn't want to get a talent with a knowledge of medicine and ability to make weapons in their hands? Even if one couldn't obtain it oneself, one wouldn't wish others to be able to obtain it either. Especially now with the price of weapons and medicine. Chinese medicine wasn't used on the battlefield, as only Western medicine could take effect quickly. This is not to mention domestic weapons. When you are still carrying a gun that needs to be loaded with bullets, other people had already started using machine guns. This was not just a difference in culture between China and the West, but also a tug of war in strength. The present appearance of Zun Mai would now break this boundary. They reached a final result, and Zun Mai was able to leave them with confidence. The other men remained discussing amongst themselves the matter of preparing for the arrival of the Major General of the Western region, who was coming to promote friendly diplomatic relations. Boss, truthfully speaking, I think snatching Miss Nyan is the second-easiest thing you've ever done. The first, of course, was when you snatched the position of Marshal. If it was still that terrified steam bun too, I'm afraid the southern region would have already fallen into others' hands. Mu Chang couldn't help but sigh. His family's marshal should just stop snatching already. His snatching frightened people are. Ziju Bai Lin smiled proudly. Of course, your marshal's eyesight is very good. I settled on my wife at first sight. In fact, he didn't think much at the time, but only felt that he fancied her. Was that unreasonable? Who knew that the heavens would give him such a big gift it almost knocked him out? Boss, you have to be nice to sister-in-law. I heard that this Major General from the Western region is a pretty boy. If he steals sister-in-law's heart, what's to be done? He spoke with a seemingly earnest appearance. If he dares, I will shoot him. Ziju Bai Lin put his gun on the table angrily. No, it wouldn't do. His wife was too excellent. Mu Cheng, you go prepare the wedding for this commander. We need everyone to know, especially the Western region and the Northeastern region, understand this way he wouldn't have blind people coming to fight over his wife. Mu Cheng went to do it cheerfully, and Zhan Yuqing also went to arrange for the manpower needed to build the experimental base. Everyone dispersed, and Ziju Bai Lin went to look for his wife. Days passed like this, with occasional noisiness and disputes, for more than a month. On this day, Zun Mai had just come back from the mountain, only to find that the marshal's residence was overly quiet. She entered curiously. It turned out someone was paying a visit. Madam, you've returned. The marshal is in the study. You can go up directly. Mu Chang's eyes alit on Zun Mai, and he quickly stepped forward, attentively taking the bag in her hands and setting it aside. If Yu Lan hadn't already been at her side holding her shoes, she reckoned this guy would've also given her shoes to change into. Zun Mai looked at Mu Chang helplessly. She always felt he was doing this for himself, otherwise he wouldn't be so attentive. With such abnormality, there must be a demon. Speak, what have you done to make him unhappy? Mu Chang had an expression like head being split by lightning. Was his behavior so obvious? Zun Mai nodded with certainty. It's written all over your face. Cuff cuff. It's like this. Tomorrow, several important businessmen and major families in Liehua province will prepare a reception dinner for the marshal. They wished for the marshal's participation. I thought it was a good opportunity to meet people, so I agreed for him. Who knew that his marshal's illness would come back, and for the life of him he would not go. The chairman of the Board of Trade came directly to the house and wanted a definite answer. Zun Mai nodded to express her understanding. Time had really passed quickly. The plot had already come to this step. The female lead was about to appear. This time the party is first going to attend a performance by the Flowering Crabapple troupe. She is still looking forward to meeting the female lead. Yes, that's right. Miss Nyan also likes the Flowering Crabapple troupe's performances. We're kindred spirits. Kindred spirits chairman Wang, who was sitting on the sofa, immediately spoke. He was clothed in a black satin tunic suit 3 and hanging from his breast was a large smoking pipe. His 2 eyes flickered with shrewdness. This person's name used to be very well known in Lihua province, but now it's even become a household name. The honored daughter was forcibly brought home by the bandit marshal to become the marshal's wife, and no one knew what method was used to make the marshal take her into his heart and love her dearly. These matters had long become the idle tea-time gossip of the people of Lihua province. Chairman Wang, please go back first. I'll go with the commander tomorrow. HMPH, you're exactly that damn old man who drugged the female lead, that calamity, and delivered her to my husband's bed. Just wait and see if this young miss won't torment you to death tomorrow. Mu Cheng was also relieved. Although the marshal had many soldiers under his command, training troops required money. It was still necessary to have a good relationship with these local government officials in Lihua province, and later it wouldn't look so bad to extort them. For Translator's notes. 100 Li is about 30 miles, or 50 km. To a wimp. 3 something like this picture. For I'm not certain of the translation of this last sentence. Well, see if it matters. Chapter 277 Daughter of the Republic vs Chinese Opera Singer 11.9 Ch 277 Daughter of the Republic vs Chinese Opera Singer 11.9 This chapter had some difficult sentences, so I apologize for any confusion. Only when dying does the Son of Heaven realize love, more sorrow and grief for this fortunate life. How to cherish life filled with a sea of regret. Who will speak of this unrighted wrong? The past is as a layer of smoke, only grief knots the heart. The shrine must be an old terraced pavilion. Huiking pool one swallows the sounds of sorrow. 2. The woman on the stage dressed in a white palace costume waved her embroidered gown, and her soft, pleasant voice sounded sad beyond words. At this time, as Zun Mai was pulling Zijubai Lin inside, it happened to be at the part where Consort Yang was committing suicide at Mar Wai Slope on the orders of Emperor Xuanzong of Tang. 3. It could be assumed this was the opera, Yang Daifai, that made the female lead famous. Following with the eyes, this person was rather beautiful, and with her face lightly made up, this interpretation of a courageous consort Yang made one feel a tenderness towards her sad beauty. Chairman Wang was still worried that this great man wouldn't come. Fortunately he arrived as the show was ending. Otherwise, they would not be able to perform the next play. Peeking at the person next to the marshal, Boss Wang thought to himself, no man has long-lasting affections when there's a new person. They are bound to forget the old. When that time came, who knew what kind of ending this peerless talent Miss Nyan would have? Commander, you're here. Please go upstairs. Please go upstairs. Zijubai Lin looked closely at the man in front of him and spoke harshly. Put away your little thoughts. This commander's gun doesn't have eyes. What thing dared to calculate against him, and dared to use that kind of pitying look on his wife? Chairman Wang immediately felt that he was wrapped up in a murderous intent, and cold sweat dripped down his back. Zun Mai just came to see the female lead, and now that she'd seen her, she had no intention of dealing with this old fool. She pulled on Zijubai Lin and turned around to walk away. If you don't want to go, let's return home. So willful, don't want Mu Cheng, who was bitterly following from the rear after parking the car, was out of breath. Chairman Wang watched helplessly as the two people who'd arrived turned around and left. He wiped the sweat off his forehead with a trembling hand, his heart still terrified. It seemed that this Miss Nyan had a very high position in the bandit marshal's heart. He'd have to change plans. These people are really annoying. Wife, next time we won't meet with them. Ziju Bai Lin was very unhappy. What a joke. Zun Mai leaned back in her seat, her eyes half closed. They also want to divide the soup. For after all, in the entire southern region, there's only you. Even the western region cannot suppress you, they can only barely restrain you. Those people aren't in a rush, who's in a hurry? She also wasn't certain if there were any signs of the western region here yet, but they still needed to be on guard. The crucial point to recall was that the female lead was saved in the drugging incident by the male lead with extremely fortunate timing. If one just looked at the novel, one was unlikely to find a bug, but when speaking of the operation of the whole world, there were bugs everywhere. It was still another week until the people from the western region were to arrive. That is to say, that Major General came a week in advance, but didn't let anyone know. So that raised the question, why did he do this and for what purpose? Wife, don't worry, your husband will protect you. No matter what, I will surely protect you. Zun Mai smiled and didn't speak, but she nodded to show that she understood and believed him. Hai Tang 5, who had just left the stage and walked to the back garden, was stopped by the troop leader and told that Chairman Wang had invited them over tonight. Hai Tang bowed her head in agreement, but the corner of her mouth hooked up imperceptibly in a joyful curve. She didn't expect to be able to start over again. This time, she would not repeat the same mistakes from her previous life. Nyan Zun Mai, I will definitely not let you and Marshal Ziju be happy together. What belongs to me, I will have you return it all twofold, including the Nyan family, including Marshal Ziju. She was finally about to see Marshal Ziju, and at the thought of that passionate and powerful man, her heart couldn't help but beat wildly in her chest. As much as possible, she tried to maintain her usual demeanor, and undiscovered by others quickly returned to her room. Removing the makeup from her face revealed she was at the age of youth and beauty. She had enough capital to make Marshal Ziju fall in love with her. Nyan Zun Mai, aside from your face, what else do you have? She changed into her most beautiful white brocade dress, put away her unnecessary expression, and showed only a slight smile. With her settled temperament, one wondered which family's honored daughter she was. Hai Tang. Oh no, it should be Nyan Zuier. Nyan Zuier, will surely become the happiest and most noble girl of your dreams. What her last life owed her, just wait, and after she got Marshal Ziju to fall in love with her, then one by one she'd get those things back. Only, Nyan Zuier waited a long time, but Chairman Wang still hadn't come to pick her up. Her eyebrows puckered in doubt. This shouldn't be In her last life on this day, Chairman Wang drugged her and delivered her to Marshal Ziju's bed, and afterwards she was thrown out. At that time, she was resentful, but after seeing the elegant Marshal Ziju, she fell in love at once. Especially after knowing that once he fell in love with someone, he would be so gentle and willing to do anything for that person. Unfortunately, that person was not her, but what was even more ridiculous was that that person won the heart of Marshal Ziju by stealing her identity. How could she not hate if it went for the Nyan family's request? It was unlikely Marshal Ziju would have agreed to look after Nyan Zun Mai, and he probably wouldn't have slowly fallen in love with her and finally ended up together. 6. Obviously, she was the true daughter of the Nyan family, but she was robbed of her happiness by that swindler who took her identity. How could she not complain? It's just that before she could do anything, she died, and the cause of her death was unclear. Afterwards, she went back in time to the present before anything had yet to occur. This time, she was going to be the one protected and loved by Marshal Ziju. After waiting for a while, Nyanzuir began to panic. Why wasn't it the same as before? How would she meet Marshal Ziju? No, there could not be a mistake. She lifted her skirt and opened the door to walk out. At this time, the troop leader who was walking in her direction saw Nyanzuir, and he hurried forward. "Pai Tang, just now Chairman Wang said he didn't need your company tonight, and he will come to listen to you sing again tomorrow." The troop leader was already over 50 years old, but he was very kind and he treated the children in the troop just like relatives. Especially Hai Tang. After all, he had watched her grow up himself, and now that she didn't have to accompany those masters to a meal, he felt relieved. But Nyanzuir felt that news struck her like thunder and lightning. It shocked her whole body. The troop leader looked at her astonishment and thought she was happy. He patted her on the shoulder. "Good girl, it's already late, go and rest." After he saw her into her room, the troop leader left. She closed the door stiffly, and then Nyanzuir's face suddenly changed. What was going on? The thing she depended on most after being reborn was her knowledge of the future. Now that an unforeseen event had arisen, she was a little scared. Fearing that the change would bring her unimaginable consequences, a flash of malevolence swept through her eyes. She absolutely must not fail. First she would take possession of the Nyan family. Nyan Zunmai, if you come back to find you no longer have a family, no longer have relatives, I wonder what kind of expression you will show. When thinking of Nyan Zunmi's sorry appearance, Nyanzuir couldn't help but laugh. Translator's notes. Wanhuaking Pool is a hot springs complex where the emperor and consort Yang apparently had a romantic encounter. These lines are meant to be poetic. I'm certain I've butchered them terribly. Forgive me. 3. He actually had an attendant strangle her to death, but, artistic license. 4. To get a share of the profits. 5. This appears to be the FL's name. Her name is the same as the opera troupe, which threw me for a minute, but perhaps since she was a foundling I think they just named her after the troupe. Lol, I don't know. 6. So, we have some bad news for you. Chapter 278 Daughter of the Republic vs. Chinese Opera Singer 11.10 Ch 278 Daughter of the Republic vs. Chinese Opera Singer 11.10 On the street, an elegant and graceful girl in the prime of her youth was chatting with a maid. Her blue dress contrasted with her jade-white skin, which appeared almost transparent in the sun. The young lady's eyebrows were very delicate, and her light brown eyes rippled as they were brilliantly lit by the sunlight. The fragmented light reflected resplendently, giving her eyes a warm feeling. Beneath her exquisite nose were thin, vermilion lips, a bewitching red like petals in full bloom, tempting one to taste them. Shi Hui sat in the tea-house by the window of the second floor across the street, and his eyes fell on the young lady on the road outside, stunned. He seemed to see a pair of white wings behind her, and the beauty rippled in his heart. He did not expect that coming to the southern region this time, he would encounter this kind of extraordinarily beautiful woman. Chairman Wang, who was sitting opposite Shi Hui, could not see who the Major General was looking at. Otherwise, he would say something to Shi Hui to prevent him from courting death on the road of no return. Chairman Wang is saying that it's no good with that treasured young lady Ziju Bailin kidnapped, and you all have no way to get started, right? Shi Hui snorted in disdain. What kind of good vision could Ziju Bailin have? Casually snatching someone up off the street, and then going so far as to regard that person as the apple of his eye. Sure enough, It was true that bandits had never seen the world. His face that was originally soft and gentle was now stiff and cold. If not for Zijubai Lin, he would be the number one person. But if they hadn't been enemies, they could have been best friends. Chairman Wang incessantly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and trembled with fear as he responded, "Major General, you're not aware, but the one snatched by Zijubai Lin is the Nian family's Nian Zunmai. In the past, this Nian Zunmai was already beloved by the entire Liehua province for her disposition and appearance. The number of suitors from influential families asking for her hand are not small. It's only because she was studying abroad that their numbers were reduced. She had only just come back, only for Zijubai Lin to steal her away. Now all of the prominent young masters of Liehua province are trying to devise ways and means to get her back." Chairman Wang wasn't exaggerating. Nian Zunmi's level of popularity in Liehua province was really great. Shi Huai disagreed. He felt that the woman he had just seen was a phoenix among women. That whatever Zunmai definitely couldn't compare to a hair on that woman's head. But since she was capable of capturing Zijubai Lin, she must have some impressive abilities. If he got online one, then when the time came, it should be a breeze to kill Zijubai Lin if he wanted. You go make an appointment to meet that Nian Zunmai. I think we can get her to cooperate with us. His fingers tapped the table rhythmically, and his feet under the table followed soon after. In all, he looked very satisfied. Chairman Wang was a bit bitter. He had just offended that person, and then to invite them out, he was afraid the result wouldn't be very good. Stupid, it's because you just offended that person that you should give an invitation to meet you so you can apologize, understand? If it went for this old thing being the chairman of the Liehua Province Board of Trade, and the Liu family preparing to change the person in power, their attitude for the present being unclear, he would not choose to bring this person into his group. Yes, Major General, I understand. This lowly one will go immediately. Chairman Wang responded quickly, then stood up and left to get to work. When Shi Huai looked out the window again, the woman's figure could no longer be seen. He shook his head with a little regret. He could only look forward to their next encounter. Next time, he won't let her go so easily. This Liehua province was really a nice place. The people born and raised there were much more beautiful than those elsewhere. Zunmai didn't know she was being watched. Today, she had gone out to buy some things. In passing, she wanted to have a chance encounter with a young master of the Liu family, Liu Ran. At present he was not in charge of the family, but had already entered the Liu family business. Master Liu too was now preparing to hand over his authority. Zunmai was at present lacking in associate, and Liu Ran would be the most suitable. He was in charge of all financial channels running in and out of Liehua province. When the time came, whether she wanted to traffic in weapons or medicine, it would be very convenient. Anyway, she would also need to be careful. After all, Master Liu used to work with a western region. However, on this trip she did not have her chance encounter with Liu Ran, but rather with an unexpected person. That woman with a sweet smile walking towards her older sister. Wasn't she the female lead? Shouldn't the female lead be online with the male lead now, cultivating their relationship? It had been 4 days since she'd gone to the theater, and the male lead was afraid to show up early. Her experiments were also still in their preliminary stages. Although she did not yet have a finished product, the progress was considerable. She also wanted to be prepared in advance, so that's why she had come out in secret. Who knew that she would be given an unexpected gain? This female lead really resembled her mother. It was no wonder that in the original book, when the female lead ran into her father, he brought her back home. It could be supposed he'd been startled by that face. They didn't have twins, so how could there be such a similar person? It goes without saying, the Nyan family had doubts about her. After Nyan Wenhao utilized his contacts to investigate, he learned that she was unexpectedly his uncle's daughter. Who would've thought it was inconceivable? But none of them let the original owner know. As for later, it was the original owner who directly requested the marriage in order to aid them. Leaning against a pillar, Zun Mai was engrossed in watching this scene. Shui Xian followed her mistress' gaze and immediately frowned in disdain. "Miss, I'm telling you, that woman is not kind. Do not be deceived by her outward appearance. When I was about to enter the marshal's residence, I saw this woman bullying a beggar on the road. The other person was only not careful and touched her shoes, and she had the person with her beat him, almost killing him. Sure enough, those who looked beautiful on the outside had hearts as venomous as snakes and scorpions. Of course, Miss Nyan was the exception. She was truly good." Zun Mai leaned her body, a little astonished. In the original story, didn't the female lead have a very likable and positive outlook, and a kind-hearted and tenacious image? Why did she feel that the script she'd gotten was a little wrong? And was she like this before, too? She asked uncertainly. Shui Xian thought about it, then shook her head. "I don't know about before. I only saw her that one time. Only once, or it could be that the female lead was in a bad mood at the time, so she took her anger out on him. This could be understandable." Looking at the female lead saying something to her older sister, then the two walking off together, Zun Mai planned to indulge her bad hobbies by following after them to watch. However, she had only taken one step forward when she felt a shadow overhead and someone obstructed her path. She raised her head to see her husband looking down at her with a dark face. Behind him, Mu Cheng and John Yuqing both winked at her. She'd been naughty and was now caught by everyone. "Bai Lin, what a coincidence you also came out shop." Laughing twice, Zun Mai stepped forward to pull on her husband's arm, and raised her head to give him a wide smile. Translator's notes. One pretty sure this means, if he gets the opportunity to meet Hearthy cross paths, as in, fair online at the same time. To Master Luo Ran's farther young Master Luo Ran. Chapter 279 Daughter of the Republic vs Chinese Opera Singer 11.11 Chapter 279 Daughter of the Republic vs Chinese Opera Singer 11.11 You should correct your mistakes and be proactive in acknowledging your errors. In this way you can show your love. Ziju Bai Lin's anger drained away, and he indulgently pinched his wife's cheek. "Wife, your purpose in coming into my life was to defeat me. But as it happens, I especially like for you to defeat me." Zun Mai stuck out her tongue and cursed him in her heart. "Who made you my dear husband? In the future, you're not allowed to sneak out like this. Do you know how worried I was?" Recalling just now when he couldn't find her in the mountains, Ziju Bai Lin's heart nearly went out of control. Fortunately he sobered up in time. His wife still didn't know that if she were bullied, he would go take her back. "I was wrong this time. Originally, I thought I'd come out and have a chance encounter with Luo Ran. I was afraid you'd think too much, so I didn't tell you in advance. But in the end, I was still discovered." Ziju Bai Lin stared at her with a stern and fierce face. "You wanted to meet him to do what?" See, she knew it would be this way. He should be taking over the Luo family's business network soon. I intend to discuss a collaboration. Now it looks like the chairman of the Laihuo Province Board of Trade won't become our person, so I have to find someone else. Zun Mai had pulled Ziju Bailin to the side and spoke quietly. That old man, Wang, was also stupid. He actually wanted to seek out those far away and neglect those nearby. That one he really thought that whatever western region could protect him. Perhaps when the time came, the first to be abandoned would be him. With this pretext it is estimated that other people would all turn their backs on him. Ziju Bailin also clearly understood Zun Mi's meaning, but he was still a little upset, and he said, Mu Cheng to go and kidnap the one named Luo Ran tonight. Yes, AI. After he answered as a conditioned reflex, Mu Cheng finally recollected his thoughts. Fuck, had just promised something. Marshal R, please don't fall ill again, R3. Zun Mai glanced coldly at Ziju Bailin. You're a big cabbage for talking about kidnapping. Then she said to Mu Cheng, don't listen to him. Later send young Master Luo an invitation, saying I want to meet him to talk about business. Yes, madam. Mu Cheng selectively forgot what his boss said before and cheerfully turned around to get to work. Ziju Bailin glared at Mu Cheng in dissatisfaction. He unexpectedly dared to fawn over his wife. Really, beautifully done. Although this guy was irksome, but who let his wife feel satisfaction from it? Mu Cheng didn't know what his marshal was thinking, otherwise he would definitely spit blood. Wife, that little white face 5 from the western region came over and asked us to join him for a meal at Fu Rong restaurant this evening. Ziju Bailin recalled that his going out to look for his wife could all be blamed on that little white face. 6. The corner of Zun Mi's mouth twitched. From what she could see, her husband was more of a small white face. Shi Hui decided to appear this time and event were not right. It seemed that she had created a butterfly effect again. As Zun Mai thought about the stupid script, she soon saw that her father and elder brother had also appeared at Fu Rong restaurant, as well as that scamming female lead. 7. She sighed. Her butterfly was really formidable. The storyline was really a slap in the face. She didn't know where it was going. But in fact, this was not the script she had in her hand. From the moment the female lead was reborn, the world's plot was automatically updated. After Bao Bao came this time with Zun Mai, Bao Bao hadn't gone to communicate with the world, and so naturally hadn't received the latest plotline. Naturally, Zun Mai was also unaware. Meanwhile, she was still struggling. Should she go up and greet them or not? Would it wreck the female lead's relatives' recognition plan? She felt this female lead was pretty reckless. Come to think of it, the female leads from the last 2 worlds went bad. Though at the beginning they were a little unbelievable, later they were quite charming. Therefore, she went off her preconceived notion that the female lead probably had nothing to do with the world's changes. Wife, father-in-law and elder brother are here, are we not going over? Ziju Bailin selectively ignored the woman who was still in front of Nian Bing Rong and Nian Wen Hao. It should be said that he could not see any other woman aside from his wife. Zun Mai thought about it, then shook her head. Dad and RG must have something going on. We won't bother them. I'll go back tomorrow to see them. It ought to be a coincidence that they met, and when her dad saw the female lead, he was astonished and didn't know what to do. If she went over now, it would just make things more difficult for her dad. As an empathetic child, Zun Mai decided to ask her brother about it afterwards. Only, what happened with the original body and the female lead, she still hadn't the faintest update. Bai Lin, help me investigate that woman's and my identities. She narrowed her eyes. In the end, what really happened that year? Ziju Bai Lin pulled her into his arms and rested his chin on her head. Wife, are you not the young miss of the Nian family? Sun Mai shook her head uncertainly, then explained the matter. Of course, she did not directly say that that woman was a daughter of the Nian family. She only said that she really resembled her mother, so she had some doubts. Ziju Bai Lin said nothing further. He sent word to Mu Cheng to handle it. It seemed that Mu Cheng's best use was in running errands. In Mu Cheng's view, the marshal was now a model wife-slave. The two walked up to the second floor from the other side and entered the private room. Soon after, Zhang Yuqin led in a gentle-looking man in a black Western-style suit. During the time period of the Republic of China, those who were able to wear a suit were wealthy, and those with power were not necessarily willing to deal with foreign merchants. He possessed a refined, scholarly air, yet that was also mingled with a fragrance of ink. Coupled with his smiling face, one really could not see him as a loathsome businessman tidily taking care of the prosperous Luo family's industries. As Zun Mai was sizing up the man was also sizing up Zun Mai. She was just as had seen her that year. If there truly was a difference, it was just that she was now even more dazzling. If before she was a lotus growing in fresh water, now she was a thorny rose blooming with beauty and grace. Luo ran, long time no see. Zun Mai, it's been a while. The two started speaking at the same time. They smiled at each other, their thoughts expressed without words. When Zun Mai saw this person, the relationship between Luo Ran and the original body arose in her mind, and she could see that their relationship wasn't bad. Luo Ran sat down and poured himself a cup of tea. It seems you are doing well. I'm afraid those aristocratic young masters will be heartbroken. Fortunately, that does not include myself. I'm glad I was not bewitched by you at that time, and didn't fall into the whirlpool called Zun Mai, never to crawl out again. Zun Mai covered her mouth and chuckled. She did not forget to agree with this friend. I'm afraid those aristocratic young ladies in Lihua province are terribly happy. Now that the concerned parties were here, she and Luo Ran could begin. Although she hadn't met with Luo Ran very often before, somehow news that Luo Ran admired Zun Mai was disseminated. These two were inexplicably tied together. It happened that in his family, Luo Ran was the most admired amongst women. The influence of this can well be imagined. Translator's notes. One an idiom from a work by Mencius Mengzi in Pinyin. He was an influential Confucian philosopher. If it wasn't clear, it means Chairman Wang is trying to ally himself with Shi Huiyi and the faraway western region, rather than Ziju Bai Lin here in the southern region. Tu Mu should be his surname, and Cheng his first name. I'd why I wrote it as one name before. It's fixed in all chapters now. 3 For anyone who wasn't aware, the I leave in sometimes is a sentence ender that people may add to their speech. It shows the speech is casual, and adds emphasis to the statement. Other possible enders are o, la, and ye. For when you call someone a cabbage bok choy, you are saying they are pure and knave in a stupid way. 5 A pretty boy. Derogatory. 6 This took me a moment to follow his reasoning, but if Shi Hui hadn't lured Chairman Wang over to his side, Zun Mai wouldn't have to go looking for a substitute, so she wouldn't have gone out in secret, and Bai Lin wouldn't have gone out after her. Truly, he has a dizzying intellect. 7. I used scanning, but the word used refers to a situation where someone scams somebody by setting up an accident in which one appears to have sustained damage or injury caused by the scam victim, then demands compensation. 8. I think she's referring to how they got switched in the first place. Chapter 280 Daughter of the Republic vs. Chinese Opera Singer 11.12 Ch 280 Daughter of the Republic vs. Chinese Opera Singer 11.12 It must be fate. The two spoke in riddles, and in an instant they felt closer to one another. It was as though they hadn't been apart for several years. They were able to talk like old friends, just like in the past. Ziju Bai Lin was ignored. Since this man came, his wife hadn't looked at him. He was unhappy. Wife, if you haven't said what you needed to say, quickly do so. That little white face is still waiting for us to go see him. He deliberately lowered his voice and whispered in Zunmi's ear, showing that their relationship wasn't ordinary. This kind of expression of ownership let Liu Ran show his innocence. I say, Marshal Ziju, you don't need to guard against me so much. If I could get together with Zunmi, we would have married several years ago. He spoke, then leisurely took a sip of tea. Nevertheless, head directly caught onto Ziju Bai Lin's sore spot. Speaking of, Zunmi said before she liked gentle and intellectual men. I never expected in the end she'd choose someone who was as different as heaven and earth from that. Tusk. Zunmi could only smile helplessly. People always change with time, to say nothing of love. Before you meet someone, how can you be certain of your type regardless of how one chooses? The person who drinks it knows best whether the water is hot or cold. 1. She gently patted her husband's head to let him know to behave. Liu Ran, I think you also know the purpose of my appointment with you. Take these things back and take a look, and then tell me your answer after considering it. I can only say that working with me will definitely not disadvantage you. She took out the design plans from her small handbag. They were not complete. The most crucial points she kept in her head. Therefore, she wasn't worried about Liu Ran not cooperating with her and researching these things himself. After all, he didn't have the core technology, and even with a talented person, it would still difficult. Liu Ran did not open the plans directly, but rather put them away inside his suit jacket. I have always believed in your foresight, just like when you decided without hesitation to go study abroad. I'll be leaving first. I'll come find you once I've made a decision. After finishing his cup of tea, Liu Ran got up and left. To tell the truth, Zunmi admired Liu Ran, and felt very good about his style of doing business. Don't be jealous. No one can compare to you in my heart. Zunmi tilted her body and gave Ziju Bai Lin a big kiss, making him immediately swallow the words in his mouth. She giggled. Her husband's style this time was really peculiar and elegant. The two were not ready to leave either. Although there was still some time until evening, they were too lazy to move. They ordered some pastries, and then Zunmi took out her pen and paper, rested her upper body on the table, and began drawing. Jun Xie arranged 2 plainclothes soldiers to guard the door and not let people in. When the last rays of twilight were disappearing, someone knocked on the door. Zunmi looked at the drawing in her hands. Close enough. Putting away the designs and stretching her muscles, Ziju Bai Lin promptly started to massage her. Jun Xie went to the door conscientiously. When he saw the main guest for tonight, he politely said, "Major General Xie, please come in. The Marshal and the Madam have been waiting." Xie Huiyi nodded, and a light flashed in his eyes. This Zijubai Lin really couldn't do without his darling woman. He took her with him everywhere. He stepped inside, and his eyes were met with the incomparable, quiet and exquisite face that had profoundly impressed him before. It was her, the woman he saw outside the tea house this morning. He never expected that she was actually the one snatched by Zijubai Lin. Such charm, which man could look at her and not feel his heart race? The capture target has appeared. The capture target has appeared. The capture target has appeared, too. Just then, the system made a beeping sound, and Jun Xie looked up and locked eyes with a man staring at her. How should she put it? It felt very the male lead's emotions ranged from what a pity to how pitiful and then again to a resoluteness. 3. Why did she feel as though she had already inadvertently swept up a good favorability rating from the male lead? Was it an illusion? Zijubai Lin hugged Jun Xie, leaning to one side to block the line of sight between the two. With them looking at each other with deep affection right in front of his face, he wanted to take his flippin' gun out. As expected, Yuan was right. This one from the western region was a little white face. One look could tell you he was a lecherous little white face, just like his father. Jun Xie was not annoyed by her husband's actions. On the contrary, Jun Xie found a comfortable place to nestle. She'd sat for a long time this afternoon and was very tired. Now someone was giving her a cushion, and she was happy to comply. Hello, Marshal Ziju, I am Shi Huiyi. I am honored to meet you. Shi Huiyi moved his eyes, stretched out his hand to Zijubai Lin, and smiled. Zijubai Lin swept over him with an indifferent gaze and exposed an artificial smile. Why isn't it old Marshal Shi? Knowing that you're not joined by your old man, I refuse to roll over and die for you and let you nakedly stare at my family's wife. Shi Huiyi's face froze, and there was a quick flash of anger in his eyes, but it vanished quickly. He withdrew his hand and placed it behind his back, seeming not to mind. My father was busy, so he sent me here to convey our western region's sincerity and friendliness. If it wasn't for the fact that Lihua province and the western region shared a common border, and the worry that this bandit would rise up one day and expand into their territory, his old man probably would not have sent him over to sound him out. Of course, it was also to see if they could directly get rid of this mad dog. Busy accompanying those concubines, he's really too busy. You as a son still have to take extra care of things. The Marshal of the Western region was a lecher to the core. Just about everyone in the area was aware. One just needed a glance to know that sooner or later he would meet his death on top of a woman. Shi Hui's hands clenched into fists behind his back, loosening then tightening, tightening then loosening. Naturally, I'm not as excellent as Marshal Ziju. You're a person with no concerns. What you want to do, what you want to snatch, you snatch. He gave the word emphasis, as he did not believe that woman was happy to be snatched without any complaints. Jun Xie raised her eyes lazily and then lowered them again. Was he trying to incite disharmony in her relationship with her husband? The male lead wasn't eating vinegar, was he? The facts soon proved the male lead had taken the wrong medicine. He walked over and sat across from the two, and asked a question he already knew the answer to. This person is. The first time didn't work, so you've prepared to try again a second time, Mr. Male lead. Jun Xie was speechless. She sat up from her husband's arms and smiled reluctantly at this self-righteous Shi Huiyi, then nodded unenthusiastically. Hello, Major General Shi, I am Nyan Jun Xie. My wife, Zijubai Lin promptly added, once again declaring his ownership. Shi Hui originally thought that even if Zun Mai didn't dispute it, she would still be put in a bad mood. Who would have imagined she would straightforwardly nod in acknowledgement? Yes, this is my husband. Or large pet dog, she added silently to herself. He is that so? I really must congratulate you too. Shi Hui once again smiled stiffly. How could a beautiful rose match with a heap of cow dung? He truly wasn't reconciled. If he had met her first, she definitely would have fallen in love with him. Or was she just putting on an act because she was apprehensive of Zijubai Lin's identity? Translator's notes. 1. This last bit is an 8-character Zen proverb, meaning one knows best through personal experience. To capture seduction, strategy, persuasion, whatever. It's a weird word to translate. The literal meaning is strategy or assault, but it's used colloquially to refer to the correct choice dialogue options in an autumn game to get the good ending. At any rate, he's the ML, and she needs his favorability for the mission. 3. If that was confusing, I think first he felt sorry for himself that she's taken, then sorry for her that Zijubai Lin snatched forced her to be with him, and then probably resolution to free her from him. Good luck, buddy. Chapter 281 Daughter of the Republic vs Chinese Opera Singer 11.13 Ch 281 Daughter of the Republic vs Chinese Opera Singer 11.13 This certainly must be the case. Shi Hui, who thought he had found the reason, looked at Zun Mai with an expression that became increasingly full of tender affection. He thought to himself that once she was with him, he would like to dote on her like this. From the beginning, he never once thought, what kind of big face do you have to let her cast away her husband and throw herself into your arms? Suddenly Bao Bao appeared, crouched on Zun Mi's shoulder, and couldn't help muttering, "Host, what did you do? This capture strategy just started. How is it already almost completed?" Looking at the progress bar on the control panel, the favorability rating had passed 80, but it couldn't be called the proper strategy. This male lead was also really something. What kind of male lead was this, to come up by chance and give people good favorability? Really a weak chicken. Bao Bao would like to express its resentment. Doing it this way made it feel like there was no sense of accomplishment. 1. What capture strategy texts in the shopping center? They would certainly cry if they knew they would be so useless one day. It had checked the host's backpack and attributes, but there really wasn't a female lead halo inside. There was also no White Lotus or Mary Sue halo. So how had the capture target been captured? It was truly confusing. R2. If the male lead were asked at this moment, he would definitely say, "I think she's nothing like those pretty and flirtatious cheap goods." Looking at people with a slight smile, laughing brightly and gently, 1 point too much was excessive, and 1 point too little was fake. The whole person also exuded a captivating aura, and not wanting to attract attention wouldn't work. While carrying such a puzzling feeling, and disliking the situation of being around Zijubai Lin, Shi Hui stayed for a little over 2 hours, and after finishing the meal, he left. He must find a way to rescue Miss Nyan from this abyss of suffering, and then let her throw herself into his arms. Walking cheerfully down a dimly lit street, before he could finish pondering over his happy future, something came out of nowhere and bumped into him, knocking him over. If he hadn't quickly reached out to the wall next to him for support, he probably would have made intimate contact with the ground. Once he steadied himself, he was able by the light of the moon to look at what had just hit him. Why did it seem to be a person? Lying on the ground was the female lead, Nyan Zuier, who had finally successfully contacted the Nyan family during the day. and had decided to buy some new clothes for herself since she was in a good mood. She hadn't been paying attention to the time, and by the time she had finished, it was already evening. She had just entered the alleyway when she felt that someone was chasing behind her, and, afraid, she picked up her skirt and ran. She wasn't looking in front of her when she turned a corner and ran into something. She crawled up from the ground, and the pain in her wrist told her that she must have broken the skin. She looked around in resentment, trying to find the culprit who had caused her to fall down. But when she located him, her eyes shrank in distress, her face lost color, and her hands unconsciously clenched into fists. How could he be here? No. Why did she have to meet him? No. She had to be calm, cool. Everything had started over. They were merely strangers. Strangers. She forcibly retracted her eyes, turned her head stiffly, and ran away in a panic. She was scared, so scared she couldn't help it. It should be said that the person she hated the most was Nyan Zunmai, but the person she feared the most was this major general from the western region, Shi Huiyi. The memories of her last life kept flashing in her mind. She was forced to become an army prostitute, forced to seduce those Japanese officers. Fortunately, in the end she had died, although to this day she still didn't know how she died. But it didn't matter. Those bad days were gone. Shi Huiyi hadn't yet reacted when he saw the person look at himself, and then leave. The outstretched hand had not yet grasped the other person, the open mouth had not yet spoken, and the person was gone. This speed was too fast. Was it some kind of monster? With a gloomy heart, Shi Huiyi picked up his hat that had fallen to the ground, and rambled off. The people in Liehua province were inexplicably really strange. Nyan Zuier, who was hiding around the corner, was trembling all over, though her inner fear could be said not to exist anymore. She closed her eyes firmly. She had already avoided being rescued by Shi Huiyi due to being thrown out by Marshal Ziju. And naturally, Shi Huiyi would not find out she was targeting Nyan Zunmai in the dark, thus leading him to throw her into the army barracks to be played with. 3. Not to mention not being careful and being accidentally seen by a Japanese envoy, thus needing to go and please the other party. None of these things would happen, so Nyan Zuier, you must be calm, you must forget. Making great efforts to persuade herself, Nyan Zuier turned and blended into the darkness. It was as though someone who had never walked in the light had been swallowed up again by the darkness. The integration was too strange. Zunmai left Ziju Bai Lin early the next morning, and took Shui Zian with her back home. She had to admit, she was very curious about the female lead's matters from yesterday. Upon entering the courtyard, Zunmai heard the sound of laughter, and she wondered who could have come this early. When she stepped inside, she saw her elder sister sitting at the side fidgeting, and she seemed pissed off. Jai, who doesn't have eyes and provoked you this early in the morning? Come, Mei will comfort you. She walked over, laughing and joking. Smile, how can a beautiful girl look so miserable? When Nyan Shu-rong saw Zunmai, her expression instantly improved, and she pulled on Zunmi's hand without letting go. You still dare you make fun of your sister, but just look at who hasn't returned home after being away so long. She rebuked her angrily, but her face was filled with smiles. Ziro Mai, why did you remember to come back today? Oh, that's right, come. Let me introduce you to someone. Jai Jin Wenfor was also very happy to see Zunmai and promptly greeted her. Zunmai obediently walked over. Okay, so it turns out to be the female lead. This speed wasn't bad. She had only met her brother and father yesterday, and today she was visiting them at home. The Nyan father and mother really loved and cared for the original body. How could she return this love for the original body? It's Miss Hai Tang. I've seen you before. Miss Hai Tang's singing performance is really good. Zun Miss praise was sincere. As a layman, she really thought the female lead's singing was pretty good. Although she'd only heard a few verses, her charm, her voice, and her emotions were altogether well done. Nyan Zuier felt fear once again. Why was Nyan Zun Mai back? Shouldn't she still be abroad now? Thinking of everything that had happened this time around, everything was wrong. Could it be because of her rebirth? A flash of doubt crossed Zun Miss' mind. Why did it seem there was something amiss with the female lead's expression while looking at her? It was as if she were a little surprised, and a little bit hostile. She stared again, but the other person had lowered her head to hide her face. Nyan Zuier stood up and bowed to Zun Mai in a salute, thereby covering the surprise in her eyes. I've long heard of Miss Nyan's name, and today I see your looks are really unparalleled. Your beauty is unmatched in this generation. The jealousy in her eyes was nearly insane, and the hatred in her heart continued to surge. Zun Mai was a little embarrassed to be praised so openly. Sure enough, she had misinterpreted it before. The female lead was still very good. Translator's notes. 1. Wow, for the first time I got a pronoun for bao bao agendaless it. 2. It's definitely the charm points. Just ask Ning Shu from QT Canon Fodder's record of counterattacks. 3. WTF. 4. Reminder, this is Zun Miss Ant. Chapter 282 Daughter of the Republic vs Chinese Opera Singer 11.14 Ch 282 Daughter of the Republic vs Chinese Opera Singer 11.14 Miss Hai Tang is also beautiful like the flowers and the moon. I really don't know which scholarly talent will gain in the future. 1. Not to mention, the male and female leads in every world were all giants among men. On top of a good appearance, they had an awesome identity. It made people rush like ducks. 2. Nyan Zuier lowered her head and a trace of maliciousness flashed across her face. Damn it, she actually humiliated her. Just wait for her to return to the Nyan family. Marshal Ziju would be hers. Whatever Nyan Zun Mai was planning, she must make her die. Zun Mai didn't take it seriously. She just thought the female lead might be too shy, so she turned and threw herself into her mother's arms. She complained in a lovable and pampered voice, Mom, you don't even talk to me when I come back. I'm heartbroken. Du Shu's hand froze, then she patted her back. Mom just didn't expect that you would come back for a while and was a bit surprised. Is everything still going well? Does he bully you? If there's anything, you must come home and tell us. Du Shu's eyes were complicated. She looked down next to her at Hai Tang, who looked very similar to her. Then she looked at her daughter in her arms. She didn't understand the feeling in her heart. After all, it was the meat that fell from her body. 3. How can a mother not see the problem? When there was no comparison, it was unlikely to have any notions, but now. But Zun Mai was a child she had raised for more than 10 years, and she would always be her own daughter. Your dad and big brother were thinking about you yesterday, saying that we haven't seen you for a long time. Why don't you stay for lunch? After getting over the shock, Du Shu's expression naturally returned to her original intimacy. Zun Mai held Du Shu's arm and said with a smile, I originally came back for a free meal. You are. Du Shu helplessly poked Zun Miss' nose. May come. Jai will take you to see the hibiscus flowers I planted. Okay. For Nyan Shu Rong saw that both of them had finished talking, so she went forward and pulled Jun Xie for a walk in the garden. Auntie, Mom, no need to look for us, we will come back later. She led Jun Xie left and right until they were behind a rockery, then looked around, seemingly to make sure no one else was around. Jun Xie was amused by Nian Shurong's actions. Jai, what are you doing? Are you acting like a thief? Little girl, if your sister isn't doing this for you, then really no good deed goes unpunished. Nian Shurong put one hand on her hips and pointed the other at Jun Xie, panting with rage. With her eyes wide open, she looked beautiful. Jun Xie hastened to acknowledge her mistake. My good Jai, it's Mei Mei's fault. Mei is wrong. Then Jai, tell me what you are doing. Upon hearing this, Nian Shurong's face showed anger again. It's that Hai Tang. She really infuriates me. She actually dares to suggest that she's your parents' daughter. She really thinks I can't see her intentions. She wants to rely on that face to pull out a relationship with uncle and auntie, and find a shelter during these troubled times. It's insane not to look into her identity. Nian Shurong really didn't like Hai Tang. You also know that Jai isn't someone who looks down on opera singers. There's nothing to disparage about actors. But is she really blind to think our Nian family is one she can just casually climb into? She had seen all sorts of people at school, and from time to time Hai Tang's eyes showed a scheming appearance. This was something she understood. Jun Xie was astonished. In the original work, Nian Shurong had a pretty good relationship with the female lead. After the female lead returned home, she also cared for her. Why did it seem to be completely reversed now? That Jai, did you hear with your own ears Hai Tang suggest that she's my parents' daughter? Also, how did the female lead know her own history? This should not be our. Nian Shurong nodded immediately, and said things simply to Jun Xie, not forgetting to ridicule. You don't know, but when she stopped me yesterday, I still didn't know what was going on, so I was very kind to her. Who would've thought that as a result, after saying a few words, she said other people said she greatly resembled Auntie so much they might be mother and daughter. So can you imagine, she asked me to find out if Auntie gave birth to 2 children. Even though she said it tactfully, her meaning was that her looks were definitely inherited, and if not her daughter, she was certainly related. If I went so good-tempered, I would have already scolded her, and then directly left as I'd already given her enough face. Who would imagine that when Darji returned last night, he brought up that woman, and furthermore said that uncle invited her to visit here today as a guest. I was originally going to go out, but when I heard she was coming, I decided not to so I could see what she wanted to do. As a result, you've also seen, when Auntie saw that woman, she was very warm to her. After that long-winded speech, Nian Shurong's expression was finally a little bit better. It was true that Hai Tang looked a lot like Auntie, but what could it mean? Anyway, Nian Shurong, didn't like that woman, and even if she was really related to her aunt, she still wouldn't like her. Jun Xie really didn't know what to say this time, as it was too unexpected for her. She couldn't help but contemplate. It seemed that she had noticed some problems many times, but she had always ignored them. But this time, was it really a coincidence? Jai, I believe in my mom and dad. Actually, I was also there yesterday. I wanted to go say hello to you, and then I saw Hai Tang looking for you. I thought you guys had something to talk about, so I didn't disturb you. Then later at Furong restaurant, I saw Hai Tang speaking to Dad and RG. She paused, then continued, regardless, as long as Mom and Dad are happy, it's fine. Seeing Nian Shuirong furrowing her brows in disapproval, Zun Mai smiled and hugged her arm. All right, Chai, don't think about it too much. Let's go and see the hibiscus you planted. Walking along, the two of them were soon talking and laughing. After eating lunch with the Nian family, Zun Mai left with Shui Xian and took a trip to the theater. She casually asked a few people about Hai Tang, and the conclusions she received were no different, just the ordinary things. In the end, was she thinking too much, or was she thinking too much? As soon as she reached the entrance of the marshal's residence, she encountered Mu Cheng. "Madam, you are finally back. The news came from the laboratory, and the experiment was successful. They want to know if the next phase can be initiated." Mu Cheng's voice and manner was very excited. Zun Mai raised her eyebrow. "Their speed is good. Okay, let's go and see. What about the marshal?" "The marshal already went over there." Mu Cheng had someone get the car and drive the two of them over. Boom, 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 boom. If one didn't know, one would think it was explosions from cannons, but Zun Mai knew that it was just because the technology was backward, so the rumbling from it was a little loud. After passing through layers of inspections, the car smoothly entered the mountain, and the general situation inside came into view. A row of simple modern factories were built among the trees, and a space of over 10,000 ping 5 was cleared out around it. Translator's notes. 1. I'm not certain I translated this right, but I think Zun Mai is saying she's so pretty, she'll def marry a talented guy. Hibiscus mutabilis, or the Confederate rose. 2. Like a mob scrambling madly for something unobtainable. Not sure why ducks. 3. Her own flesh and blood. 4. This the flower plant she's talking about. 5. 10,000 ping is about 8 acres, or 33,000 square meters. Chapter 283 Daughter of the Republic vs Chinese Opera Singer 11.15. Chapter 283 Daughter of the Republic vs Chinese Opera Singer 11.15. At this moment, there was a colossus of a vehicle rolling along slowly, and underneath was a huge chain. A simple four-sided iron box was fixed above the chain, which looked extremely strange. As Zun Mai watched it moving, she felt like, if this kind of thing were put in modern times, it would definitely be criticized as extremely ugly. But in this era, to tell the truth, it could already be considered to be pretty amazing advanced technology. "Wife, you're here, come and look at this big guy. If we have it on the battlefield, crushing the enemies will be a breeze." Ziju Bailin watched the researcher's demonstration, and quickly felt the excitement rising in his chest. His wife was so capable that he must quickly marry her home. Zun Mai smiled and shook her head. "This is still not the most practical. Wait until the armored car is built, as right now it's only half completed." The cannons on the tank were still in the experimental stage. After slacking off for 2 days, she should finish the work at hand. "Everything is great." Ziju Bailin hugged his wife and looked at the big thing that was moving down the middle of the field in accordance with the instructions. In this chaotic world, if there's no chaos, it will never become a new world. One day we will drive those invaders out of the country. Then I will give you a peaceful and prosperous world, without war, without smoke, without gunfire. I believe in you. You will definitely be able to do it. I also believe in this country. In the end, victory will be ours. Just like the world where she was from, history was also like this. The Qing dynasty closed off the country from foreign contact, leading to the country's ruin. After so many years of colonies and invaders, in the end, the tenacious and advanced revolutionaries took back control. Zijubai Lin looked into the distance, his body emitting a strong and confident air, like the sharpest sword, always ready to be unsheathed. After the demonstration finished, Jun Xie came over with a red invitation, a strange expression on his face. "What is it?" Zijubai Lin cast a sidelong glance at him. "Marshal, Madam, this is an invitation to the Madam from Chairman Wang, saying that he wishes to apologize for the matter from last time." Jun Xie didn't know what happened last time, so he was baffled by Chairman Wang's letter. Zun Mai was also confused. Last time? What matter from last time? Why couldn't she remember? "Madam, it must be from when you attended the opera." Mu Cheng spoke. The marshal and his wife had come back out as soon as they had entered, and their expressions had been very bad. He remembered it clearly. Oh, it was that time. Chairman Wang can really play around. "You King, help me respond to him." "I will certainly be punctual. One doesn't visit a temple without a cause. It happened so long ago, but he only now thinks to apologize. It really looks like a case of beware of suspicious folk bearing gifts. He doesn't have good intentions." Zun Mai fiddled with the card in her hands and read the contents. It was just, why does everyone like Fu Rong restaurant so much? She didn't find Fu Rong's food to be that delicious. A madam doesn't know Fu Rong restaurant is the Nian family's business. It's also well known for its hibiscus cake. To it is said that the hibiscus cake is made Miss Nian Shu Rong, and she makes a limited supply. The Mu Cheng encyclopedia was immediately available. The smile on Zun Mi's face cracked. Why didn't she know that Fu Rong restaurant had a connection with her older sister? Sure enough, the original body didn't care about these things at all, so her ignorance wasn't to blame. "Oh, you King, reserve the room next door first," she pointed her finger at Zijubai Lin, "to give to your marshal." She absolutely believed that when the time came, this guy would be a sticky candy she'd be unable to shake off, so she made arrangements for him first. If her husband were present, she believed that Chairman Wang would never express his true purpose. Zijubai Lin's expression sank as he said, "Wife, why don't you let me go with you? If that old fellow bullied his wife again, what's to be done? He won't dare to bully me, don't worry." Zun Mai took Zijubai Lin's hand and walked while discussing the artillery, diverting his attention. Mu Cheng and Jun Xie glanced at each other and shook their heads silently. Their marshal was really whipped. However, this marshal's wife, they also admired her very much. She was a perfect match for their marshal. It was really a wise decision to occupy Lai Hua province. Chairman Wang didn't simply invite me over for dinner right in the private room. Zun Mai turned her empty teacup, her eyes hanging low, and a clear light smile on her face. For a while, Chairman Wang didn't know what Zun Mai meant, and he hesitated. "Miss Nian, you and Marshal Ziju are not bad." Right after thinking for a while, Chairman Wang decided to adopt a circuitous policy. Zun Mai crossed her legs, rested her hands on the chair's armrests, and leaned into the back of the chair, her eyes clear. What does Chairman Wang mean? Her fingers rubbed the armrests seemingly without any rhythm, but waiting for the other person to take the initiative to jump into this pit that had been dug. "My meaning, Miss Nian, you are so smart, it's impossible you don't understand." Chairman Wang cursed to himself. This Nian Zun Mai was too crafty. "I apologize, Chairman Wang, I really don't understand, but I get along well with the marshal." Zun Mai looked at the other person with a smile that wasn't a smile, and her eyes flashed. "Why does Chairman Wang suddenly care about me and the marshal? Could it be there is something you want my help with?" Hey, if I give you a pole, I don't believe you won't climb up. Miss Nyan deserves to be called a talented girl, truly clever. Chairman Wang hurried to praise. It's like this. I am someone who was born and raised here in Lai Hua province. I have deep sentiments for every inch of this place, especially this person. Chairman Wang, I have limited time. I'll have to trouble you to directly get to the point. Zun Mai directly interrupted the long speech the old man was preparing. She had no inclination to follow him round in circles. Her husband was still next door. In case Mu Cheng could not suppress him, it would not be good for him to rush out. Chairman Wang awkwardly closed his mouth and turned his thoughts over in his mind. Then Miss Nyan is really willing to be snatched and become the wife of the bandit marshal. Zun Mai was silent. What the hell was with this plan? Why the hell did this feel familiar? It seemed like someone had used it already. Next door, Ziju Bai Lin was already unhappy with Chairman Wang, and now when he heard these words he was ready to explode. If not for Mu Cheng quickly blocking his path, it could be assumed he really would have rushed over like Zun Mai guessed. Marshal, you have to calm down. The madam still hasn't spoken. Be calm. How this damned thing, he actually dares to incite my wife to not want me. Is he tired of living? I will shoot him. Ziju Bai Lin really couldn't calm down. If someone else urged his wife to leave him, where could he go to cry? The tears in Mu Cheng's heart simply flowed and flowed. Marshal, the madam must have known Chairman Wang's thoughts before she came to see him. The madam must have her own plans. Don't really give the madam a reason to leave. Please keep a cool head, Marshal. Translator's notes. 1. To visit someone with an ulterior motive. 2. Fu Rong means hibiscus, the same flowers Nyan Shu Rong planted in her garden. Chapter 284 Daughter of the Republic vs. Chinese Opera Singer 11.16 Ch 284 Daughter of the Republic vs. Chinese Opera Singer 11.16 Ziju Bai Lin calmed down immediately. Indeed, Zun Mai was the one he had seized, and she had willingly accepted it. Marshal, you're not having an episode, are you? Mu Cheng was already nervous and did not pay attention to his choice of words. Oh my God, Marshal is finally calm. That was close, really close. Ziju Bai Lin sat in his seat and listened quietly to the movements next door. Zun Mai didn't know that her husband had almost fallen ill. She was just a little speechless, because she finally remembered who had used this rotten maneuver before. The male lead. When they first met, he had constantly attempted to incite disharmony in the relationship between her and her husband. Was he really worthy of being the same fellow? The methods used were all so low. Don't tell me Chairman Wang means that you think I should seek asylum with you, but what kind of capital do you have to come tell me this? Zun Mai felt extremely disdainful, but she didn't show it on her face. To put it badly, even if she were an indigenous woman and met these circumstances, she still would not hesitate to choose Ziju Bai Lin. 1. Not to mention, Ziju Bai Lin was now a marshal with an army in his hands. It could be said that Ziju Bai Lin's experience was much higher than this old man by who knows how many levels. She wasn't blind, nor did she have any special hobbies, so how could she wrong herself? Besides, the current Ziju Bai Lin was her dear husband. Your mother, even if you dare to come bully my family, you also dare to incite me to bully him with you together. It's really against the heavens. Chairman Wang completely misunderstood Zun Mi's meaning. He thought she was just probing for what kind of sincerity he was capable of showing. He leaned forward and lowered his voice. Miss Nyan may know of the Western region's Major General. I know him. Up to this point, as for what the other party would think, that wasn't a matter of his concern. After working as a businessman for so many years, he was still very clever. Zun Mai hooked her lips up playfully. Oh, really? Shi Hui? I just met him 2 days ago. It's just that he seemed to be on friendly terms with a marshal. It is said that the Western region's marshal wants to give Bai Lin face. He's just an insignificant major general. What can he do? The wings are not yet strong, but he wants to fly. You want to fly up and still not afraid to fall to your death. Really? Chairman Wang's face suddenly fell. He didn't know about these things at all. It was just that the terms that Shi Hui had given him were very attractive. He couldn't help it. Besides, he was also used to riding roughshod over people in Lai Hua province. Then suddenly this person came and took charge, and he naturally wanted to drive the person away. This is unpleasant to say, but so long as Miss Nyan cooperates with us, bringing down the bandit is only a matter of time. Chairman Wang was a little anxious. If this Nyan Zun Mai didn't stand on the same side with them and turned around and told Ziju Bai Lin, they'd be finished. When he got excited, he had no scruples in speaking of all their plans. When the time comes, you will give us information about Ziju Bai Lin, and we will choose the right time to begin, so we can coordinate from the outside and the inside. Are you afraid of what will happen when it's game over? At that time, Miss Nyan will be free, and you can do whatever you want to do. At the same time, Major General Shi Hui will be meritorious, and he will definitely not treat you badly. He desperately wanted to see Zun Mai nod so that he could feel at ease. Only it was a pity. Zun Mai looked Chairman Wang up and down for a few moments, and her expression seemed to say, "Where did this fool come from?" Chairman Wang's face fell. "Nyan Zun Mai, what is your meaning?" Zun Mai shifted her legs and rested her chin on her hands. "What do I mean? I don't mean anything. Actually, I'd like to ask Chairman Wang what you mean. Are you trying to provoke disharmony in my relationship with the marshal? What's in it for me? May I ask, if I were found out, then what would you all come to my rescue regardless of anything? Such a simple equation, like 1 + 1 cannot equal 3. So you tell me, Chairman Wang, what is my meaning, and what kind of intentions are you harboring?" Her expression was severe as she sneered. He really thought she was a sweet, naive young woman. How did he have the confidence to dare dig a pit so brazenly for her? Chairman Wang's face turned from green to white, then from white to green. It was extremely impressive. Had been rash. Damn it, why had he listened to Shi Hui? Had said it'd be simple. "Miss Nyan, we can still discuss this matter. You can voice your demands. As long as we can be satisfied, we will be sure to do according to Miss Nyan's wishes." With such big temptations, he did not believe she would not be even a little interested, that she would not take the bait. "That's really brave of Chairman Wang to accept any of my demands, isn't it?" Zun Mai asked with curiosity, pretending to be moved. Chairman Wang gritted his teeth and nodded. "Miss Nyan, please speak." Zun Mai touched her chin and pouted, showing an appearance of "I want to think about it," which calmed Chairman Wang's heart. As long as there was something she wanted, it would be fine. The thing he feared was the other person being stubborn and not listening to his persuasion. "I've thought of it." Zun Mi's eyes lit up, her hands resting on the edge of the table. At these words, the hearts of 3 people were in the air. Chairman Wang focused his full attention on what would follow. Next door in the private room, Zijubai Lin's hand that had been on his armrest had already disappeared. Mu Cheng was also sitting to the side, trembling with fear. "Madam, please don't play around. The marshal will really go berserk. I can't control him if his illness comes on." As if she had heard Mu Cheng's prayer, Zun Mai continued to speak. "I want your life." In a flash, her hand shot out and grabbed Chairman Wang's neck and pressed him down onto the table. Using the power from her foot, she sat down on the table and looked down on the person's face she was crushing. Regardless of how Chairman Wang flopped his short, chubby hands, he couldn't loosen Zun Mi's hold on his neck. Instead, because of his movements, his face kept rubbing against the table, and he almost screamed out in pain. "Chairman Wang, let me offer you a piece of advice. A person should have a clear view of things. I advise you to be a man who needs to be aware of the current affairs. You're quite clever, so how can you be so blind this time? Even if you're blind, you must hide it better." Zun Mai shifted her position and, stepping on the chair, hurled the person directly to the ground. The chair tilted, then turned over and fell, by chance trapping the person on the ground between the two of the chair legs. Zun Mai slid down to sit gracefully in the chair, looking on as Chairman Wang's face turned red and fierce. As he was no longer restricted, he immediately reached out to push the chair so he could get up. With a kick of her foot, the chair spun around to confine him. She forcibly grasped Chairman Wang so that he could not turn around in the makeshift pen. "Originally I did not intend to settle accounts with you. Say, how can you take things to heart like this? Unfortunately, you still delivered yourself to me to be sorted out. If I don't get involved, I will be embarrassed. After all, how can I fail to live up to your good intentions?" Zun Mai was fully expressing, "Not only will I physically oppress you, I will also psychologically upset you." Chapter 285 Daughter of the Republic vs Chinese Opera Singer 11.17 Ch 285 Daughter of the Republic vs Chinese Opera Singer 11.17 Didn't he know that her biggest reverse scale was her husband? You say you want to scheme against whom? Unfortunately, he wanted to scheme against her husband. She stretched her foot out and kicked him again. He still seemed confused, so she continued to kick. "Over Nyan Zun Mai, don't bully intolerably." Chairman Wang recovered from the pain and shouted. Zun Mai spat disdainfully, "I'm bullying you. What about it? If you have the ability, get up and beat me." She couldn't help but step on him again, successfully changing Chairman Wang's face to the color of pig liver. "Permit you to be bad, permit you to have crooked thoughts, permit you to think about calculating against my family's marshal, I'll stomp you to death." After kicking him more than 10 times, Zun Mai felt a little bit better. She sat down on the chair, poured herself a cup of tea, and took a sip. After saying so much, her mouth was still very dry. She looked at the person on the ground and noticed his expression was a little abnormal. "It's all this stuff." It was all very upsetting. Dealing with it earlier would be better, so as to avoid disaster later. "Mu Cheng!" She shouted towards the door leading to the next room, and the door opened immediately. In an instant, Zun Mai felt herself being wrapped up into someone's embrace, his chest transmitting a constant warmth and peace of mind. "Wife, I'm so happy." Zijubai Lin tightened his arms around Zun Mai, and 100 flowers bloomed in his heart. He was terribly happy. In fact, he had always been afraid. He was afraid that his wife was being forced to be with him, even if she told him to believe her, told him she liked him. After all, in the beginning she was snatched by him, and after all was said and done, he was somewhat lacking in confidence. But now, he felt like he was the happiest person in the world. If you're happy, then go to work. First take this stuff back to hand over to their associates to handle matters. Jun Mai firmly seized Ziju Bai Lin's arm. This guy's strength was really serious. Her waist must be red with how tightly he was holding her. Speaking of, the male lead's favorability rating still needed to be brushed up. She stroked her chin and her eyes lit up. She could first quietly arrest him, and then in the open, be the one to release him. The degree of favorability would definitely rise. Anyway, the timing right now wasn't good. They could not yet shed all pretenses of cordiality with the Western region, and they could not really detain him. Sooner or later he would have to return. She could go back and discuss it with her husband. In less than one night, Chairman Wang could no longer stand the torture, and he confessed everything. Early the next morning, Mu Cheng brought a team of people over to openly arrest him. When Shi Huiyi was escorted away at gunpoint, he was completely confused. What was going on? When he saw Ziju Bai Lin, his anger could no longer be suppressed. Marshal Ziju, what is the meaning of this? Ziju Bai Lin threw him a cold glance, and his tone was murderous. Major General Shi is really good. You're more ruthless than your father. You actually dared to think about killing me in my own territory. You're really not bad. Mu Cheng, take him down and lock him up. If his father doesn't come, exchange weapons and ammunition for him. Just keep him locked up. I'd like to see who is more important to your father, his son, or his concubines. Had already discussed it with his wife yesterday evening. Getting a free lunch and so on was also feasible. That old thing Shi Yang Fei had always only had this one son, Huiyi. His capabilities went bad. When the crucial time arrived, he may compromise. Even if he didn't compromise in the end, there were plenty of methods to make them obediently hand over the weapons. Shi Huiyi was unable to offer even a couple of words in his defense before he was escorted away by several soldiers. Everything was ready, so Jun Yuqing took a team of men and horses and set off, beating the gongs and drums all along the way. Before they had even left Lihua province, the news that the Western region's major general had planned to assassinate the bandit marshal had already flown like a bird, flying farther and farther. 2 days later, Jun Mai was sitting in Fu Rong restaurant. She didn't understand why the good female lead would suddenly ask to meet her. And then, when they met, she came in acting like Jun Mai was her personal enemy. What the hell? She really didn't do anything. Was the female lead crazy? Miss Hai Tang, I don't know why you're looking for me. With great difficulty, Nian Zuier resisted the urge to go up and tear off Jun Mi's smiling face. She spent a great deal of effort grinding out each word. Nian Jun Mai, you are not a daughter of the Nian family. You're just fake goods. You snatched everything from me. Now that I have a second chance, why is this still the same result? Jun Mai was astonished. She wanted to ask how she knew, but she'd only gotten one word out before she was cut off by Nian Zuier. You're shocked, right? You don't believe me, right? I'm telling you, it's all true. Very soon, you will no longer be the young miss of the Nian family, and the real young miss of the Nian family, that is, me, will take back what belongs to me. Nian Zuier did not hold back the expression on her face, which was startlingly strange and unsightly. This was really shocking for Jun Mai. The script was wrong. She had some serious questions. The female lead should not be like this originally, but now it had become like this. Even if one tried to explain it away by saying her big butterfly wings instigated it, she wouldn't believe it. Bow bow, you come here, you fucking cheated me again. Why didn't you tell me the female lead was such a big EUG? What the hell, this daddy still stupidly wanted to wish you well, but the facts are telling me that you are always wanting to hurt me. Too. I can't happily play anymore. I'm waving goodbye. Ha ha, Nyan Zun Mai, you must be panicking right now, right? Or do you think it isn't true? I'm telling you, Nyan Wen Hao has already discovered the truth from that year, and I am the child of the Nyan family. Madam Nyan has already decided to receive me back into the Nyan family. From now on, I'm now the Nyan family's young miss. You're nothing more than a bastard child from who knows where. Nyan Zuir felt carefree. Shed dreamed of crushing Nyan Zun Mai under her feet. Now that Shed finally had her wishes fulfilled, she felt so excited that her blood was boiling. If she hadn't unexpectedly seen Nyan Zun Mai that day, she wouldn't have known that no matter how hard she tried to prevent it, Marshal Ziju would still fall for Nyan Zun Mai. How could she accept it? So she sent all the clues about her origins into Nyan Wen Hao's hands. She had to return to the Nyan family as soon as possible, and then she could deal with Nyan Zun Mai. She'd like to see how a woman who had lost the protection of the Nyan family could still survive in these troubled times. This was typical to forget about Zun Miss Bandit Marshal. Or perhaps Nyan Zuir was confident she was capable of catching Marshal Ziju. Therefore, she never placed Zun Mai and Ziju Bai Lin together. Zun Mai didn't know what to say as she stared blankly. The script was different. How should she answer with her next line? It was really, Miss Hai Tang, what is your intention in telling me this? Even if she was no longer the Nyan family's young miss, she was still the Marshal's woman. What made the female lead think that if she lost the Nyan family, she would be a pitiful little thing that had lost the whole world? If this really made her a pitiful little thing, she really didn't know if there was anything that was actually pitiful in this world. Host, your older sister is approaching. She's 100 meters away. Nyan Zun Mai, do you know what I hate the most about you? It's this appearance you have that looks like you don't mind anything. Chapter 285 Daughter of the Republic vs Chinese Opera Singer 11.18 Chapter 286 Daughter of the Republic vs Chinese Opera Singer 11.18 You disgust me, make me want to vomit. You can plan whatever things, but you're just a slut no one wants. Bitch, who are you calling a slut? The door was pushed open, followed by a furious voice. Nyan Zuir and Zun Mai turned to look at the same time to see Nyan Shurong walk in angrily, raise her hand, and slap Nyan Zuir. The 5 bright red finger marks appeared very distinct on the white face. You're really something to dare bully my little sister like this. Nyan Zuir was a little nervous when she saw Nyan Shurong. She had not yet entered the Nyan family, so she could not make trouble with a Nyan household, especially with Nyan Shurong and Nyan Wen Hao. She'd conceded in every respect to them, but she never expected that Nyan Shurong wouldn't distinguish between close and distant relatives like this. After Zun Mai recovered from her surprise, she stepped forward and pulled on Nyan Shurong, pushing her to the side and sitting her down. Jai, don't be angry, it's not worth it. Be good. She didn't want to care about the female lead now. Since you don't want to get along with me, I don't have to stick on a fawning face to please you. If she'd known earlier that she and the female lead wouldn't be able to see eye to eye, then she would have directly killed her in the cradle from the beginning, so there wouldn't be all of these things now. To have made her older sister and parents feel bad, she really shouldn't have done that. Nyan Shurong's chest was heaving up and down, and Nyan Zuyer's expression was very bad. Zun Mai, you are good and kind-hearted. This thing is climbing on your head to bully you, and you don't know how to resist. If Jai Jai hadn't come, I don't know how she would've dealt with you. Nyan Shu Rong kept her finger pointing at Zun Mi's forehead, continuing her long-winded speech, hating Ian for not becoming steeled up one. How old are you? How are you still not paying attention? If you see this kind of shameless behavior again in the future, you should just hit back. You know, even if there's an accident, your sister, will take care of you. If even that doesn't work, there's still the Nyan family, and your family's people. Although she didn't like Ziju Bai Lin's bandit behavior, she knew that the man really loved her little sister. He regarded her sister as his heart, looked after and cherished her. Zun Mi's forehead was jabbed until it was red, but she didn't avoid it. She knew that her sister was really worried about her and thinking about her. A silly smile appeared on her face. Even though Nyan Shu Rong still felt gloomy, she let those thoughts scatter. Forget it. In any case, my little sister has her own protection. Afterwards you'll just have to pay more attention. However, she looked to the side at the person covering her face, though she was too late to hide the hatred filling her eyes. Nyan Shu Rong snorted coldly in disgust. I will leave you with these words today. No matter how aunt and uncle decide, even if you enter the Nyan family, you cannot compare to Zun Mai. Really think you can fly up to the branch and become a phoenix? How laughable. And what about her aunt's own daughter, that she gave birth to but didn't raise? Auntie must feel deeply guilty. That she'd want to make it up to her, that she'd want to treat her well, was also proper and as it should be. But she also believed that her aunt would never look on unfeelingly as this thing bullied the daughter she'd raised since childhood. Zun Mai was very lovable, and the Nyan family knew that the most clearly. She'd always been the darling they'd loved dearly. Even if the certified real product came along, she may not be able to surpass Zun Mi's position. What's more, Zun Mai also had the bandit marshal supporting her from behind, and he was even more unlikely to let others bully her. No, it wouldn't do. She must tell Barji and the others about it when she went home. It was really too infuriating. She hadn't yet entered the Nyan family and she already dared be this arrogant. In the future it would only be worse. Nyan Shu Rong, what qualifications do you have to say so you're not the one calling the shots in the Nyan family? How can you interfere with Master and Madam Nyan's decision even if you are a young miss of the Nyan family? So what, you're not my parents' daughter. How can you come and manage the affairs of our family? Nyan Zuyer immediately exposed her ugly appearance, baring her fangs and brandishing her claws. She did not intend to conceal it. Her face was torn apart, and Nyan Shu Rong really didn't like her. Even if she'd sucked up to her from the beginning, it most likely would have been a waste. Yes, I can't intervene in aunt and uncle's decision, but I can still kill you first. Don't look at Nyan Shu Rong as a teacher. When she got ferocious, she didn't lose to Zun Mai. It should be said that the Nyan family was not as harmless as they appeared on the surface. Nyan Zuyer pointed at Nyan Shu Rong, her whole body trembling in anger. HMPH me, what about me? It's you that's gonna get lost, or I'll find someone to throw you out. Nyan Shu Rong slapped the table with a bang, very frightening. Her face showed naked contempt, as if looking any longer would dirty her own eyes. Now Nyan Zuyer's loathing was completely aroused and her irritability grew. She lifted her skirt, covered her face, and quickly ran away. Just wait. So they could find help? Well, so could she. Jai, What the hell is going on? Jun Xie seized the opportunity to ask. Nian Shuirong gave a big sigh of relief. I do not know the specifics. Darji just said he was investigating and got a rough idea. The concrete details take some time. After all, in these troubled times, it takes some effort to find someone. After a pause, she continued, that woman said correctly. Auntie is preparing to bring her back. Uncle hasn't stated his position yet. The atmosphere at home is a bit not good. For now, you shouldn't come home, so as not to affect your mood. Nian Shuirong suggested this after thinking over it. Wait until these upsetting matters came to an end, and she would notify her little sister. In fact, she herself did not want to go back. Seeing that woman every day was really unbearable. Jun Xie was a little hesitant. It seemed that returning right now really wouldn't be too good, but not returning also didn't seem good. Such a mess, I'll have Bai Lin investigate, and I will let you all know when I have results. I'll trouble you to help me look after my parents. After a few days, I'll go back and see them. Nian Shuirong nodded. The two conversed a while longer, then departed. As soon as she entered the house, Nian Shuirong heard the sound of wailing, as well as her mother's dissatisfied voice. She wrinkled her brows. What was going on? She quickly went in, and at a glance saw Hai Tang sitting in the chair crying broken-heartedly. Her aunt was comforting her, and her mother was standing to the side, looking indignant. Mom, Auntie. She ignored the other person, and walked over to hold her mother's hand. Shuirong, you came back just in time. Hai Tang says you hit her. Was it you? Jai Jinwen asked as she pulled on her daughter's hand. Her face didn't show any blame, rather her eyes revealed only concern. Nian Shuirong suddenly understood. This was running back to tattle. You're really a good sot. At the time I wondered why you walked out so simply. So it seems you came to incite disharmony between our family members. She gently patted her scared mother's hand, hinting at her not to worry. She advanced 2 steps forward. Auntie, I don't know what this person said to you. First of all, I admit that the marks on her face were caused by my hitting her. But did she tell you why I wanted to hit her? If she dared reach her hand out into their home, sooner or later she'd chop it off. Translator's notes. 1. To feel resentful towards someone for failing to meet expectations, and impatient to see improvement. The story ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment, and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.